Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Is a combat agency supporting is a combat support agency within the U.S. Department of Defense, whose primary mission is collecting, analyzing, and distributing geospatial intelligence in support of national security. Jesus Christ, so many departments.
Yeah, basically, my understanding of that agency is they look through the eye of the drones, down into the area they're doing, and figure out how many bombs it would take to blow up something.
Jesus, so many fucking agencies. It's insane. All right.
Yeah, I think they also provide intelligence to Ukraine about movements of Russian troops.
All right, we'll get them. I've invited someone from that agency as well.
I'm
right,
here.
so, oh, you're there, man. Where are you? Let me find. Let me go up. Where are you? Oh, privacy. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
You gave us a lot of insight yesterday about the bots, didn't you?
I gave you a lot of insights yesterday and the day before. Absolutely.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, so Kim, we had people that understood botting really well. They've, one of them worked at a Fortune 15 company, another one at a Fortune 500 company, and they told us about, that bots are still really active on Twitter despite Elon's efforts. All right, I'm gonna kick it off, guys. So I've pinned it above. It's by Michael Schellenberger this time. I've invited Ian as well. And we'll go through it. Let me see who else is requesting to speak before I kick it off. Kim, you've got, you can see also who's requesting to speak, so feel free to bring up anyone. That would be good to add. All right, so I'm going to read it out. So it's pinned above. Twitter Files Part 7. I think, Kim, you'd like this one. It's the FBI and the Hunter Biden laptop. We've had Hunter on the show. Wish we could have asked him about the laptop, and don't think we'll get him again. So we'll try to get others close to him and get more insight. But I'll read out the drop. By Michael. How the FBI and intelligence community discredited factual information about Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings, both after and before the New York Post revealed the contents of his laptop on October 14, 2020. So I think most of you know about the Hunter laptop story. And, we kind of touched on it in previous drops as well, but we never went deep about how it was censored. Despite and I think from memory, they came up with a policy to try to censor it. I think the initial policy was like, hey, this is a hacked laptop, and when it's information that's been hacked, then no one's allowed to post about it. That was the initial excuse they found to be able to censor the story. And then after that didn't work, then they changed the story, and I think they came up with a new rule from memory on why they can censor it, but we didn't go deep into it, and that's, I think, is what Michael's going to do today. So in Twitter Files Part 6, we saw FBI relentlessly seek to exercise influence over Twitter, including over its content, its users, and its data. So we had Steve, I think yesterday. I don't know if you went through that drop, Steve, yesterday. I think you did because you came on stage, and we saw the influence the FBI was placing on people, including Yoel, which we were very critical of in the last few drops. And we saw that the FBI put a lot of pressure on him to censor a lot of the information. And even Yoel expressed concern to other executives. So just something worth mentioning, that the FBI was putting a fair bit of pressure, and it was more involved than we initially thought. In Twitter Files Part 7, we present evidence pointing to an organized effort by representatives of the intelligence community aimed at senior executives at news and social media companies. So it's not just Twitter, unsurprisingly, to discredit leaked information about Hunter Biden before and after it was published. The story begins in December 2019 when a Delaware computer store owner named John Paul Mac Isaac contacts the FBI about a laptop that Hunter Biden had left with him. On December 9, 2019, the FBI issues a subpoena for and takes Hunter Biden's laptop. And then there's a link to the New York article and a document, which I think is the subpoena. Oh no, that's the receipt, I think, for the laptop repair. Just having a look at it now. So you can see, again, the pinned tweet above. You can see the whole story. By August 2020, Mac Isaac still had not heard from the FBI, even though he had discovered evidence of criminal activity. And so he emails Rudy Giuliani, who was under FBI surveillance at the time. In early October, Giuliani gives it to the New York Post. Shortly before 7 p.m. on October 13, Hunter Biden's lawyer, George Mesiris, emails JP Mac Isaac. Hunter and Mesiris had just learned from the New York Post that a story about the laptop would be published the next day. So there's an email here between George and I think it's Hunter or John Paul. Thank you for speaking with me tonight. As I indicated, I'm a lawyer for Hunter Biden, and I appreciate you reviewing your records on this matter. All right, we've got the next one. Number 7, at 9:22 p.m., FBI Special Agent Elvis Chan sends 10 documents to Twitter's then head of site integrity, Yoel Roth, who's been a strong focus of this entire drop. We tried to get Yoel, and we're going to continue trying to get him on the show. Through Teleporter. Now, if you remember, Teleporter was the portal being used by Twitter and the FBI to communicate. It's all encrypted communication. A one-way communications channel from the FBI to Twitter. And there's the message that Yoel received. Twitter folks, heads up, I will be sending a Teleporter link for you to download 10 documents. It is not spam. Please confirm receipt when you get it. Thanks. That's by Elvis from the National Security Office of the FBI in San Fran. Number 8. The next day, October 14th, 2020, the New York Post runs its explosive story revealing the business dealings of President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. Every single fact in it was accurate. Okay. Again,
the timing here, very interesting. The day after the FBI sends this dump of documents, the story drops.
And then we go to number 9. And yet, within hours, Twitter and other social media companies censored the New York Post article. Again, go back to number 8. Every single fact in it was accurate. So that's by Michael, based on the information he has. And yet, within hours, Twitter and other social media companies censored the New York Post article, preventing it from spreading and, more importantly, undermining its credibility in the minds of many Americans. Why is that? What exactly happened? And if you remember, that was not long before the... How long before the elections was that, Kim? Do you remember? Kim? Or any other speaker?
I think it was,
I think it was
sometime in
November.
October.
2 weeks.
November.
Yeah, 2 weeks or something.
Okay, so it's important to note. On December 2, Matt Taibbi described the debate, so that's another drop by Matt, described the debate inside Twitter over his decision to censor a wholly accurate article. And if you remember in that drop, which we covered in one of the spaces, we saw the communication among executives on finding a reason as to why we should censor the story. So it was a really interesting article. Just give me 2 secs, guys. All right, just messaging one of the panelists asked me a question.
Mario, can I just add one point? It was worth noting a couple tweets back in the thread when they said, like, when Giuliani's under investigation. So this is like Trump's lawyer under investigation by his own intelligence agency. I think that's like worth noting for the timeline, so people know that that was before and not after. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that this computer repair shop owner is legally blind, so he didn't actually see who dropped the laptop off at his repair shop.
Actually, is he legally blind, is he?
Yeah,
What do you mean? He saw that Hunter Biden was the
no,
person
that's
who
not
dropped it
true.
off.
He said he could not recognize. He didn't know who it was who dropped it off. A man who claimed
He told him.
a man who
he
claimed
told
to
him.
be Hunter Biden dropped it off.
Yeah, so he told him he was Hunter Biden.
Yes, that's correct.
A single Google image search would confirm that. So he knew who it was.
No, well, but he did not see Hunter Biden. His eyesight's not good enough to identify Hunter Biden, he said.
All right, so we'll go to number 10. On December 2, Matt Taibbi described the debate. So as I said, that was a debate within Twitter executives. Since then, we have discovered new information that points to an organized effort by the Intel community to influence Twitter and other platforms. That's number 10. Let's see if we can have more after that. Number 11. So where are we up to? Not many left. He's doing it slowly. All right, number 11 is, first, it's important to understand that Hunter Biden earned tens of millions of dollars in contracts with foreign businesses, including ones linked to China's government, for which Hunter offered no real work. Here's an overview by investigative journalist Peter Schweizer. There's a 10-minute video, which I won't play. I don't think so. Has anyone watched that video by Peter Schweizer?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
All right, so if anyone from the panel would like to watch it, and bring up Sam, good to have you, Sam. If anyone from the panel would like to watch it and give us like a quick 1 or 2 minute overview, that would be
I
great.
can go watch it.
If anyone,
I'll go ahead.
yeah, Harrison, appreciate it. It's number 11, so it's a 9-minute video, 9 minute 40. So if you could watch it and then give us like a 1 minute summary, would be great. All right, who do we have? Sam on stage. Let me see who was requesting. We'll look at the requests in a bit. All right, number 12, as we wait for Harrison to watch that video. And yet, during all of 2020, the FBI and law enforcement agencies repeatedly primed Yole to dismiss reports of Hunter Biden's laptop as a Russian hack and leak operation. This is a sworn declaration by Roth given in December 2020. I'm going to read it out. Do you know where it was, the sworn testimony? Who was it given to? The sworn declaration. Was it to? Does anyone know where that was? Who that was shared with? By Yole in 2020. It was shared by fec.gov. Let's see who the hell is FEC. Electronic mail? No. Does anyone know what the FEC is?
That's the Federal Election Commission.
Okay, let's see what he says. Since 2018, I've had regular meetings with the Office of Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and industry peers regarding election security. During these weekly meetings, the federal law enforcement agencies communicated that they expected, quote, hack and leak operations, end quote, by state actors that might occur in the period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. I was told in these meetings that the intelligence community expected that individuals associated with political campaigns would be subject to hacking attacks, and that material obtained through those hacking attacks would likely be disseminated over social media platforms, including Twitter. So that was since 2018. These expectations of hack and leak operations were discussed throughout 2020. I also learned in these meetings that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So essentially, the FBI was telling him, whether it's prepping him or not, we can speculate. They were telling him in advance that there is a foreign hack and leak operation that is targeting the Biden administration and then specifically Hunter Biden. And then the files drop.
This is quite interesting because the FBI was aware about this Hunter Biden laptop way before anyone else, and that they have already mentioned this preemptively to Twitter to warn them that this may be hacked material so that they have a reason to take it down is quite telling.
Yeah, both Peter Schweizer and Tucker Carlson in his Tony Bobulinski discussions that you saw in his program, Bobulinski in particular mentioned that he gave them the laptop, that he knew they had the laptop back in 2019, as far back as that. So they had been sitting on it for about a year or more prior to anything happening in October of 2020, which is really one of the most amazing aspects of this whole story.
Hey Mario, super quick.
So,
I watched that
so
video.
what this means is
go ahead, Ken.
the FBI had the mens rea to cover up the laptop story. They already had the laptop. They already knew what was on it. And they were prepared to lie and create a story about hacking in order to achieve this cover up with Twitter and every other social media company.
So Kim, the scary part about that is like you literally see just the FBI being like the unofficial like fourth branch of the government and almost like a private police force for some of the establishment. And they use it preemptively that way that you said. But really quickly, Mario, I watched that video of Schweizer and Schellenberger. I just took a couple important notes for context that are really kind of juicy. So one, he mentioned specifically a Chinese businessman who had paid $20 million to Hunter Biden. He mentions a couple other sources who are essentially foreign parties that are very, very closely linked to their governments. The tough part about it is, right, it's like, where's the actual visible, tangible value or product that Hunter is providing for those sums of money? That is obviously probably will forever remain a question mark. The other question is like, why are they doing this, right? What are they sending that money for? And then what they go into is that the laptop reveals that the money that he received is actually fungible within the family. So meaning that money goes into a pot, and some of that same money is used to pay Joe Biden's bills or Jill Biden's bills or whoever. So, he's a bag man, right? He's the go between an actor who's linked with a foreign government paying money to him, and then his dad uses those to pay his expenses. So is it really any different than that money being paid directly to Joe? And so they kind of leave it saying like, it's not really a Hunter question. That's why it's a Biden question, and why I think the people who are skeptical of the laptop should, or at least, or even skeptical of the corruption. I mean, it's a pretty clear line on the flow of funds and how those funds were used.
I don't think there's a clear flow that shows that money that Hunter got from China went directly to Joe Biden, though. Where's the clear flow?
So I can look for some more stuff for you, but I mean, there's a lot of flows of receipts within Hunter's emails of him
Well,
paying
I can give
expenses
you
for his
one
dad.
example. Yeah, I can give you one example. He had a text message with a family member in which he said that he always paid half of all the money he made to his dad, and that he felt his dad wasn't really grateful for that. So there's quite a bit of evidence on the laptop showing that Hunter has been paying his dad for a very long time.
Yeah, but how do you know that all that information on the laptop was original? Because there's no clear line of custody for the laptop. How do you know that some of it's accurate and other stuff wasn't added by Rudy Giuliani or Steve Bannon, who's the one who discovered the repair shop guy and got it to Rudy Giuliani? How do you know that? Because this is why I think there's issues of credibility.
Because I can answer the question if you want. Because this laptop has now been analyzed, including by the New York Times and many other mainstream media, and there was nothing found to be manipulated.
But the emails don't have the original headers on them, so there's no way to prove that.
Well, all the emails and text messages have headers. I don't know why you come in here and make such
they
claims.
don't. There's actually news articles that say they don't. I'll find one.
I'm going to go, in the meantime, I'm just going to go to number 13. And now, Jim, you've unmuted, so I'll go to you right after I read number 13. Where's Jim? Yeah, Jim, I saw you unmute a few times. So I'm just going to read number 13. I'll give you the mic. Yeah, I'll give you the mic right after. So number 13 is the following. I did the same. So hold on. Yeah. So they did the same to Facebook, according to Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook. Quote, the FBI basically came to us and was like, hey, you should be on high alert. We thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in 2016 election. There's about to be some kind of dump similar to that. So essentially you saw the FBI warning different social media platforms regarding the drop. And then number 14, were the FBI warnings of a Russian hack and leak operation relating to Hunter Biden's based on any new intel? No, they weren't. So again, the question that Michael's asking, were the FBI warnings of a Russian hack and leak operation relating to Hunter Biden based on any new intel? And that wasn't. Through our investigations, we did not see any similar competing intrusions that to what happened in 2016. That was an FBI agent, Elvis Chan, who said that in November. So that's what we have so far. Let me see if there's number 15. Yeah, not yet.
By the way, I have invited the person that is most knowledgeable about the topic and has written the 660-page report from Marco Polo. I will bring him up as a speaker, yeah?
Perfect, yeah, absolutely. There's still a slot left. I want to go quickly to Jim, because I know you've unmuted a few times, Jim.
Yeah, so in terms of the custody issues, most of those articles that Ed was referring to were written prior to this year and or at the very beginning of the year, when the whole discussion was still being made that this was Russian disinformation. Since then, CBS News reported just a few weeks ago very clearly that they looked at the laptop, they sourced it and validated the information they had, and did finally admit that it was real. I think that a lot of these news organizations knew this for some time, but they were unwilling to admit it for political reasons, I believe. The other aspect of that custody issue that's important to know is that, and this was Tony Bobulinski talking about his meeting with the FBI. He found out from them that they had it from 2019, So apparently what happened, and I was around Rudy Giuliani some weeks ago, actually some months ago now, and his claim is that they had a copy from the original, from the dealer, from the repair shop guy, who apparently saved a copy when he had also turned it over to the FBI just to kind of cover his rear. And when the FBI did nothing about it, he decided to start finding other people. Rudy is one of those. Listen, I get the negativity that can be there around Steve Bannon and Rudy Giuliani. I'm actually pretty acquainted with Steve, and he could be kind of quirky, and I get that. He's a smart guy, but there's some real oddness there. I understand all that. But Rudy Giuliani and Steve Bannon, if you have concerns with them, they're really not the issue anymore. This has been sourced all the way out and around them, and there's a lot of credibility to the contents that are
Can
there.
I just respond? Can I just respond to your last thing that you said about the emails not being verified previously, but they have been now? The Washington Post actually has an article from March of this year, and it says the vast majority of the data and most of the nearly 129,000 emails it contained could not be verified by either of the two security experts. These are two security experts who were hired to review the data, who reviewed the data for the Post. Neither found clear evidence of tampering in the examinations, but some of the records that might have helped verify contents were not available for analysis, they said. So it wasn't verified, it just they couldn't find evidence of tampering.
Well, so the key aspect, the key emails that were really fundamental here, Tony Bobolinsky himself gave to the FBI when he interviewed with them months prior to the election in 2020, and the key discussion points that we're having right now, Bobolinsky independently verified because he had his own copies of the emails. Also, CBS had their experts do the same work that the Washington Post said they did. Their experts found great validity. So there's some up in the air on this, but the reality is that there is an abundant amount of this material that has been validated by someone and experts in various places who have gone on the record with their validation as well.
So I'll go to Harrison. Go ahead.
So, summary of the video: Biden family benefited from business dealings overseas, according to a suspicious activities report. People sending the money had close relations to the Chinese government and Russian government. They also had close ties to Chinese intelligence. There's no discernible service or product that Hunter has brought to the table. Why Hunter Biden was negotiating deals on behalf of the Biden family that have no benefit to the Biden family is a question they're asking. Then they bring up the Trump family's deals with China and pointing out that they were all unwinding at the time of his presidency. They talk about Jared Kushner and the Saudis, and that needs scrutiny. But the difference between that is that Jared Kushner was scrutinized by the press relentlessly, while Hunter Biden's story was ignored. Then the difference between Ivanka's deal with shoes is that it was a legitimate business that predated her access to government and the Trump administration. When Hunter Biden went into international finance, right after his dad becomes VP, he immediately goes to Russia, China, and Ukraine. So not friendly countries, are adversaries, and Ukraine, which is hotly controversial. Trump's relationship with Russia to build the Moscow Trump Tower really had no real exchange of money, and that business also predated his presidency. Was it inappropriate? Yes, but was there a legitimate business there? Yes. Tony Bobolinsky released to the Senate and the FBI correspondence that show that within the laptop, they do not want people talking about Joe Biden's involvement with the family business because the family is very skittish about talking about Joe Biden's involvement. The CEFC, the 10% to the big guy, held by Hunter Biden for the big guy within the business. There was lots of evidence that
the
show
big
in the
guy
laptop
email.
that shows Joe was
I'll
familiar with.
I'll give you in a bit, Ed. Yeah, sorry. Continue, Harrison. I'll give you the mic in a bit, Ed. Go ahead, Harrison.
There's lots of evidence within the laptop that shows Joe was familiar with his son's deal. Joe Biden said there was no deals at first, then changed to saying he never discussed those deals with his son. Hunter confirmed that Joe Biden was going to help on those deals per the laptop, and the video ends with them saying that we need an official investigation into this.
And before we go to Ed, I know you want to jump in as well, Ed. Harrison, just quickly, who was the person speaking in the video again? Harrison?
Peter Schweitzer.
Peter Schweizer.
Okay, and what's his position?
So he's an investigative journalist.
Okay, and who does he? Is he an independent journalist or works for a certain outlet?
He runs the Government Accountability Institute, and they do a lot of research. They did the research that revealed the Clinton Foundation stuff back prior to 2016, which was instrumental in that presidential election, and they've done a lot of other similar type work since.
I'm having a look at his profile now. And before we go, I know, Ed, you want to speak. I know there's a few hands up as well. So while waiting for the next drop, Steve, I'd love your take on this because we're talking a lot about the FBI.
Yeah, thanks. I actually have a little bit of perspective on the Bobulinski thing and some inside knowledge that folks might not really be connecting the dots on. I think it was back in September. Miranda Devine put a piece out in the New York Post about Bobulinski coming in and talking about Hunter Biden, and he had to come in through like a back door to the Washington field office, and it was really super secret. And she named the two of the agents that were the street agents who interviewed him, and I guess apparently during the interview they paused multiple times and went out to speak with supervisors. But I can tell you personally, like I actually know one of those agents, and was a street agent, not in any position of management or supervision. And within 2 years, he's been promoted 2 times to a unit chief level. So there's definitely a keep your mouth shut on this and promote, and you'll see some personal benefit out of it. So that was one thing that
Number 15.
What was that?
No, I think he
Number 15 just came out.
Oh, okay. All right, so I'm going to read quickly number 15 before we go to other panelists. Let me open it up. And I'll probably let another 3 drops come in before I continue reading them. Number 15, indeed, Twitter executives repeatedly reported very little Russian activity. So I'm going to read out the email. Example, on September 24, 2020, Twitter told FBI had removed 345 largely inactive accounts linked to previous coordinated Russian hacking attempts. They, quote, had little reach and low follower accounts. So that's Twitter themselves. And again, I'm not implying anything. I'm just stating facts that we know. What's up, Stephen? It's facts that we know. Twitter is more left-leaning, and I think we've had people from on both sides of the aisle said that censorship targeted people on the right more than people on the left. And whenever they got requests by the FBI that related to censoring anything related to Trump or people that were more conservative, there were there wasn't much resistance. That kind of changed yesterday. We saw a bit more resistance from y'all because the FBI requests there was just too many. And now we're seeing that the executives are just telling, I'm not sure if they told the FBI, I'm just having a read now. I think they did. They did. There wasn't much Russian activity. So I'm just stating the reports as they are. I'll read out a quick email. Hi, Elvis. We hope you are well. We want to let you know about actions that we plan to publicly announce in the next hour. As you are aware, we are working with you and Facebook to permanently suspend accounts we can deliberately attribute to Russia. So that's from the FBI, or I think it's the FBI. It is the FBI, yeah. We are removing 2 distinct networks of accounts which we can reliably attribute to state-linked entities in Russia. Our investigations are ongoing. The first network of accounts, totaling approximately 345, were largely inactive. Okay, so that's Twitter sending it to the FBI. And we were linked to previous coordinated Russian hacking attempts. So 345 largely inactive accounts. Most of the content shared by these accounts express views designed to advance Russia's geopolitical interests. The second network of accounts, totaling approximately 10, perpetrated to be associated with a website called United World International, which publishes a range of content about current global and US political issues. Links to United World International will be blocked on Twitter under our unsafe links policy detailed here. These accounts included in the enforcement action had little reach and low follower counts that was highlighted in the email. We plan to send you FITF and the FITF relevant account information at the conclusion of our investigation. Please let us know if you have any questions. The response from the FBI is excellent. Thank you for the heads up. That's by Elvis M. Chan, the supervisory special agent in the San Fran office. So you got Twitter here, just confirming what Michael already told us, is that the accounts that Twitter banned is just not many of them. They were largely inactive. So it implies that there wasn't much activity by Russia relating to the whether you want to say U.S. election or just interference in U.S. politics. At least that's what we're seeing so far in these documents and in relation to Twitter. That's number 15. Let me see if they replied. There's anything after that. Number 15 and no, not yet. So that's number 15. We'll go to Dallas and then we'll go to Fidgetal, Alexander, and Ed. Go ahead, Dallas.
Yeah, thanks, man. Now I want to make like two quick points. So one, I think a lot of people are unaware of what like the process can sort of be from intelligence agencies and like major media publications. So like, and we saw this play out a lot of times when it came to information about Trump or, let's just say like non-establishment actors, and even in the other direction coming out in favor of. And so what'll sort of happen is this. And so you'll have like an unnamed agent leak info to the New York Times. They'll write an article about that and they'll say, hey, it's credible. There's some agent here who we know who it is, but they're not going to be named. And they'll make some claim. And then other let's say tier one news organizations will start to write it. And they'll say the New York Times reports blah, 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 blah. And it'll establish some level of credibility because, hey, the New York Times covered it with some agent who won't be named. And now we're covering it. And so once you have like 2 to 3 layers of that out there, then you could even have, people within the government say, hey, or even the FBI say, hey, we should launch an investigation on this. Look, the New York Times is covering it. CBS is covering it. This thing looks like it has some legs. And so they'll do that sort of in both directions to kind of muddy the water. So that was kind of my question, like, Ed, I mean, I think there's so many things out there, Ed, over the last couple, years, to say the least, that we know for sure that like Biden's been involved with, that I find it crazy people who still give the benefit of the doubt as if like, it's like, what? Like, how could he be involved in any corruption? Like, where's the evidence? Like, are you not paying attention? Like, I don't see how people can't see it at this point. It's either, like, my question would be, is it because he's Democrat, or is it because, like, people who like Trump don't like him? Or, like, what's the real, like, friction on trying to see what seems pretty obvious?
So by the way, Ed, if you want to check the emails with headers, you can go to Biden.digital. Biden.digital. The entire laptop data is there and all the emails are there. So you can search for anyone and see the emails with headers.
Did you want to respond to Dallas's point as well?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say we haven't seen any clear line of money. We haven't seen Hunter Biden's bank accounts being transferred directly to Joe Biden. So other than that, it's just a conspiracy theory or a guess.
But you have his own words.
So Ed,
right?
where's that coming from? Why are you saying that? Have you reviewed the laptop? Do you even understand?
I have reviewed the laptop,
there?
but so much of this stuff has not been verified. So
well, that's just not true.
Let me ask this.
What you're claiming is not true.
Can I have my turn, please? So, I mean, you're saying that there's all this corruption because Hunter Biden may have had a text that said, I send my dad half my money I make. So yeah, maybe Hunter Biden was being paid as a consultant, and a consultant, you don't actually have to do anything technically. And I'm sure countries want to influence American politics. They want to influence what his father was doing, but at the same time,
also Joe Biden,
you need to have solid evidence that China was sending Hunter Biden money, and Hunter Biden was sending it to his father, and his father was actually taking part in specific things that China wanted. You could say the same thing about the Saudis giving Jared Kushner a $1.4 billion loan on the 666 Fifth Avenue property in New York that no American bank would give him for, not even a foreign bank. Even the Saudis said it was a bad business deal, but they just wanted to do it. And then the Saudis claimed to have Trump in their pocket. After that, and right during that, when they were giving him that loan, Trump was supporting a Saudi blockade of Qatar, and I'm sorry, it was Qatar that gave the loan. So he was supporting a Saudi blockade of Qatar, which was hurting Qatar's trade. And as soon as that loan went through to the Kushner property on 666 Fifth Avenue, Trump started being against the Saudi blockade of Qatar, and the Saudis lifted the blockade. So, I mean, I could say that's evidence of corruption too, but until you actually have proof that it took place and there's actually a clear line of money and clear commands, or there's a clear quid pro quo there, you can't claim that there's definitely corruption.
But Ed, like when Biden's on camera admitting that he took a trip and said, "You're not going to get foreign aid money we give you unless you tell a prosecutor to stop investigating."
Yes, but the whole
a corrupt
world
company
wanted that
pays my
prosecutor
son.
fired.
What is that?
Republicans, all the Republicans in the Senate also wanted that guy fired, and he wasn't even investigating Burisma.
Yeah,
at
but
the
Ed,
time.
it's not a
By the way,
Republican-Democrat thing. It's a
by the way,
corruption
guys,
thing.
that wasn't the only prosecutor that Biden got fired. He also got another prosecutor fired in Romania, who was also investing one of the business partners of Hunter Biden.
On that point, I'm just going to read quickly number 16, guys. That was just dropped by Michael. In fact, Twitter debunked false claims by journalists of foreign influence on its platform. Quote, "We haven't seen any evidence to support that claim," by at one underscore and then underscore. That's the username. So at NBC News of foreign controlled bots. Okay, why is it tagging one underscore? Is that a notable account? Okay, that's the senior reporter, Ben Collins. Okay, that's his handle at NBC. So I'll read it again. Quote, "We haven't seen any evidence to support that claim by Ben Collins from NBC and NBC News of foreign controlled bots." So that's Twitter saying we haven't seen any evidence of foreign controlled bots. Quote, "Our review thus far shows a small scale domestic troll effort," which kind of it just questions the narrative that I remember reading everywhere about the narrative of Russian interference in US elections. And they're saying that they haven't seen any evidence. And again, that's Twitter saying that, and that's Twitter that's more left-leaning, just for the record. Again, not implying anything. And then I'm going to read the email here by, again, Elvis Chan. "All out of abundance of caution, I wanted to reach out to you about this news story," and I put the NBC story. "The second part of the article focuses on the DC blackout campaign and its potential to being driven by foreign-controlled bots. Anything we should be aware of concerning this topic? Thanks." So, all right, that's fine. That's Elvis from the FBI asking for clarification on NBC story. And then Yoel, again, that's Yoel Roth, that everyone, especially people on the right and everyone against censorship, would love to criticize. We criticize it a lot. We criticized him a lot earlier in the previous jobs. He says to Elvis from the FBI, "Hi, Elvis. We haven't seen any evidence to support that claim. Our review thus far shows a small-scale domestic troll effort that was amplified in some creative ways by real people, but not a significant bot or foreign angle." I don't know what it means that was amplified by some creative ways, by real people. Does he mean like the media amplifying it to make it into a sexy story, or was that real people actually amplifying the rumors being spread by those bots, or whatever the information is being spread by the bot? Talking about bots, I'll go to Ronan. What are your thoughts on this particular point in the whole Russian bot campaign?
You know, I guess first and foremost, it's really hard for people to understand how easy it is to manipulate and confuse the numbers that people are seeing, whether we're talking about bots or we're talking about influencing elections. I mean, specifically on influencing election, I'm not speaking specifically to my company, but there was a lot of the InfoSec community out telling lots of politicians how, in fact, to conduct the investigation to see how our elections can be manipulated without any kind of response that was adequate or could address, the forensic needs that we had. And here's what I mean by that. While we sit here and we concern ourselves, or we're getting polarized about whether or not the integrity of the Hunter Biden laptop is factual or literal, what a lot of people fail to understand is how easy it is to manipulate a forensic image. A lot of the things that we're seeing that are being released have already been seeded, and I don't want to put conspiratory undertones into this whole conversation. I'm talking about a technical acumen perspective only. from a technical acumen perspective, whether or not you have, message headers, or whether or not you're talking about how to really effectively judge whether or not a company that produces electronic voting machine technology has been already infiltrated by a foreign government, that is a very complex situation, one that I am very intimate in, with rather, and I'm just letting people know it's not always what you see.
And just quickly, just for the heads up, Ronan, your background was really high. I know you're probably in a cafe or something. Not sure if you could change your mic somehow to make it clearer. I've just got one question for you because you've covered the whole bot story yesterday before we go to other panelists. You did say on multiple occasions that botting Twitter is still relatively easy and it's being done at a really large scale, and we had others echo those concerns. So my question to you would be, and that's now after the crackdown by Elon and the team. So if it's that easy to do it, and it would have been easier pre-Elon, so wouldn't it have been very easy for foreign governments to leverage bots to influence an election? Because Twitter's saying that that wasn't done at a large scale. So I'm just a bit curious because it's a bit contradictory.
It's extremely easy. And here's why it's so easy. The ability for people to create controls to audit whether or not bots are actually making these accounts probably still hasn't reached the mature stage where we can say, oh, here's how we can create metrics and analyze whether or not a foreign intelligence agency has been involved in it. So to answer your question really directly, yes, it's very possible, and it's very easy to mask your steps and mask your capabilities. That's the real issue.
So what do you think about Twitter saying that there wasn't that big of an interference and the FBI's concerns or NBC's story is just overblown? And that's Twitter themselves saying it, and they don't have their incentive is to say otherwise.
Well, whether or not we're able to deduce whether or not they have incentives to say certain things or how their responses will impact their brand or impact people's influence or a certain campaign that they're running is a whole different game. So again, for Twitter's capability to identify whether or not they have bots is the same level of capability they have to identify whether or not people are, hacking into their systems. A lot of people, a lot of companies, especially social media like Twitter, they don't have the maturity that people may assume that they should have. Just because they're a fortune or a big company and they have all of this technology doesn't mean that they have the technology necessary to create, number one, the protections, number two, the analytics, and number three, capture the reality of the situation of infection that they may or may not have. Does that make sense?
It does. Any thoughts on this protocol? I saw you jump in. Do you want to comment on this particular point? It's been a while we haven't had you.
Yeah, I was just looking at one of the posts regarding the Elvis Chan deposition, who, we know prior pressured Facebook not to post the story. I mean, it's clear. In the deposition, he says there was no evidence of a 2016 disinfo campaign. But if you actually look at the narrative of this message, as we know from 2016, there was a congressional hearing where all the big tech leaders went to Congress, and what they disclosed regarding 2016 interference was that Russia, China, and other state actors weren't favoring any candidate in the 2016 campaign. Their main goal was to create division and tension in the U.S. So they said specifically they would advertise a gun rights rally next to specifically a trans rally, etc., to try to create division. And in that testimony later on, they were asked under oath, well, since the election in 2016 occurred, what have you seen? And they admitted under oath that 90% of foreign interference going forward was to basically attack and deteriorate the Trump presidency. So even the narrative that they're pushing in regards to 2016 that they used to justify this type of interference in reporting, free speech, etc., is based on a lie. And Elvis.
So what you're implying, just to be clear, Protocol, what you're implying is that because the story that was all over the news was that Russia was interfering to undermine the Biden administration. That's what the FBI was kind of implying as well. And then Twitter said, no, we're not seeing much Russian interference at all. And then what you're implying is that based on this testimony that you referred to, that there was interference, but it's the other way around. Hey, Gorka's here. Hi, Seb. I've just brought you up.
Initially, before the election, it was both. And the only thing I'll add to that is it came out later, right, that the main allegation for 2016 election interference was, the alleged DNC hack, which under oath, CrowdStrike and other parties showed never occurred. So for the FBI to base this and then censor free speech and reporting based on this lie just shows the depth of it. And I'll finish with this. They had the laptop since 2019. FBI agents visited the shop owner. They verified it. There was no evidence to show this was a hack. They literally have the subpoena for the laptop showing it, and they threatened the laptop owner essentially, don't go public. Nothing happens to people who go public, right? So even the narrative that they tried to push to justify what they did is based on lies.
I'll go quickly to, sorry, Kim, I know you're speaking. I'll let you go ahead.
There are 3 more tweets out.
Oh, okay, I'll read them now. Let me try to bring up Sebastian. He's connected.
And then I have a short thing. Yeah, I think I'm next after him.
Yeah, of course. I'll let you jump in after. I'm just gonna send an invite to Sebastian via DM. So Sebastian, I'll send you through an invite via messages on Twitter. So I'll just send it. You should have it, and I'll just try to resend it. And I'll continue. I'll read the tweets and I'll invite Sebastian. So we are up to number. Where are we up to, Kim? 17.
Yeah, 17 should be the
It
next.
looks like it.
Next one. Hey Tara, how are you?
Hi, good morning
Good
or
morning to you.
evening.
Good evening to me. All right, number 18. It's not the first time that Twitter. So I think 17. I think we read. Let me just check quickly. 17. No, we haven't read 17. We read 16 about Twitter debunking false claims by journalists of foreign influence on its platform. Number 17. Specifically NBC's article. Number 17. After FBI asks about a WAPO story, WAPO. Can anyone clarify what that is?
Washington Post.
Washington Post.
Washington Post. On alleged foreign influence in a pro-Trump tweet, Twitter's Roth says, quote, the article makes a lot of insinuations. Again, Roth is leaning to the left. But we saw no evidence that was the case here. Brackets, and in fact, a lot of strong evidence pointing in the other direction. And let me read the article. The article is the following by the Washington Post. Black voters are being targeted in disinformation campaigns, echoing the 2016 Russian playbook. 4 years after, I'm going to read out the article very quickly, and that's the article that Twitter's saying there's no evidence to back it up. 4 years after Russian operatives used social media in a bid to exacerbate racial divisions in the US and suppress black voter turnout, such tactics have spread across a wide range of deceptive online campaigns operated from numerous nations, including from within the United States itself. So that's by WAPO, Washington Post. Let me see the other screenshot. Yeah, that's the same thing. And then we've got the message here from Yoel or somebody from FBI to, no, not Yoel, from someone from the FBI to Elvis. Hi, Elvis. I came across the following article in the Washington Post that referred to Twitter's removal of the account at went dem to rep. Went dem Democrat to rep due to policy violations. And they put the Washington Post article, the one I just read. According to the article, on the eve of the Republican National Convention, prominent African Americans challenged allegations of racism against President Trump and retweeted the following message 22,000 times. Furthermore, the message was amassed 39,000 likes within 19 hours after it was posted. They're watching tweets carefully. Quote, I've been a Democrat my whole life. I joined the BLM protest months ago when they began. They opened my eyes wide. I didn't realize I became a Marxist. It happened without me even knowing it. I'm done with this trash. I'll be registering Republican. At the time of the suspension, was Twitter able to attribute this account and any of its activity to any particular country? In addition, did the aforementioned account or any other suspended accounts post similar messages related to the convention upcoming 2020 US elections? Thank you in advance. Now, your reply. So you can see FBI's. I'm not going to say I'm not going to say they're implying. They're just inquiring on whether. So I don't think there's anything wrong with those messages from the FBI. Unlike yesterday, they're just asking questions. And Twitter is saying the following: Hi Elvis, thanks for checking in. I can confirm that the account in question is domestic in origin. The article makes a lot of insinuations about foreign interference, but we saw no evidence that was the case here, and in fact, a lot of strong evidence pointing in the opposite direction. Interesting. So we're seeing that this is, instead of being foreign interference and misinformation, it's just a domestic account that's spreading real information according to Yoel. At least that's how I understand it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me accept Sebastian again. Number 18. It's not the first time that Twitter's Roth has pushed back against the FBI. All right, so today, Yoel gets credit. I know we've criticized him significantly, but he's pushing against the FBI when he sees their request to be unfair. So I'll read out the next section. In January 2020, Roth resisted FBI efforts to get Twitter to share data outside of the normal search warrant process. And there's two messages here between Yoel and the FBI. So you got someone from the FBI. My colleagues at the fort had a query for you. I've provided it to you below. A few years ago, Twitter said they would no longer provide their data feed to members of the IC. My colleagues wanted to know if that policy has changed or if you would be willing to change it. My colleagues are currently contracting with a vendor for an analytic tool for open source intelligence, only publicly available data. The commercial version of this tool includes the Twitter data feed. However, the feed was disabled because the vendor says they did not want to violate the terms of service with Twitter. My colleagues are wondering if Twitter would be open to revising the terms of service to allow this vendor to continue having access to the Twitter feed. My colleagues are happy to meet in person to discuss the issue if you'd like. I hope you had a great holiday season. And then Yoel responds, Elvis, hey, no, that's, yeah, Yoel, hey, as discussed, here's my suggested response. Of course, feel free to tweak, edit it, but I tried to hit on the major points. By the way, Sebastian, I know you try to keep coming up. Right after I read this, I'll send you an invite via your DMs on Twitter, and that should work. Fix the glitch. All right, message by Yoel. At this point, we don't think a call directly with your colleague at the fort is the best path forward. As a rule, we're not able to directly discuss data licensing relationships with third parties. There you go. Quote, a bracket such as the customers of our data customers. And bracket. Both due to confidentiality reasons and limited information on our end about the business decision that may have led one of our customers to decline to provide services to the government. We also have a long-standing policy prohibiting the use of data products and APIs for surveillance and intelligence gathering purposes, which we would not deviate from. Ultimately, we want to be good partners to government and help combat our shared threats. But the best path for the NSA or any part of the government to request information about Twitter users or their content is in accordance with valid legal process. Opposite to what we saw earlier, we're seeing Yoel push back against the request by the FBI. So
yeah, that was still pretty early in the game, though. You know, we're talking about January 2020, and then when it evolves later into June, July, you see that his tone is changing. So this is what the intelligence community does, right? They are massaging someone, they're social engineering, they're giving them incentives, and sooner or later, they get them across the line.
And I agree, and I think that they would have faced more pressure over time. So it's good to see that evolution by Yoel before complying. I'm going to go to, if someone drops out, you can just come back up. I'll DM you the invite. This is glitching a bit just for the speakers. So if you drop out, just please request again or message me and I'll bring you back up. I'll go to Dallas, and Ed is here. Ed doesn't have his hand up, but I'd like you to respond as well, Ed. Get your thoughts on it because we've got more information. But Dallas, go ahead.
Number 19 is here as well, and that's really relevant. So you should
I'm going to, we'll do now. Let me read 19. And then I'll invite Sebastian.
You got all the way to 21, actually.
Jesus.
All the way to number 21.
He's gone quick now. All right, I'll read. How about this? I'm going to get comments on what we've read so far, and then I'll read 19, 20, 21, and 22. They've all dropped together. So I can bring up Sebastian and other speakers. So I'm going to go to Alexander, and then we'll go to Dallas. Go ahead, Alexander.
Thanks, Mario. Great on what you're doing. As you noted from your Twitter poll, you get the mass mob mentality is not going to be friendly. So I'd ignore that and use the numbers of how many people attend your spaces to see if people want to attend your spaces. But that was a cute response to Elon's poll. I want to make a comment. Full disclosure, I'm right of center. I'm also a green card holder, so I haven't voted in any of these elections. But fiscally conservative, socially right of center. I want to make a point, stepping out of my own political views, but I just want to make that full disclosure because we all pump our own bags and we all have our own biases, whether we know it or not. So as long as we're open about it, I think it's better. We have a long-term situation I've observed. It's existed longer than that, but it's really turned up the heat. It turned up the heat about 20 years ago. It turned up the heat even more in 2015 when Trump ran. You have the left-wing media. I know that's a generality, but the general categories of left-leaning sources. You have the right-wing media and general, Fox News, etc. They happen to be owned by about 4 or 5 companies, which is a problem in my opinion. And They receive orders on what to say from on high. Local stations are told you have to air this, etc. You also have the Democrat National Convention and the Republican National Convention. I challenge you to take one of those polls about Biden and Trump and sign up for their emails, because it's pretty much a copy and paste, right? You have ABC is destroying the country. They're coming after your ABC. There's about 10 words you can copy and paste, and it's the same damn messaging. It's extremely divisive. It's extremely, people are being carefully sheltered into their own bubbles. So you get a situation where people are going to masses and leaders of.
All right, I'm going to pause this now because there's stuff here that we should follow up on. Otherwise, we're losing track.
I'll read it now. Yeah, well, Sebastian, I'll give you the mic in a bit. I just cut my finger, by the way, just literally 5 seconds ago. I was opening my food. Fuck, it hurts. All right, so I'm going to read the next one. We're up to 19. Sorry, Sebastian. Alexander, sorry. This is when Kim's in the room. Just expect that. All right, so we're going to go to number 19. Pressure had been growing. Quote, we have been a sustained brackets if uncoordinated. We have seen a sustained if uncoordinated effort by the IC, which is the intelligence community, to push us to share more information and change our API policies. They are prohibiting and pushing everywhere they can. Brackets, including by whispering to congressional staff. Who's by?
They are probing.
Pressure had been growing. So that's by probing. Sorry. Fuck my finger. That's by Carlos Monje, which is a director of policy and philanthropy at Twitter. So I definitely agree with the caution here. And then he reads out what I just read, including by whispering. Okay, we should stay connected and keep a solid front against these efforts. So we have to respect the Twitter team here. They're pushing against the FBI despite the pressure they're facing. And that's the FBI we're talking about. It's not easy to push back against the FBI. My sense from the exchange below is that Elvis is sending a message he was asked to, but that he doesn't feel ownership of it. And a polite discussion will suffice to answer the mail here. Do we know which commercial provider is being referenced here by the clues offered? Do we feel like there is any additional guidance we can give to those companies that could help clarify our rules and minimize their efforts to point back at our API rules when they feel pressure from governments? It seems that Data Minru, I think it's the company, has gotten that message clearly, but we keep getting additional queries from everywhere, from elsewhere, sorry. So we're seeing, that was to Yo, that's Carlos sending it to Yo. So we're seeing pushback not only by Yo, but by other executives as well, regarding the pressure they're facing by the FBI. And we saw them a bit later kind of fold. So I'm not sure what happened. It'll be interesting to see how that develops. And I want to invite Steve again.
Just real quick, before we jump to 20, the important piece here is that the FBI is probing to get more access to the Twitter API, meaning that Twitter removes restrictions so that the FBI can download more information. And that is the meaning of backdoor, right? They are pushing harder and harder to get more and more access, and eventually they would have gotten a full root access backdoor that gives them access to all account data. This is the early stages of them talking about it, and there Joel was still pushing back. But asking for this API access means they're not just requesting stuff by email, they are accessing the Twitter database directly to pull data out of Twitter.
And we don't know if later on the access was given. So we're going to see over this drop and future drops on whether they eventually got that back door. And we don't know what happened on other social media platforms, because we saw multiple times now references that, unsurprisingly, this is happening on other social platforms. So did the FBI get access to the API of Facebook, of YouTube, and even of TikTok? And you know, we've had similar concerns with TikTok and the Chinese government as well, but that's a discussion for another day. Number 20, time and again, FBI asks Twitter for evidence of foreign influence, and Twitter responds that they weren't finding anything worth reporting. Quote, we haven't yet identified activity that would typically refer to you or even flag as interesting in the foreign influence context. So then there's two emails here. They're too long to read, but I think Michael summarized them pretty well. You can read them. It's number 20. Again, for anyone that joined, if you want to go through exactly what we're reading, just check the pinned tweet above. Why is it glitching now? Oh, there it is. Okay. Number 21. Despite Twitter's pushback, the FBI repeatedly requests information from Twitter Twitter that Twitter has already made clear it will not share outside of normal legal channels. This is very different to what we saw earlier, Kim. And I know you said that this is prior to drops regarding the Trump election, because we saw when it came to the Trump election, Twitter was a lot more compliant, if you guys remember when we talked about these drops. And we're very critical about Twitter being compliant and the employees at Twitter. And then we made a point, we had some speakers make a point, they're like, guys, before we're critical, we just don't know what pressure they face. We haven't seen previous communication. So I'm not saying don't be critical for the speakers, for the audience. All I'm saying is that we're seeing more communication among Twitter and the FBI that kind of shed a different light on all this. So it's just worth noting that they did face a lot of pressure here. I'm gonna go to the next one, and I think it just crashed for me. It just crashed. We're up to 22, aren't we? Let me open it up now. Sebastian's with us, I think. Yeah, Sebastian's come up. All right, so and I want to bring back Steve, so I'll send him an invite because it dropped him off. So up to 22, is that correct, Kim?
Yeah.
No, 23. 22.
22.
Then in July 2020, the FBI's Elvis Chan arranges for temporary top secret security clearances for Twitter executives so that the FBI can share information about threats to the upcoming election. There we go. We're up to the election. This is a message by the
This is again really, really interesting, right? In order to build trust with this guy Joel and make him feel special, they're telling him, we're now giving you top secret security clearance. You are now one of us, right? These are the methods that they are using, what I was talking about earlier, the social engineering, the making them feel like part of the team, making them feel like they have a seat at the table of power to get them to do more and more for the intelligence community.
If I may, though, Kim, just to shed some light on what that system is. So I'm a former executive of a Fortune 25 company, and this is the same InfraGard system that they use. What it is a collective where they get executives, CISOs, chief information officers to be a part of a collective where they do share national security related information. And it's not new, but for Joel to get that kind of access is very unique. Number two, when you start thinking about the fire hose access that they're mentioning in this one, it looks like a lot of feedback.
Now, go ahead, man. It's my mic. Go ahead.
Your audio is really bad. Nana, I can hear it as well. It's not good. See if you can fix that.
All right. So, any other? I'll let before I continue because I want to finish eating, swallowing. But Protocol, do you want to give us your thoughts on what we just read?
I mean, I agree with Kim's analysis. I mean, I would love to hear what Sebastian has to say since he came up first. But I mean, in overall,
I'm ready.
The pressure that was there. I mean, in the deposition, Elvis Chan admitted. They asked him. They said, "Well, did you reach out to Twitter and other social media companies more than 100 times?" And he said, "I reached out well in excess of 100 times." So if he later admitted under oath in his deposition that they had no evidence of this alleged fraudulent 2016 campaign, and Twitter itself admitted that they didn't see anything similar to a foreign disinfo operation, what the hell was the FBI doing? Right? This is unreasonable search and seizure. You have to have probable cause to be doing this. You can't just have fishing expeditions, like ignoring the free speech issues, to provide all this private communications and data to federal agencies. I don't care if you're on the left or on the right. This is a bad thing. Right? They should have warrants. They shouldn't be able to just comb through all your communications to look for crimes later on. Like, this is not how law enforcement works.
I agree. Actually, before going, Sebastian, I'll give you the mic. I just wanted, is Edward still with us? Because Ed, you kind of pushed back against the criticism that the FBI was getting. I saw your tweet saying, I know you're just pushing buttons, but we love the FBI. We love the FBI. But do you agree that in this case, the FBI's, push to get access to the API of Twitter, do you think that's a step too far in your opinion as well? Do you agree on that point, or do you still think that's...
I mean, it does seem kind of drastic to me, but at the same time, I don't think there's anything illegal with it. They have the right to push for it as long as they're not forcing Twitter to do it. It's just like a subpoena. FBI can issue subpoenas for baloney, and they do it all the time. They issue subpoenas for stuff that they shouldn't have access to. And a company doesn't have to turn stuff over to them because of that subpoena. they can say, sorry, we're not cooperating, then their legal teams fight it out in court, or the FBI goes to a magistrate and gets a search warrant to go get it themselves, but then the court has to decide. So I think it does seem a little overboard. I think a lot of stuff that the FBI does in general, I feel is a little bit too much sometimes, but I don't think it's anything illegal, and I'm happy to see that Twitter actually did fight back on some of this.
Do you think it's ethical?
Ethical? If they really believe they had reason to do it, and they believe that they were helping stop election interference, I think it was ethical. If it was,
But the
being done
deposition
for
showed they didn't,
nefarious
right?
reasons,
Yeah, so
then
I think Prodigal. I think what he's saying is that if the deposition is true, for example, if they were pretending to try to stop election interference just to get access, or they had other intentions, I think Ed would agree. If that was the case,
I think that at the point in time, it was like right around election time, they were a bit in panic mode, and they're like, do we after whatever, like, you remember what happened before the 2016 election, and they came out and said Hillary Clinton's under investigation again, and then liberals attacked the FBI then because they felt that they shouldn't have announced an investigation that close to the election. I think the FBI was trying to do what they thought was best, but in some cases, I think what they think is best isn't always best.
So I'll go to Sebastian before I continue reading. Sebastian, it's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. I can't stay on the call long. I got to go to the studio. So first things first, I find it, I don't think ironic is the word, to have Democrats on these calls and left-wingers defend the FBI. You know, the people who hate the man and say, no, dissent is the greatest form of patriotism, now suddenly don't have issues with the FBI issuing subpoenas. So, you know, again, I want to bring
I actually just said I think
I'm not here to debate you.
Yeah,
Okay?
go ahead.
I'm not here to debate you. I'm not here to debate you. Okay, you are a flack for the establishment. I'm not interested. So let's try and bring the conversation
the same of you,
back
Sebastian.
let's try and bring the conversation back to the big point. We always get mired. I know this is the tempting thing when these little glimpses behind the curtain are revealed. We get mired in the minutiae and the granularity. Let's listen to what a former assistant director of the FBI said at 5:34 this morning on television. He said in his 40-year police career, he has never seen the likes of what the FBI have done in the last few years. Let's be clear about the constitutionality. For those who are phoning in from other parts of the world, America does not have an internal security force. We do not have an MI5. We do not have a Verfassungsschutz like Germany has. We have a federal police force that has been limited in perpetuity to what? Very specific federal crimes that involve interstate crime, kidnapping or bank robbery or counterintelligence. We don't have a service to spy on Americans. Sadly, we created a secret court system called the FISA, where you don't even have the accused or the accused lawyer in the room to say whether or not that person can be spied upon as a usurper, as a US person, as a US citizen. There is no constitutional authority for the FBI to go to a social media company and to request anything until a crime has been committed, or there is a signal of an imminent crime being committed, or an international actor is involved, like Al Qaeda or foreign intelligence, such as from China, North Korea, or Russia. What the FBI has been doing, and I will argue anybody on an open stage, what we have seen the FBI do in the last 6 years is utterly illegal and unconstitutional. And we need to be clear about this. We do not have an internal security service in America. The FBI anointed themselves such, and that is illegal.
I want to go back to the tweets. So we read number 22. I'm just reading it now, just make sure we read it. I'll read it again just in case I haven't. Then in July 2020, the FBI's Elvis Chan arranges for temporary top secret executives, to talk to Yoel and make him feel special. And we had Privacy Ronin, Jason Tate. You did mention that this is very unusual. And Kim, you mentioned that FBI does this to kind of lure someone in. Number 23, on August 11, 2020, the FBI's Chan shares information with Twitter's Roth relating to the Russian hacking organization, APT28, through the FBI's secure one-way communications channel Teleporter. So we got the message here from the FBI. all of, and that sends it to Yol and other people. By the way, whenever I say Yol, there's other people being CC'd, but Yol is the only name that's being shared by Elon and Michael. Yo, sorry, all. I've got some information to share with you via teleporter. You'll see an email from it shortly. You can download the documents. Thanks. And then Elvis Alcon. In advance of this week's meeting, I'm going to be sending you 3 documents. That's another FBI message. 3 documents through an FBI application called Teleporter. You will get links from no reply, which will expire in 24 hours. Please download the documents. The documents will denote the actors. So I'm providing them here. And then he mentions 2 actors. A-FITF topic, and then B-APT28, and then C-Sandworm. So 3. We'll be discussing A and B. We don't have anything additional for C at this point. No idea what he's talking about. Oh, it's a Russian hacking organization. All right, let's continue. Number 24, which is the last one I have. I'm sure if there's anything after it. It's
Okay,
a 30-second. So go ahead, Kim.
Real quick, Marco. Quick reminder here, right? We have the email from October that basically sets everything up for the hacking story, to stop the laptop story and to make sure Twitter censors it. And this one is from August 11. So they're basically prepping Joel with all of this information about Russia while they already know that this laptop exists, that it is real. They got it from the shop owner. They know it's legitimate. They know the shop owner had the right to take ownership of it. So with that knowledge in mind, they are prepping Joel, over all of these emails and putting him on a track to the point where the story comes out and they now say, okay, we have to do this. But in advance to that happening, they're basically telling him and putting in his head, Russian hacking, Russian hacking, Russian hacking.
Okay, and there's a video in the next one, number 24. But those dates, so what he's saying, Kim, just to make sure I understood it. Oh, let me stop that video. Oh, I'm not going to be able to play it because there's something else playing. Hold on, let me see if I could do... I'll figure it out. If someone could play a video. Actually, if someone could... There's a video number...
There he admits it. He says he has been primed to think about the Russian hacking group before...
Is that number 24?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're going to play the video. Yeah, so if one of the speakers, I'm going to read out the tweet, and Kim, and then we'll get one of the speakers, whoever could do that. If you could play the video number 24, I cannot because my laptop is streaming the thing. Appreciate it, man. Thanks, Dallas. So I'll tell you when. Just play. So you just get your mic close to it and play it on another device. The video number 24, so we could hear what Yoel says. But I'll just read it out first. Read out the tweet. Recently, Yoel Roth told Kara Swisher. Kara Swisher is from Informed. Let me see who Kara Swisher is. I'm having a look at your profile now. That he had been primed to think about the Russian hacking group APT28 before news of the Hunter Biden laptop came out. When it did, Roth said, quote, "It set off every single one of my finely tuned APT28 hack and lead campaign alarm bells." So going back to what Kim is saying, I'm just looking at Kara's profile. Going back to what Kim is saying, the FBI kept feeding information about Russian disinformation efforts and bot accounts constantly to the executive team at Twitter, knowing that the laptop, knowing about the laptop, so they can then link the laptop to the to a Russian disinformation campaign. So just to confirm,
like Joel says here, right? He has been primed to think about the Russian hacking. So what the FBI here did to him was a social engineering attack to prime him, to make him feel like this is going to happen. We've seen it in the past. Here's some evidence about Russian hacking groups and what they're doing, so that when they know the story drops, they have this guy ready at the trigger to execute what they want him to do. And that's exactly how this played out. So this guy, Eddie Chan, he played Joel from the very beginning to set him up so that they would censor the story.
So I'll have Dallas, if you can play that now, that would be great. The video for everyone to listen to it. Is that possible?
Yeah, let me know if the audio is okay. I'm gonna play it right now.
All right, let's give it a shot.
I'm gonna try right now.
we learn about DC and we learn about the intersection between APT-28, a unit of Russian military intelligence, a hacking group. And so the morning of the Hunter Biden story in the New York Post happens. And it was weird, right? We didn't know what to believe. We didn't know what was true. There was smoke. And ultimately for me, it didn't reach a place where I was comfortable removing this content from Twitter. But it set off every single one of my finely tuned APT-28 hack and leak campaign alarm bells.
So it looked possibly probably.
Everything about it looked like a hack and leak.
Wow.
I want to go. So I have two questions. If someone could let me know. First, what is the date of that video? When did he say that? And second, who is the person interviewing him, Kara? And what's that show? Is it is it leaning any political? Does it have any political spectrum to it? It's just very independent. And who's that Kara person interviewing him and the date? Does anyone have that information?
Well, Michael Schellenberger writes in his tweet that this interview was recently, so that would have been not more than 2 weeks, I guess.
Interesting. Okay. And do you know anything about Kara, Kim? Kara Swisher?
No, and I don't think she matters here. What matters is what he says,
Sure.
and that he was basically primed to think about Russian hacking.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any questions to be asked about what he said, but it doesn't look like it. Alexander, I'd love to get your thoughts on this before we continue.
Thanks. Appreciate it. I'll speak quickly. Kim, apologies. I was coming to a point and I was talking for a little bit. It's a lot easier to prime the pump and to social engineer someone who already hopes that that data is true, right? So if you take a left-leaning person, it's much easier to manipulate them if they think Trump is a Nazi, that he's colluding with Russia. Same thing, right-wing, not going to get into it, but it does exist. There are words like collude that's been spoken about since 2016. Dave Chappelle said it again on the SNL thing. Collude has a specific meaning used in a general sense to shift opinion, right? Gaslight, voter suppression. These are words that have been used deliberately and repeated over and over in a mantra, mostly on left-wing media. The right-wing media, Fox, etc., does the same thing, right? But my point is this. This has created an environment where division and conflict is easier because most of the people in the left-wing bubble are so deeply convinced of the truth of the information that they're seeing, they don't even need to sit and have a conspiracy. Exactly what George Carlin said. You don't need folks, they don't need to get on the phone and talk to each other and agree to do something together. Their incentives already align. So you have someone like
confirmation bias.
Yeah, who's been manipulated, who already thinks the White House is run by Nazis. It's not going to be very hard for him to be twisted, even if he thinks in his mind he's doing the right thing, he's being ethical, and he's being unbiased, because there's a lot of manipulation going on. That's why I said, even though I have a right-wing bias, you have to be able to look at the information. I always look at, if there's a news item, the best I can do, because there's so much data out there, and I can't personally verify everything. I don't have my own news crew to go and watch and video everything. I look at what CNN says something about. I look at what Fox says something about.
I do the same. I do the same. I always look at. I always check it. Whenever there's major news, I look at both publications, see how they both cover it, and then I try to find a neutral one, which most people would agree is neutral and generally not US based. But I'll go to number 25. Go ahead, bro.
I try to decide on the greatest good for the greatest number. Make your own decision on the data. And that's that. Thank you for having the space. Thank you for letting me talk.
Appreciate being here, man. Thanks a lot, Alexander. I'll go to number 25. In August 2020, FBI's Chan asks Twitter, does anyone there have top secret clearance? When someone mentions Jim Baker, Chan responds, I don't know how I forgot him. An odd claim, given Chan's job is to monitor Twitter, not to mention that they work together at the FBI. Let me read out the communication. So Chan sends it out to people at Twitter and CC someone from the FBI. I don't know how I forgot Baker is there now. Yes, he would be perfect. Can you put us in touch with him? We're trying to nail down a date and time to provide the briefing. I'm hoping there will be an unclassified tear line that can be shared as well. Thanks. Elvis. Hi, Elvis. Yes, we have two people. Would Jim Baker work? Let me know. And we've talked a lot about Jim Baker. If anyone doesn't know, he just got fired by Elon recently as part of the jobs because he was trying to prevent some of the information to be shared in those jobs. By the way, any speakers, if I get anything wrong, always jump in and correct me because I don't want to say anything that's not confirmed or incorrect. Then we go to the next one. Hi, FITF asked us to work with you to identify if there is anyone at Twitter who currently holds a TS clearance so they can get a briefing on something. I was told there might be a recent Twitter hire who still carries a TS clearance. Can you let us know what you think? Thanks. That's by Elvis. So again, just confirming what we just read. Number 26. So there's a response here. Let me see the response briefly if it's worth reading. And then I'll go to 26. So we've got here. All right, let's see who the response is by. All right, so they're talking about Baker here. Exactly 2 months ago by MSOR. How often do you talk to her? Maybe on a quarterly basis. That's Elvis Chan's deposition or something. Have you ever discussed with Mr. Zork, I don't know who knows what, or Miss Page, the prospect of a Russian hack and leak operation? No. The only investigation that I ever discussed with either of them was the Yahoo hack investigation. Can anyone look at this? Is anyone looking at this image? Is that Prodigal? You're pretty good at this stuff. Prodigal, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Which tweet is this?
Number 25, the second image. I'm trying to see. Is Elvis Chan being asked questions, I think. And I don't know who Mr. Zork or Miss Page, whether they matter.
Those are former FBI agents involved with the Russiagate hoax that were later fired. They had basically had back channel communications where they were setting up a quote unquote insurance policy against President Trump after the election, which in my opinion was meant to handicap his election and push the Russian narrative. They were both fired and disgraced FBI officials that were forced to leave the agency.
When were they forced to leave the agency?
I believe this was after the Mueller investigation began and it became disclosed regarding their communications, the affair they had amongst each other and other things.
Do you know anyone else associated with the... I appreciate it. Thanks, Jim. Do you know anyone else associated with the Crossfire Hurricane investigation? Answer is no, but I do want to add during those meetings that I had with Mr. Zork, Mr. Jim Baker. So Mr. Zork, I think, worked at Twitter by the looks of it because, they said there's two people at Twitter.
Mario, for what it's worth, it's pronounced Strzok.
Strzok, thanks, bro. Who was our general counsel at the time, would attend some of those meetings as well. Mr. Baker would attend those meetings that you had with Mr. Strzok, Mr. S, about the Yahoo hack. Yes, at least some of them. Who else would attend those meetings? Just 3 of them. It would be the 3 of them getting a status update from. They would be getting a case update from me. And then we talk about the Yahoo investigation. All right, so we'll continue the discussion. We're up to number 26 for anyone that's keeping it, 26 for anyone that's listening. Who is Jim Baker? He's former general counsel of the FBI and one of the most powerful men in the U.S. intel community. Jesus, he's that powerful. Baker has moved in and out of government for 30 years, serving stints
general counsel is the top lawyer of the FBI. So whatever they're doing where they're concerned, they're going to him and get it green light by him. So he is very powerful, or has been in the U.S. intel community.
Baker has moved in and out of the government for 30 years, serving stints at CNN Bridgewater, which is a $140 billion asset management firm, which is Ray Dalio's firm, and Brookings. So I'm not going to imply anything here. I'm just saying that Jim Baker, he was a very influential person within the FBI, just worked at all these positions. Now, there's nothing as you said earlier.
Can I add one thing?
Please
Mario. Comey called him his FISA guy. So not only was he the chief counsel, so he started in the DOJ in 1990, ended up as chief counsel for the FBI. He was the man on the FISA warrants. So the individual who signed off, who gave the advice to the director of the FBI on the secret FISA warrants to spy on U.S. citizens.
So Sebastian, okay, so I was muted. Yeah. My question to you, Sebastian, is so we all know that hiring someone who's ex-government within it's not that uncommon for large companies to do this, and there's various reasons to do this. We had an FBI whistleblower come in and say, hey, it's not that uncommon, but having them still communicate with the FBI and potentially help the FBI get access to information or get some sort of level of influence is a line that many of us would say shouldn't be crossed. What are your thoughts of how someone like Jim Baker working at Bridgewater, working at Twitter and other companies? Is that something that would you at CNN as well?
Well, look, I mean, it is a completely incestuous cesspit here in Washington, D.C. This is what we see, people going in and out of government. We're keeping their TS clearances. So, but it's what I said when we had this call, what was it, like 3 weeks ago? The only question that really matters is not that James Baker was fired by Elon for scrubbing the documents that he was trying to give to Matt Taibbi before he released them. The fact is, who was he doing that for? There's no way on God's earth that James Baker said, "Oh, I'm just going to scrub these because I want to." Who at the DOJ, the Biden White House, or the FBI, said that these are the ones you need to scrub? But let's be clear. It's not weird for Twitter to hire somebody like Kyle Seraphin said from the FBI or the CIA, but there's only two categories you'd normally do that in. You do that if you are hiring them to do government relations. If the guy comes into the C-suite and he's there to get you the cushy contracts from his buddies back in government. That's not what Baker was doing. The only other category, which Baker doesn't fit in either, is if you're an SME, if you're a subject matter expert. So Twitter has to guarantee, Telegram has to guarantee, Facebook has to guarantee that their platforms aren't being utilized for criminal purposes by terrorists, by foreign actors, or by child pornographers. If you bring in somebody who spent 10 years on the child pornography unit to Twitter, that makes sense. But Baker wasn't an SME, nor was he doing government relations. So how the hell does he slide in as deputy chief counsel, and whose initiative was he scrubbing those emails under? That's the real question.
And another important thing to mention, in his description of what he did with his professional work experience at Twitter, he provided legal advice regarding litigation, law enforcement, national security. So what happens when the FBI writes to Twitter and says, we want you to do this, this, and that, then the Twitter folks go to him because that is Baker's expertise. And Baker then gives them, something in writing that says, yeah, that's fine, go ahead, you can do that.
And that kind of gets, the next message kind of implies what we all have in mind, is that Michael says the following. As general counsel of the FBI, Baker played a central role in making the case internally for an investigation into Donald Trump. And there's an article here by the Wall Street Journal titled, FBI took Michael Sussman's allegation of Trump ties seriously. And then alarmed the agency's most senior officials, the FBI then top lawyer, Jim Baker.
So what's pretty clear is that this guy is a lynch assassination agent for the FBI to kill off, anyone who had power in the Republican Party. He was the attack dog for the Democratic Party, together with Strzok and these other people, to try and derail Trump's presidency. And this guy ended up at Twitter, shielding the data that Elon was going to give out to these reporters.
I do want to point out, by the way, someone just messaged me, Peter Strzok, sorry for butchering it, Dallas, but he was in the room 3 days ago. So he was listening to us 3 days ago. I'm guessing it related to one of the drops. So it'd be good, if anyone knows him, it'd be good to bring him on. I'm sure he won't come on and speak, but it's worth a try.
No chance, by the way.
Say that again, Fidgetal?
No chance he shows up.
I don't know, man. We've had a few, we had Hunter Biden show up. We had, who else is a big surprise? We had a couple of senators
but
come in and
unfortunately,
debate.
you didn't ask him a single relevant question, so let's not mention him anymore.
True. But I can say I brought him. All right, let's go to we're up to number 28 now? Yeah, I think so. So I'll just read out the title of the Wall Street Journal article. FBI took Michael Sussman's allegation of Trump-Russia ties seriously. Former official testifies. Bureau's ex-general counsel says lawyers' avowed civic motives spurred interest in its ultimately unsupported evidence of ties between Russian bank and Trump's company in 2016. We'll go back to the hold on. I'm gonna cast for anyone waiting for the COVID space. We're not gonna do it today, obviously, because of this breaking news.
28 is next.
Let's go to 28. Baker wasn't the only senior FBI executive involved in the Trump investigation to go to Twitter. Dawn Burton, the former next message kind of implies what we all have in mind, is that Michael says the following. As general counsel of the FBI, Baker played a central role in making the case internally for an investigation into Donald Trump. and there's an article here by the Wall Street Journal titled "FBI Took Michael Sussman's Allegation of Trump Ties Seriously." And then alarmed the agency's most senior officials, the FBI then top lawyer Jim Baker.
So what's pretty clear is that this guy is a lynch assassination agent for the FBI to kill off, anyone who had power in the Republican Party. He was the attack dog for the Democratic Party, together with Strzok and these other people, to try and derail Trump's presidency. And this guy ended up at Twitter, shielding the data that Elon was going to give out to these reporters.
I do want to point out, by the way, someone just messaged me, Peter Strzok, sorry for butchering it, Dallas, but he was in the room 3 days ago. So he was listening to us 3 days ago. I'm guessing related to one of the drops. So it'd be good, if anyone knows him, it'd be good to bring him on. I'm sure he won't come on and speak, but it's worth a try.
No chance, by the way.
Say that again, Fidgetal?
No chance he shows up.
I don't know, man. We've had a few, we had Hunter Biden show up. We had, who else is a big surprise? We had a couple of senators
but
come in and
unfortunately,
debate.
you didn't ask him a single relevant question, so let's not mention him anymore.
True. But I can say I brought him. All right, let's go to we're up to number 28 now? Yeah, I think so. So I'll just read out the title of the Wall Street Journal article. FBI took Michael Sussman's allegation of Trump-Russia ties seriously. Former official testifies. Bureau's ex-general counsel says lawyers' avowed civic motives spurred interest in its ultimately unsupported evidence of ties between Russian bank, and Trump's company in 2016. We'll go back to the. Hold on. I'm gonna cast for anyone waiting for the COVID space. We're not gonna do it today, obviously, because of this breaking news.
28 is next.
Let's go to 28. Baker wasn't the only senior FBI executive involved in the Trump investigation to go to Twitter. Dawn Burton, the former deputy chief of staff to the FBI head James Comey, who initiated the investigation of Trump, joined Twitter in 2019 as director of strategy. So I think what Michael's implying here is that a lot of people that were anti-Trump, that had a lot of influence within the FBI, worked at executive positions at Twitter. So the Dawn Burton was the director of strategy at Twitter. 29 is, as of 2020, there were so many former FBI employees, quote, and we had a gentleman come on the space, by the way, everyone, that told us that the number, I made a tweet about it, and he has a tweet about it as well, about the number of FBI employees at Twitter, and there was a bigger number at Meta, according to him. So as of 2020, there was...
it was 60 working at Meta, 15 at Twitter.
Oh, thanks for remembering, man. Yeah, exactly. So it's pretty. I didn't want to say these are big numbers, because I don't know.
15 as of now.
Yeah, as of now, after the firing. Yeah, exactly. It's a good point to make. But I don't. Everything is relative. So it's 15 a lot, not a lot. It's hard to tell, but people have said it's a pretty unusually high number. But I think what matters.
Let me just elaborate real quick why they are putting people from these agencies into such senior positions. They are the door openers for the assets of the intelligence community that are coders, that are database experts, that they bring into these big tech companies to create the backdoors, to create the Trojans, to basically give them full access to the databases. In some cases, I would say, without the tech companies even knowing the full extent of access. But in some cases, the big tech companies just open themselves up completely. And then we are in mass surveillance territory. And like Sebastian said earlier correctly, that is no job of the FBI. And just to be clear, in the Snowden documents, the FBI is part of this whole intelligence community, and any data they gather goes into a joint spy cloud that is shared with the NSA and other spy agencies. So anything that they collect about users at any of these companies goes into these spy clouds and stays in there forever, fully searchable and available at any time when they want to go after somebody.
I do want to say the person that shared that information, I'm going to read out a tweet they said, and I'm going to bring them up. I'm just struggling to bring them up. So name redacted. If you can request to speak, I'll bring you up. But he tweeted the following. He has a thread about it. After learning that Twitter employs at least 15 former FBI agents, I searched Facebook. What I found is alarming. Facebook currently employs at least 115 in high-ranking positions that formerly worked at the FBI, CIA, NSA, and DHS. 17 from the CIA, 37 from the FBI, 23 from the NSA, and 38 from the Department of Homeland Security. 38. DHS.
And
so I'm going to bring up,
by the way, is happening at every big tech company. And why are the CEOs doing this? Why are they surrounding themselves with these people? Again, it's access to power. It's a seat at the table. It's personal protection for them. It's protection for their businesses, their monopolies. They are getting something in return for letting these people in to their castle.
I'm muted. All right, so I'm just going to bring up name redacted and Fidget and Steven that just dropped out. In the meantime, yeah, because I want name redacted to kind of comment on this point. In the meantime, I'll go to Ed for another contrarian, because you're the contrarian today, Ed. Your force of that heavy of an involvement, name redacted, I've just sent you an invite, and I'll bring up Fidget and Steven again. But Ed, your contrarian view on that much influence by governmental bodies, these are pretty high numbers at high-ranking positions. Would you still not be concerned, or you think that's kind of getting into concerning
it's
territory?
something I would expect for technology companies in America, probably technology companies all around the world, is you want to have access to these agencies. You want to have people who have experience in cybersecurity, people who have experience in security in general working for you. I know if I was the CEO of a large company like Twitter, I would be trying to hire FBI and CIA and anybody I can find that has expertise in those areas.
So a valid point, but would you say, before I go to name redacted, would you say though having a governmental entity have that much influence on social media platforms, which kind of control free speech in today's world, would you say that could open up the door for, what we've seen in the last few drops? I know you disagree with a lot of points made over the last few weeks, but at least having the FBI, for example, have too much power in implementing an agenda they might have that might be based on bias?
I mean, technically, they're not with the FBI anymore. They're their own entity. So, I mean, do you say that tech companies can't hire people who have previously worked?
Community
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're just
won't.
saying
All right,
stuff that isn't right,
Yeah, I'll let you correct it.
Anyone who has ever been a member of the intelligence community is forever a member of the intelligence community. That's a code they all share.
So what you're saying is that anybody who's been a member of intelligence community shouldn't be able to get a job in the private sector once they leave?
Well, they shouldn't be getting access to user data at big tech companies. I think that's pretty clear.
I think that's a little extreme of a view there, because so if you work for the government, so how about any government position? Where do you draw the line? You say anybody who's worked for the government shouldn't have access to user data.
I'll go to name redacted.
If they wouldn't have been found to spy illegally and commit mass surveillance against all Americans. Maybe you could be a little bit lax about this, but if you're a big tech company and you have this knowledge from the Snowden leaks and everything else that came out, including Vault 7 about the CIA hacking tools, then you should think twice as a big tech CEO if you want to have these people in your organization.
Wait. So are you saying all FBI agents are bad because a few of them, or even dozens of them, were caught doing something illegally?
I'll say,
I mean,
so I
I
think
don't
what
think that's fair.
I think what Kim's implying is that it's just a risk. I agree with your point, Ed. Like not all apples are bad, but hiring some people from the FBI at such executive positions just opens up that risk because it's hard to know which apples are bad and which ones are not. So I'll probably find it. I want to go to name. Go ahead, Sebastian, and then I'll go to name redacted after. Go ahead, Sebastian.
Just Kim's point is the point. We're not talking about Joe Smith from the FBI we've never heard of. We're talking about the man at the center of the Hillary Clinton cover-up and the laptop cover-up. James Baker is the guy that Sussman went to with the fake Alpha Bank reports. This isn't just some average dude at some desk at some field office in Montana. You know, when Peter Strzok, who gets fired from the FBI for lying to the internal investigators, becomes a paid contributor, you know, on CNN and then MSNBC, these are the people you don't hire. This is the point.
Sebastian, in America, there's this thing where you're in.
Oh, sorry, I muted you by accident. My bad.
So in America, there's this thing where you're innocent until you're proven guilty.
From the FBI.
So
I'll go, guys.
Just to say that
the levels to which you will go to.
Kim, I muted everyone. Kim.
let's just have a civil discussion here. Let's not talk.
Do you mind, Kim? Do you mind if I go to name redacted? Because I brought him up because he shared that list name, and I only read one tweet in your thread. So name redacted. Do you mind sharing your findings a bit more and anything else you found? Because you're looking deep into this. And I know Fidgetal, you're unmuted. I'll give you the mic in a bit. Tom Fitton is with us as well. Welcome back, Tom. So name redacted. Go ahead, man.
So number 29 of the Michael Schellenberger tweet today, you could see if you pull up the picture, the email was sent from Matt Williams. He was, I guess, the newest FBI hire. He was listed under my original FBI thread. It's at the top of my page. And I guess maybe he's one of the guys that had the top secret clearance still, but you know, he knew Jim Baker. I mean, they all know each other, I think. And yeah, there were 15 ex-FBI hired at Twitter, all after 2016. And then the latest tweet that I put was on Facebook, and it actually turned out to be 115. And 2 points on that. Yes, former FBI, CIA, they can go get jobs. They're people. They're free to do what they want after their career. I think they're all, basically retired after 20, 25 years. And that's fine. But, to what Kim said, Sebastian said, it's just a bad look, especially if you guys look at my pinned tweet on my profile on Facebook. The head guy at Facebook currently of the misinfo department that's censoring tweets, the lead guy is former 17-year CIA that used to write presidential daily briefs, brief members of Congress, brief the national security. I mean, Sebastian, you probably even know the guy, Aaron Berman. He's the guy head of Facebook misinfo department, and he doesn't hide it. It's all over it.
So what you're saying, and kind of the point that Sebastian was making before Kim's infamous mute all button, is that, so Ed, what you're saying is that people who work at the FBI should still have a job, and I think Kim and Sebastian agree, but you got to be careful. You got to be careful on who you hire and what positions you put them in.
Yeah, but I mean, you had to have a clear-cut way of how you draw that line. Do you say because conservatives think this guy's a criminal, even though he's never been convicted or even indicted for something?
It's not a political thing. It's just that on the cover, does it look good that high-level former FBI like Jim Baker or Aaron Berman, CIA, should these people be in the head spots of a social media company censoring information?
Sure. I mean, you could say the same thing about Truth Social. Should Truth Social be run by Devin Nunes and owned by Donald Trump?
I want to go.
Devin
I want to
Nunes
go.
was never
That's
fired by anybody for lying to
that's not a
internal
fair
investigators.
comparison.
Yes, I'm gonna.
This is the moral. No, no, let me
Go
just
ahead,
make this
Sebastian. Yeah,
point.
of course. I'll let Sebastian finalize this point, and then I'll continue with the thread. Go ahead,
This
Sebastian.
is the moral equivalency argument that is absolutely fallacious. Devin Nunes wasn't fired from his job for lying to internal investigators at Congress. He retired from Congress after being the chairman of the Intelligence Committee. To compare that to individuals who actually fired from the FBI, who lost their pension for lying to FBI's internal IG, is not the same, and you know it, Krasenstein.
But so do you think? What
we'll
about
go,
Trump,
Ed,
who's under investigation?
we'll,
He's running a social media
we'll go back.
platform while he's under investigation for stealing top secret documents.
Yeah, we'll continue the discussion in a bit. Just want to continue reading the thread. So we're up to 26. Who is Jim Baker? He's the former general counsel of the FBI, 24 to 2018, and one of the most powerful men. We read that, and we read the Wall Street Journal article. Baker wasn't the only FBI executive involved in the Trump investigation to go to Twitter. Dawn Burton, the former deputy chief. So we read that as well. Number 29, which is what you referred to, name redacted. Are you still here, name redacted? We dropped out. You dropped out. I'll try to bring you up, and Harrison dropped out. But you mentioned that you've had that list already, some of the names in your list. As of 2020, there were so many former FBI employees, BU alumni, working at Twitter that they had created their own private Slack channel and crib sheet to onboard new FBI arrivals. Yeah, so I'll go to number 30. I just don't know what to make of this because, you know, it's not bad to have like little mini communities within a company, but then obviously that could lead to questionable actions being taken by such a small group. Efforts, so I think what Michael's implying that they had a lot of influence. Number 30, efforts to continue to influence Twitter's Yoel Roth. So again, we want to go back to Yoel, and that's why it's important not to jump to conclusions until we have all the files released. We can kind of, you know, imply a few things, but it's good to get the full picture because Yoel was like the devil to us a few weeks ago. Now we're seeing him under heavy FBI influence. In September 20, and a coordinated effort by what Kim said earlier. In September 2020, Roth participated in an Aspen Institute bracket, a quote, tabletop exercise, end quote, on a potential hack and dump operation relating to Hunter Biden. Okay, so when did the so Kim, because I know you were talking a lot about dates, when did the FBI find out about the laptop? I'm not sure if that's we have a confirmed date or not.
Well, they found out well in advance of the October story because they went to the repair shop owner, right? And the repair shop owner handed them over the original laptop, and he kept copies for himself.
At least since December of 2019.
And then the next question would be the second question. At least when? Sorry, someone's mentioned the date. Who was that? What did you mention? Sorry, sir.
It was this is Tom. It was at least since December of 2019.
Oh wow, I didn't know that far ahead. Okay, because in September 2020, that's ages in advance. In September 2020, they did an exercise with Yoel and others related to a hack and dump operation related to Hunter Biden. So it goes back to Kim's point that they were preparing Yoel for, and Yoel kind of mentioned this in an interview that they were kind of grooming him for such a story. The goal was to shape.
Even worse than that. Not only did they know that this laptop exists and that there is potentially a story coming out and that they are prepping big tech executives, about the censoring campaign. At the same time, they would have analyzed the laptop themselves and found this incredible amount of criminal activity, yet they have done absolutely nothing about it. So on the one side, they're covering it up completely and trying to shield their favorite presidential candidate from going under in a scandal that would have been a real scandal if it wasn't suppressed. And at the same time, they are shielding the president's son for his criminal behavior and the presidential candidate for, being part of that conspiracy of making money with foreign appointments that Hunter Biden only got because of his dad.
Ed, I saw you put 100% emoji. I just was really happy. I'm not sure if you pressed it by accident or you agree, but that was I like to see that.
Who, me?
So,
No, I didn't touch my phone.
oh, actually, so okay, it showed 100%. I'm not joking.
I
It
did
actually.
that for him. I did that for him.
We got to number 31. Okay, so we read number 30. Yep. And then number 31, and there's a lot of screenshots if you want to read them. Number 30, I just about the whole how they trained Yol and others for a potential hack and dump operation. And I'm going to put potential is like in brackets here based on the information we have. And that's me doing it, not Michael. So the organizer was Vivian Schiller, the former CEO of NPR. So that's the person that, hold on, am I missing something? Let me see. Am I, no. Swisher, Schiller. Oh, okay, it's different people. The organizer was Vivian Schiller, the former CEO of NPR, former head of news at Twitter, former general manager of New York Times, and former chief digital officer at NBC News. Attendees include Meta, Facebook's head of security policy, and the top national security reporters for New York Times and Washington Post and others. All right. So we're seeing that was, I'm just going to check the emails here, the names. There's a screenshot number 31 if you can see all the names.
I'm not sure if you read number 30, by the way.
Number 30. I'll read out 30. I thought I did, but I'll read it. Yeah, I did, but I'll read it out again. I didn't read it all. Efforts continue to influence Twitter's Yoel Roth. In September 2020, Roth participated in Aspen Institute's tabletop exercise on a potential hack and dump operation relating to Hunter Biden. So that's where I asked about the dates. And then it says the goal was to shape how the media covered it and how social media carried it. So that's what I missed, Kim. It's an important point. So again, the goal of this.
So what's important here, they did not just prep Joel and Twitter. They did that in advance with media and other big tech companies. So again, they already knew this laptop existed. They were expecting some story to come out because through the surveillance of Trump's lawyer, they had knowledge about this circulating, and they wanted to prep all their contacts in media and big tech to make sure that they can shut this down when it happens.
I would, Stephen, like, is there another way of looking at this before I continue? Like, we're just seeing a lot of, like, it's all pointing towards the FBI in a coordinated way, and no matter what your position is politically, in a coordinated way, trying to influence the story, and that's putting it lightly. Is there another way to look at this? Do you have a different take on it, or it's pretty clear and there's no way to have a different take on it? Because even Fidgetal puts 100% emoji, and he usually agrees with. He's more on the Ed side of the story. So what do you think, Stephen?
Sure. I mean, look, basically, what this latest file drop confirms to me clearly is that what we're looking at here is a very deliberate and heavy-handed bullying campaign on behalf of the FBI to control and dictate the narrative around this story. I mean, there were so many FBI, like one of the number 29 said, 28 or 29 said, there are so many FBI employees working at Twitter that they created their own Slack channel and a crib sheet to onboard new arrivals. I mean, this is just so excessive. So we're essentially treating Twitter as a modus operandi for the FBI. Now, keep in mind, as Kim stated earlier, the FBI had control of this laptop since 2019. That's an incredible amount of time to thoroughly review every nook and cranny of these materials. So furthermore, they were doing the same thing at Facebook, mind you, bullying Facebook into taking down this story, while launching investigations into the Trump administration. To me, this is such a blatant, obvious example of deep state corruption that's shocking, really.
And look what it evolved into. We are seeing the beginnings of this. And now look at the situation that we are in today. Complete censorship of topics that the White House wants to stop. Any kind of criticism about vaccines, any kind of alternative treatments to COVID, any kind of messaging that they don't agree with. Remember, the White House was opening this misinformation office to utilize all these contacts and all these connections that they have built and putting all their people into all these different organizations to literally do complete censorship of anything that they didn't like. And that needs to be called what it is. That is a criminal conspiracy.
I want to go to Fidgetal, because one thing about our audience is we have people that no one in our audience doesn't agree with one point of view, and we have people from both sides of the aisle. So Fidgetal, I want to try to get is there something? Do you have a different take on this? Because you did put the 100% emoji when Stephen was speaking. How do you see all this?
So for me, the interesting part, and thank you by the way, is just to have if we can all just have an honest conversation for 1 second, and we can assume and be honest that both sides of the political parties are and will and would try to do the same thing if they could, period, across the board, right? There's no way to ignore the fact that in this instance, the left machine was pushing a social media platform to drive a narrative. I think we can also say that very clearly, Biden probably did take a bunch of money and did do some illegal shit, probably a bunch of illegal shit. We can also, if we're being honest, say that Trump most likely was influenced by Russian propaganda and did a bunch of illegal shit. Before you jump down my throat, just be honest and look at yourself. The fact is, both sides do it. So what are we really talking about here? I think for me, the most interesting part is twofold. One, when we say that they forced Twitter to do things, I'd love to see some evidence of them forcing it. I haven't seen any of that yet. I've seen a lot of influence and request, and the inference that because a government official works in a company, therefore that's the government trying to infiltrate, fundamentally misunderstands why people work for the government in the first place. You work for the government so that you can get paid really good money afterwards.
Quick question
at a private company.
Just want to add a question to the point. So would you? It's a fair point that went forth. So we do agree, and I think all of us agreed earlier in previous shows that 90-something% of Twitter voted were on the left, leaning left. So. They didn't need much convincing. So you're right there. And we saw that in the Twitter files related to the Trump election, censoring Trump and others supporting Trump. And also earlier files showing the Hunter Biden laptop censoring. So it's a fair point to make there. But would you also say that like Kim was saying, how the FBI strategy is to kind of slowly bring someone into get a feeling of importance and bring them into their circle. So they didn't really force them as such, but instead they went through a systematic process to try to training them about a hack or leak and whatever attempt, I don't know what they called it, related to Hunter Biden, a hack and dump campaign against Biden, or operation against Biden. They did that before announcing the Biden laptop story. Would you agree that this is like a process? And first, I like the point that you made, this is more of a bipartisan issue and around censorship and too much power within certain institutions, especially when it relates to social media, considering their power. It's a fair point.
I think we should allow Tom Fitton to respond.
One quick comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom and Sebastian. Maybe
go
ahead. I'll let Tom go and then Sebastian.
Let me just.
Go ahead, guys. Sebastian.
So what? Again, we're doing the same moral equivalency thing. And as somebody who worked in the White House, whoever was speaking last, I can't stand these anonymous accounts where people don't have the balls to put their names to their accounts. Give me one example, just one, of a senior government official who is a bureaucrat, not a political appointee, but somebody at the FBI or the CIA taking measures to assist President Trump politically in a fashion that is outside his remit. Just one, not like the 20 we have at the FBI, just one.
I got cut off. So, Sebastian, actually, I got cut off, and my actual biggest point that I was trying to get to was I am flabbergasted with the assumption that both sides will attempt at least to accomplish influence in terms of public persuasion, that there was a report in one of the last drops that said there were no Republican requests. That blows my mind to Twitter to influence discussion.
I guess a fair point. I think Ed did mention earlier the FBI and I want to get into a whole discussion on this, but the investigation into Hillary just before the election was a point Ed made.
I mean, we could even use a Twitter example. In 2020, when Trump was president, the FBI or the DOJ subpoenaed Twitter for information on the Devin Nunes cow account, which was a parody account for Devin Nunes.
It's Nunes, not Nunes, and that's not an illegal, subversive thing doing behind the screen.
I never said it was illegal, but it's a comparison for
sure.
That's
an open act. We're talking about conspiratorial acts taken behind the scenes. You still can't give me one.
Because somebody that works within a private company as a private citizen who used to work for the
I'm
FBI
no.
can act.
I'm
That's
talking about using the
nonsense, Sebastian,
FISA
and you know
courts,
that.
using the FISA courts to illegally spy on members of the campaign that you know
Twitter didn't. Twitter didn't do that.
I'm not talking about what. Oh my gosh, you're not paying attention.
So we
Forget
have.
about it. Let's move
So
on.
I have. So we have someone called Alex. I don't know if I want to mention their name, but they sent me a story about. I could pin it above. Here's another note regarding government agencies interfering in social media companies to violate individual privacy. This is where the FBI took action against Apple to force cooperation. I don't know what it relates to, but I'm going to quickly check it out. Otherwise, I will go to Tom before continuing with the thread. Tom, good to have you back.
Thank you, guys. This is another important release of information. I wish it had gotten to the point sooner rather than giving us background we already know. We had the FBI General Counsel colluding with his colleagues in the FBI, classified security clearances being handed out like candy in order to incentivize Twitter to censor Americans. And as you read down, it becomes pretty clear, and the context has to be this. In 2016, the establishment left thinks they lost the election because of emails leaked in association with Russia in a way that embarrassed the democratic operation. And they think that needed to have been curtailed in a more aggressive way. And so their motive going into 2020 was to similarly tar any negative information as being Russia related as it pertained to Joe Biden. And so that's what they saw here with the Hunter laptop material, that they saw we need to put this label of Russia hacking on this material, even though there's no evidence of that. And they acknowledge there's no evidence of that. So here, and at the same time, according to these emails that are coming out, you have Jim Baker on that day talking to the top lawyer of the FBI. You also have Baker receiving classified briefings from the FBI. So, there's no doubt that the FBI was running Twitter effectively on this very sensitive issue. And so when you're talking, and to me, that raises all sorts of legal issues about conspiracy to violate the civil rights of the various targets of this conspiracy and outright election interference. And there should be not a select committee investigation, not congressional committee investigations. I say that, half jokingly, but there needs to be criminal investigations of the FBI and the DHS activities here, targeting, trying to protect Biden in order to influence the outcome of the election. And Twitter doesn't get a free pass because, quote, they're a private company. Private companies are not immune from laws against conspiracy against innocent Americans. And in my view, we're seeing evidence of criminal activity being disclosed here, not just not just a political scandal.
Just one quick question, by the way, Sebastian. I see you dropped out, so I've just sent you an invite. It glitches sometimes, so I apologize. Just a quick question. Protocol, you're pretty good. I know you probably have a million points to make, but I want to continue with the thread. So I've just got to ask you a question because you're pretty good at reading those reports. Was there, what was the story about Jim Baker or the other executive from ex-FBI person that worked at an executive position at Twitter getting security clearance? Can you just remind us what that was about, what type of clearance they got? Do you remember, Protocol, that part that we read earlier?
Yeah, it's just related to alleged election misinformation. But what people have to understand and what's been brought up is that, they were there for a rubber stamp, right? You have a deputy general counsel and you have the director of strategy, who are both former FBI agents, both involved in the Russiagate witch hunt hoax. So when they go to them for strategy or for legal advice, they're rubber stamping it, even if the FBI requests are unethical, right? And I would just add to that, this wasn't limited to Russia, right? The FBI and the DNI came out during the election and said there were both Chinese and Iranian misinformation attempts going on during the election. This was not an objective course of action by the FBI. And just to remind people, this was in the midst of a trade war with China, when there was anybody who said that the virus could have came out of a Wuhan lab was being censored. And the FBI never showed this same type of desire to push it, because pushing the Russian narrative, as people said earlier, only protected and helped one political party.
So just the reason Protocol asked you about the security clearance, just because someone sent me through a message. Let me see if I still have it open. Just briefly, it just says it's part of the. It's on the website. No, it's part of the. Oh no, yeah, it's on the website.
From me?
Can I transfer my security? Oh, who sent it? Is it who?
There's more,
Aaron
there's
Davenport.
more stuff now.
All right, yeah, I'll read it now. All right, so I'm going to continue reading them, and I'll get back to the clearance part that someone sent me. So number 33, I think we're up to. No, number 32. Whew, all right, by mid-September 2020, Chan from the FBI and Roth, Twitter exec, had set up an encrypted messaging network so employees from FBI and Twitter could communicate. I think we're talking about the teleport or something. They also agreed to create a virtual war room for, quote, all the internet industry plus FBI and ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So what's that war room like? I won't read the emails between them. That kind of summarizes them already. That what I just read. It's too long of an email. Then on September 15th, 2020, the FBI's Laura Demlow, who heads up the Foreign Influence Task Force, and Elvis Chan request to give a classified briefing for Jim Baker without any other Twitter staff such as Yoel Roth present. So now we're having a classified briefing to someone who's very influential at the FBI that's at an executive position at Twitter with the FBI, with Laura from the FBI. And I'll read out the very brief email that was sent to him, just going to give context. It says the following. So it wasn't sent from Laura, sent by someone else. Can you help Laura and Elvis Chan? I hope all is well. Hey, Jim and someone else. We don't know who the other person is. I think we do have another person from the FBI that worked there with Jim. Hey, I'm guessing that's him or could be someone else. Hey, Jim and X. I hope all is well. Can you help Laura Demlow and Elvis Chan of the FBI schedule a classified briefing for Jim? They would like to meet early next week if possible.
So this is important, right? Because Ed earlier made a point, well, why can't you hire someone who's former FBI? Because in this email, you see he's never former FBI. He still gets classified briefings. He still has a security clearance. So they go to these people and utilize them as if they are still FBI agents.
Well, what we know is that the Biden family has benefited from commercial deals overseas to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. That's not in dispute. That's based on the so-called suspicious activity reports that the Treasury Department has released because a U.S. Senate committee asked for it. These documents show the flow of funds from Russian, Ukrainian, and Chinese sources, among others. So we know there's been a flow of funds. We also know that the people sending that money have very close relationships with the government. So in the case of China, for example, which I believe is the most troubling of the group of foreign donors, you can actually look on the Hunter Biden laptop and find the businessmen who secured these deals for Hunter Biden. There are four gentlemen that are named. If you look at those four gentlemen, each and every one of them has close ties to the highest levels of Chinese intelligence. So, for example, one gentleman who he calls the super chairman, at the same time that Hunter Biden secures a deal with him that translates into about $20 million, that same Chinese businessman is business partners with the Vice Minister of State Security in China, who is responsible for foreign recruitments. This has been reported in Hong Kong. This is not just Peter Schweizer saying it. So you have the flow of funds. You have the flow of funds from foreign parties that are linked to the government and intelligence services. And then you have the third component of this, which is there's no discernible service or product or anything that Hunter Biden has brought to the table. So the question has to be asked, why are foreign actors like these four businessmen in China arranging deals worth tens of millions of dollars to the Bidens and not getting anything in return? And what's important to point out here is that Hunter Biden is the one who's the signatory on these deals, but the laptop also shows that money is fungible within the Biden family. We know that $2 million that arrived from China ended up with his uncle, James Biden. And we also know that Hunter Biden paid some of his father's bills while he was vice president of the United States. So this is not a Hunter Biden question. This is a larger Biden family question.
Now, one of the things that I hear from Democrats is that they say, well, you know, this is kind of common. And look, the Trump family had all sorts of business dealings with Russia. Is that true?
So the Trump family does actually have some deals in China, although they kind of were unwinding. And I raised questions about that and some of the finance deals that Jared Kushner was involved in the Middle East. And those need scrutiny, they need analysis. And by the way, they were scrutinized by the mainstream media. So that's a good thing. The Biden deals weren't, but there's also a crucial difference here in my mind. And that is the deals that the Trumps had with China. The one that really translated into money was a deal that Ivanka Trump had for the manufacturing of shoes and other things in her apparel line. That was a line started, 10, 15 years ago. My point being, those were actual legitimate businesses that predate any involvement in. You certainly need to watch them and be aware of them and take them into account. With the Bidens, we're not talking about that. Hunter Biden, after his father becomes vice president of the United States, suddenly decides he's going to go into international finance, ill-defined. He has no background. He has no experience. And he's not doing deals in London or Tokyo. He immediately goes to Russia, China, and Ukraine for those deals. So I believe all foreign deals should be scrutinized, but you have to differentiate, in my mind, the difference between, say, Michael Bloomberg, who his company Bloomberg has major business dealings in China, which need to be watched. But that's a legitimate business. You cannot compare that to Rosemont Seneca Partners, which is, frankly, in a large extent, a fictitious business entity that was funneling money to Hunter Biden and his family.
Now, what about Trump's relationship with Russia?
Well, there was no question. There were discussions, and there was a sort of verbal agreement to build a Trump Tower in Moscow, but there was no real exchange of money in that case. And again, I would say, look, that deserves scrutiny, but Donald Trump actually has built hotels and condos around the world. Certainly, it's not appropriate to be doing that while you're a candidate or president of the United States. But to somehow put that in a nefarious light when you're ignoring a business that has no history that predates your father being vice president of the United States, and you have zero track record in it, I don't think you can compare those two very effectively. Tony Bobulinski is credible because he provides the actual communications, the comms that took place. I've actually seen the BlackBerries and the phones where this correspondence took place. And it's very straightforward. Number one, Bobulinski released to the Senate and gave to the FBI correspondence that I've seen that shows clearly that they were not to discuss Joe Biden's involvement in the business. There are actual correspondence that Tony Bobulinski has with the business partners where they say, don't bring up the father's name, don't discuss the father in the context of the deals. The family's very skittish about it. In other words, the partners did not say he's not involved. There's a Chinese wall, so to speak, that divides him from these deals. It was, don't discuss it. And then you have correspondence when they're discussing a deal with CEFC. This is a Chinese energy company that is going to be setting up a Chinese energy infrastructure fund in the United States, that the ownership structure is such that 10% was going to be given to Hunter to caretake for the big guy. There's lots of correspondence on the laptop and in Tony Bobulinski's communications where the big guy is the reference for Joe Biden. So that's the first thing to consider. The second thing to consider is there is lots of evidence on the laptop that Joe Biden was familiar with his son's deals. And it's worth looking at kind of the evolution of what Joe Biden has said. When I first broke the story in my book, Secret Empires in 2018 about the Biden family's deals in China, the initial Biden response was, there were no deals. There's nothing to see here. This is fabricated. Then when it was confirmed that, okay, yes, there were deals in China, Joe Biden's position became, well, I never discussed those matters with my son, any of these business dealings. We now know, of course, that Joe Biden flew his son on Air Force Two to China, where Hunter Biden met with those Chinese business partners. And we also know on the laptop that, in fact, there are references to Hunter Biden saying to his business partners, I talked to my father about this deal and he's going to help. So now they've shifted from saying there were no deals, Joe Biden didn't know about the deals, to Joe Biden didn't benefit from those deals or did nothing to help these deals along. And my point is, this is what you need an investigation for. Look, we've got the transference of millions of dollars for no services rendered. Nobody's disputing that. We know the individuals who transferred this money have connections to foreign intelligence services. We know that Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden are close. They communicate all the time. They're not estranged. And we know that there are questions about the posture that the Biden administration has assumed towards China. So my view has always been, this warrants investigation. I'm not saying a crime's been committed. I don't know. I'm not saying that Joe Biden is on the take from the Chinese. We don't know. But I do believe that this deserves serious investigation by a body like a congressional committee that has subpoena power. And it seems to me, if we are prepared to investigate Donald Trump based on an anonymous dossier, and by the way, at least the first 5 or 6 months, I supported that investigation. But if we're prepared to investigate that, Iran-Contra, Bill Clinton and Whitewater, this is much higher in terms of the threshold of evidence and information we have that warrants a look and warrants a subpoena power effort to find out exactly what is going on here.
So I'll go to the next point, 34. On October 14th, shortly after the New York Post publishes its Hunter Biden laptop. Now we go. Now it's the action starting. Story, Roth says, so that was right after, quote, it isn't clearly violative, so it doesn't clearly violate our hacked materials policy, nor is it clearly in violation of anything else, but adds, this feels a lot like a subtle leak operation. So, we've seen the FBI kind of butter up Yoel to prepare him for this. And Yoel said later on and recently that he was influenced by this quote unquote training by the FBI. And there was a classified briefing with Jim, who had a lot of influence within Twitter. And he still, was at Twitter till recently. So when the drop happened, Yoel admitted that it did not breach Twitter's terms and conditions. And maybe the FBI knew this. Now, I'm speculating a bit here, but maybe the FBI knew this, and that's why they bracket. It isn't clearly violative of our hacked materials policy, nor is it clearly in violation of anything else. No, it doesn't end there, though. It doesn't end.
This is so devastating because the New York Post story has to be taken at face value by Twitter if they're conducting themselves honestly. They report what they reported, that this material was obtained as a result from a laptop that was left by Hunter at that place. So for them to suggest it was not true, that's advocacy. That's pro-Biden advocacy. So this is not an analysis. This is partisanship and ideology designed to protect Biden from the consequences of this report, which shows corruption involving Ukraine, China, and other places. And this is a smoking gun, or I guess the 19th smoking gun, depending on how you're counting it, showing that Twitter knew that there was no good faith reason to bar this laptop story. They did it anyway, and the reasons they did it were partisan. I mean, there's no other simple explanation because they don't have a simple explanation as to why they're doing it. And of course, they were doing it in league with the
Tommy.
FBI.
I think Twitter made a bad move here.
You just made my day, Ed.
Well, it's not just Twitter made a bad move. So here's what's important in this part of the release. Joel was giving them a little bit of pushback, right? And then what happens right after that, Baker gets involved and says and repeatedly insists that the Hunter Biden material were faked, hacked, or both in violation of Twitter policy. And when did this letter of the 51 intelligence community chiefs came out educating everyone about this being a Russian disinformation operation? Do you remember the date?
No. What's the date, Kim?
Can someone look it up?
Protocol usually know these things.
I thought you were being rhetorical.
I thought so too.
These are new drops. I haven't had a chance to look it over.
No problem. No problem.
No,
Kim,
what I'm saying is, so here's what happens, right? The big tech companies are responding to this social engineering attempt to get them to just destroy
the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like, you should be on high alert. We thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump of that's similar to that. The background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like, you should be on high alert. We thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump of that's similar to that. The background here is
every link to this material, and this will be reported back to the heads at the intelligence community, right? The head of the CIA, head of the NSA, head of the FBI, they are all realizing, okay, we may be getting some pushback here, but we really need to shut this thing down. So we need to give them more. Our agents are struggling to get this across the line. So what do? They set up this letter with 51 signatures of the entire intelligence community to give it more weight, and
which echoes what Baker is saying. It came out the next day, October 19th.
Exactly. So you see, when they realize there's some pushback here, and people are not convinced at these organizations that this is really a hack or that this is really anything but a leak, then they send out this intelligence community letter, which basically set the stage for everything that followed. That was the thing they needed to get those that they had already social engineered for months now to go along with it.
Kim, I have a question. I think Sebastian, if he was on stage, he'd probably not be happy with my question. But it's just, I'm curious. When the article came out by the New York Post, did it mention that the owner of the shop was legally blind and the shop had no camera? I'm not implying anything. I'm just really curious. I'm not sure if anyone read the story. Does anyone know the answer to this?
Yeah, that came out literally within the same day. the FBI warrant came out within the same, basically within the same couple of days. I mean, it had been reported that an FBI agent tasked with sex crimes and child sex crimes had actually interviewed the shop owner. So this was well known. And to be honest with you, my recollection is the New York Times and other media outlets had knowledge of the laptop, but refused to publish it.
Okay, Sebastian's coming back up. Let me bring you up,
Mario,
Sebastian. Yeah, go ahead.
Mario, could I add a point to that real quick, if that's okay?
Yeah, of course, Dallas.
So, yeah, so like this thing's been going on. Just, I mean, this has been at least since like the 2016 election, right? So you look at that time, and what was the big accusation? The big accusation was that you have, Russian interference, and we use these like vague words because interference could mean what? Political ad spend? Does it mean bots? Does it mean all the above? And then like what happens? What's the actual like meat on the potato or meat on the plate? So you have like Sundar Pichai and CEO of other social media companies go in front of Congress, and what did they say? They said that there was tens of thousands of dollars in ad spend, so it's totally bunk, right? And if people remember, I don't know if it's ever been mentioned on any of these streams, but you had somebody like Seth Rich, who's a DNC staffer, who ended up dying on the way to work. You have a video of Julian Assange saying like, hey, it's a tragedy that young man died. We don't reveal who our sources are, and the guy's questioning him on if he is his source. He doesn't say exactly he's the source. And then what do we have? Like just, a couple weeks ago, you have, I think the FBI requesting to have his laptop sealed for 66 years. So a lot of times you have information come out that is inconvenient for people with a lot of power, or they can, query favors to intelligence agencies who, kind of from what we said earlier, act as sort of like almost like a private police force or like a fourth branch of the government to help kind of run cover for some of the political establishment. And so often, which is really frustrating, I think, in these conversations, is people label it as but Republicans too. And it's like, that's missing the whole point. Nobody is saying that there aren't corrupt Republicans. The point, at least for me in my framing, is you have who is in the, deep state establishment and who is not. And those people exist on both sides. In my view, if you start sort of at the top down of the power structure on the Democratic side, you're really hard pressed to find somebody holding any meaningful amount of influence or power on the Democratic side that isn't totally caught up in that, right? Like you had somebody running for president like a Tulsi Gabbard, who, in my opinion, was outside of that. And what did they do? Oh, they said she's, a Russian. She works with the Russians. They throw the Russian tag on her as well. And like throwing the Russian tag on things, either like on an individual or an issue, is just a typical tactic that has been used by a lot of people in the establishment in the U.S. for a while, and they do that to try to muddy these issues so that they're complicated and they're radioactive and people don't want to touch them. And meanwhile, we have all the tons of evidence that show coordinated efforts amongst, again, like intelligence agencies with these companies to do all sorts of things. Like in the case of Tulsi Gabbard, what did they do? Like they literally disabled her ads account after that debate where she exposed Kamala Harris, so she couldn't capture any of that traffic. And so Google did that. We know they did that. And, whatever, next news cycle, and we just keep going. But like, it's run so deep, and it's just one thing after another where you have these groups, like kind of to the point I think Kim and others laid out, right? I mean, look how many these people are working in decently high positions at these companies. That's not to say anybody who's former intelligence doesn't have skills that could be valuable to a social media company, but when it's like your general legal counsel, I don't know if that makes a ton of sense, right? Like if it's a very specific issue that the people are brought there for, totally. But what it seems like is, again, it's the establishment that pretends to be who they need to be, and they'll pretend to be left or right or whatever. I mean, the establishment wanted Jeb Bush versus Hillary Clinton. Once we didn't get that, then you start to go after the people who are against the establishment.
Let me comment on something real quick. You mentioned the name Seth Rich. Anyone who knows me or my background knows about my involvement in the DNC matter. Many months before that leak happened, I gave an interview to Bloomberg telling them that it's going to happen. And the reason I was able to tell them is because I was contacted over Twitter by someone with a Twitter account, Panda, who told me that, he works at the DNC, he has some critical information. And I thought this is an attempt by someone in U.S. law enforcement to trap me into something because I have my own indictment against me by the U.S. government. So I handed that matter over to someone who I know is a data security expert who has worked with WikiLeaks. And I found out later that this guy Panda was Seth Rich, and that my source that was connected with WikiLeaks has been working with him to extract the data from the DNC and get it over to WikiLeaks. So this entire Russian collusion and Russian hack story is a complete fabrication. And both Julian Assange and I have offered to Mueller and his team to come to the US and provide him with a witness statement. The only thing that my lawyers requested is if I provide that service, that I will be allowed to return to New Zealand and continue to fight my extradition proceedings. But both of us have offered to testify, and both of us have never heard from Mueller. They were never interested in the real story behind the DNC. They wanted to blame it on Russia from the beginning. And when you look at what's happening in Russia now, I'm not surprised at all. They have been planning to go to war with Russia for a very long time. So they used this as an opportunity to flag Russia and make it a pariah by mentioning it daily and with hacks that didn't happen. And they used it to undermine the Trump presidency with hearing after hearing and all the things that everyone knows happened.
We learn about DC leaks, and we learn about the intersection between APT-28, a unit of Russian military intelligence, a hacking group. And so the morning of the Hunter Biden story in the New York Post happens, and it was weird, right? We didn't know what to believe. We didn't know what was true. There was smoke, and ultimately for me, it didn't reach a place where I was comfortable removing this content from Twitter. But it set off every single one of my finely tuned APT-28 hack and leak campaign alarm bells.
So it looked possibly problematic.
Everything about it looked like a hack and leak. We learn about DC leaks, and we learn about the intersection between APT-28, a unit of Russian.
And before I continue, I just want to give, I think it's well summarized by both Dallas and Kim. I want to go to Ian. Ian, good morning, man.
Good morning.
I'm guessing you just woke up.
Yeah,
So did you read the drop so far?
No, I have kind of the gist of it in that the FBI basically had this huge group at Twitter to the point where they were onboarding new FBI agents. So...
Yeah, so that was one part of it. Just to kind of summarize it, high level view, the FBI was, I would say, kind of pressuring while at the same time buttering up the executive team at Twitter for a potential hack and leak or whatever they called it, attempt against Hunter Biden, because they knew about the story. And any speaker, if you want to add on to what I'm about to say, just for Ian to get a brief, they knew, and that's for the audience as well, they knew about the story of the Hunter Biden laptop, as Tom and Kim mentioned, since end of 2019. You probably know this. So that means they've had a lot of time to prep the team before that information became public. So what the FBI did was they gave training to the executive team at Twitter. They tried to get a lot of access. They tried to get access for the API. And Yoel, the guy that we all hated on not long ago, was pushing back against the FBI. And then the FBI started making him feel special. We talked about Jim Baker's influence as well, making him feel, and Marco just joined, great, making him feel special about being part of the part of these briefings, the confidential briefings. So Yoel kind of felt really influenced by all this, by all these efforts by the FBI, and he said that in a recent interview that we played live on stage earlier. He admitted he felt influenced. So by the time the Hunter Biden story came out, and we're reading that message right now, we're up to the Hunter Biden, the New York Post article coming out. He said that he felt influenced already and kind of prepped. So when the story came out, I'll read out the message from the beginning because I kind of stopped halfway, and you'll kind of get where we're up to now after all that influence. But the FBI, there was pushback by Yoel, and there's some messages that show it between him and other executives, some pushback against the FBI, especially where the FBI wanted access to the API. to Twitter's API. So we're up to hear a message from Yoel to the FBI. Hey, thanks. That's about the New York Post article on the Hunter Biden laptop. Thanks. We're aware of this and are tracking closely. At this time, given the alleged provenance of the materials, brackets, a laptop mysteriously dropped off at a repair shop in Delaware, and brackets, it doesn't clearly violate our hacked materials policy, which we discussed in previous drops, Ian. Nor is it clearly in violation of anything else. Then I'll stop there. Now, it continues, and that's for the audience. We're up to there for the audience.
Wow.
That said, the questionable origins here are obviously causing a lot of people to make reference to 2016. And that's part of the FBI that's what the FBI was telling the executive team earlier. And my personal view on this, unsubstantiated by hard evidence as yet, is that this feels a lot like a somewhat subtle leak operation. Feels somewhat subtle. This feels as you're seeing the impact of the influence there. We'll be developing a recommendation for what, if anything, we want to do over the course of the day today. So that's the message by Yoel to the executive team. So while we're trying to bring up Marco, I'll help you out, Marco, to bring you up now. While bringing up Marco,
I think we may have to remove someone to get him up because there's already 12.
no, it should work. So let him. It should work now. I had the same issue with Ian earlier. So let him request one more time, and it should work. I'll send him an invite again. Marco, just request again now, and it should work. Where's Marco? But while I bring up Marco, Ian, what are your thoughts on what I just read and what I've just told you? It's pretty interesting to see Yoel resisting the FBI's
right. I mean, well,
attempts
it
for influence.
seems like it was part of the big lie, right? Like when I joined in, I heard Kim talking about how they used they wanted to go to war with Russia, and they made Russia this hostile entity, right? This enemy of the United States, even though Russia had nothing to do with anything. And they just kept going at it, despite the fact that it was later proven to be a hoax. And they built this entire mythology, if you will, based on that big lie that Russia influenced the 2016 election, and that's why Trump was elected. I mean, obviously none of that happened, but that was the story they were sticking with, and that's the story that drove the motivations of these actions, right? And obviously, the mention took everybody because people genuinely believed that the Russians had something to do with Trump being elected. And I mean, it was the reason why they even formed this whole policy in the first place, was to respond to the big lie, right? When they claimed in 2016 that Trump won because of the Russians, in 2018 they formed that group in particular at Twitter and as well as other social media companies, so that in the future Russians supposedly wouldn't be able to influence any sort of future elections. But we all know none of that happened. But what they did was they used that lie to suppress the truth about Hunter Biden, the truth about Joe Biden himself, who, for all intents and purposes, I mean, we've seen more recent polls asking Democrats if they would have still voted for Joe Biden had they known about the Hunter Biden revelations, and the vast majority actually said no, we would not have voted for him because of how he was
I was gonna ask about this one because I saw a different poll, so I might want to check mine again, that said that it wouldn't have impacted their position, but that was about a week ago, so I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think
but
that's
it's
more
interesting.
Biased, right? That's more of a biased poll, but this poll was done, I think, after the Hunter Biden revelations came out, so it was shortly after. It was like a few weeks after they did a poll, and that's when it was fresh on people's minds. So I think that one is more accurate, if anything, because it shows that had they learned at the time that Joe Biden had all of this quid pro quo going on with Ukraine, then they would have not voted for him because he's corrupt. But now, obviously, it's 3 years later, and no one cares anymore about this issue, right? It's like not a big deal to them.
Quick question, just before I continue reading the thread, Ian, and Kim, I'll let you do an introduction to Marco. But Ian, just one last question, if you don't mind. Do you remember who did that poll? The one you just referred to?
No, but I'm pretty sure it was independent.
Okay.
It wasn't something that was it wasn't like
biased.
Fox News or
Interesting.
something. Yeah.
Okay, nice, interesting. Kim, I'll let you do the introduction.
Marco, so you keep saying, and rightly so, that Joel wasn't in on it from the beginning. And this is just how it works, right? These people in the intelligence community are trained to turn people into assets. And they do it with social engineering. They do it by giving them incentives, by giving them little rewards, giving them security clearance, offering them a seat at the table, telling them that what they are doing is great for the country and how patriotic they are. And so over time, they get to them. And as you can see, they are also ganging up on him. It's not just Chan, it's also Baker and other people chiming in. So this is their modus operandi. And that is what they do with every media asset that they, turn into a censorship bot for them. That's what they do with big tech companies, with the people sitting in the moderation departments, having access to, databases and user data like no other Twitter employees would have. They are literally the let's say intel agents at these big tech companies, and obviously they are not rolling over immediately when they are being approached by the deep state. So these are things that take time. They need to be developed. But the beautiful thing about this release today is that we see how that all progressed.
I want to bring up a speaker who's Mike Benz. I'm going to try to bring you up, so please request to speak. The team reviewed what you just shared with us. So Mike Benz, please request to speak. I know you're trying to come up. I'm going to continue reading it, Kim, while we'll try to bring up Mike, and then I'll let you introduce Marco as well. So we're up to number 34 for anyone listening. On October 14, shortly after the New York Post publishes its Hunter Biden laptop story, Roth says, it doesn't, I think that's what I just read. Number 35, in response to Roth, Baker repeatedly insists that the Hunter Biden materials were either faked, hacked, or both. Now again, whose materials? Baker. So Jim Baker's position was, what was his position at Twitter? Anyone remember?
Deputy General Counsel.
Yeah, General Counsel.
Okay.
Deputy General
Were
Counsel.
either faked, hacked, or both, and a violation of Twitter policy. Baker does over email and in a Google Doc on October 14th and 15th, and then there's screenshots of him trying to make that point to Yo. So we're seeing Jim Baker, who was ex-FBI in a very powerful position, as we talked about earlier, trying to influence the executive team, in this case Yo, that this was hacked material. And I'm going to read out a couple of emails. One additional comment: I've seen some reliable cybersecurity folks question the authenticity of the emails in another way, i.e. that there is no metadata pertaining to them that has been released, and the formatting looks like there could be complete fabrications. Next one is, there's a longer email there doing the same thing. I support, this is Jim Baker saying it to the Yoel, Vijaya, and others. So we're seeing like Jim Baker had a lot of influences on Yoel and Vijaya, and we're seeing the FBI played a big role as well. So it kind of,
Just so you understand this, at this point, Baker is in a superior position to Roth. So when he tells him that, he's literally talking to him as his boss.
So I'm going to read out to, sorry, go ahead, Tom.
I think Kim's being charitable in how he described how he's correct in the sense the FBI was obviously using Twitter and quite professionally as a resource. But when the Hunter Biden scandal hit, when this laptop hit, that was almost irrelevant. They didn't need to, none of that work was necessary. They all knew what to do. They had long been scarred by Trump winning in 2016, and they were fearful he was going to win again as a result of this story. So they immediately thought, well, we need to suppress it. And then they started making up information in order to justify the fact that they can suppress it without having any evidence it violated the rules. And this is, the FBI is almost irrelevant here when you see what Lang Seol and Baker and the other lawyer went to suppress this information. They had no good faith basis to do it. And believe me, if the FBI was saying we should suppress it, you probably would have seen that already here. So I don't want to overstate that the FBI caused them to suppress Hunter's laptop. There's a lot of interesting information in that regard. Here, this was a nakedly political act by Twitter to interfere in the election. And recall, they were doing it in concert with, as previous drop showed, the Democratic National Committee and the Biden campaign, and they denied it to federal authorities, which is a crime.
Tom, you weren't from the beginning. So what we were reading out were some pushback that Joel was giving the FBI about warrantless access to data, about not giving them access to the API and the database of Twitter users. So he was giving some pushback, and the FBI, in concert with Baker, have basically social engineered him to put him in a mindset where he is open to do what they are asking him to do.
So I want to go quickly, guys. Oh, okay, all good, all good. Sorry, Ian is
Well,
is reviewing it.
that's a fair analysis. That's for sure. That's a fair analysis.
In the meantime, I'll go to before I continue reading. I'm just chatting with Ian about the two things. Okay. All right, we're bringing up Mike.
While you are looking for that,
Kim, go ahead, please.
Marco, we had someone in here earlier who was challenging that the emails from the Hunter Biden laptop did not have any kind of metadata. Can you tell us, were there headers with the emails? Was it all complete like we would have it on our computers?
Well, thanks, Kim. And again, this is Garrett Ziegler, founder of Marco Polo. It's a nonprofit research group. There absolutely was metadata, and this has been confirmed on the day of the drop. There was a security official named Robert Graham who said, who basically released an article and said, yes, finding DKIM signatures is not very difficult. In fact, one of the mistakes that the New York Post made, and I do admire their courage for running this story, but nevertheless, the New York Post made a mistake by not posting that metadata at the top of the story. It was a self-inflicted wound, whereas they could have cut the left-wing narrative off at the knees by just simply releasing the matching DKIM signatures, because the Ukrainian executive that had emailed Hunter, that was the basis for the story, Vadim Pozharsky, was using a damn Gmail account. And Gmail is one of the COTS services that you can easily verify whether an email is, legit or not.
Yeah, and another thing that this person was claiming was that there was no evidence of any wrongdoing by Joe Biden. Can you elaborate?
Yeah. So if somebody would just go to Biden.digital or here'shunter.com, and I also posted our dossier as a quoted message above this space, you'll see that we have Joe on at the very least 7 federal felonies, and these include tax evasion, Foreign Agent Registration Act violations, and actually using non-public information for financial gain. And all of these scenarios that I'm talking about, Kim, have at least 2 pieces of corroborating evidence, meaning we don't just go off one email. There are at least 2 pieces, because the Biden family mantra basically is plausible deniability. They want to create as many layers of information laundering and basically comms between Joey and the rest of the crew to constantly maintain that plausible deniability. And so the person who is saying that is, first of all, probably engaging in whataboutism, meaning me saying the statement that we have Joe on at least 7 crimes, probably in a Pavlovian dog-like response is going to say, well, Trump committed crimes. Well, again, I'm not.
That's exactly what he did.
Yeah. Sorry, I was away from my computer, so I didn't listen to them. But that's essentially like the 7th grade logic they use is whataboutism, and we have to set that aside and say, well, no, we're not discussing that now. We can discuss that later at a later time if you'd like, and we can engage with that as rational beings. But again, there is such a protection of Joe and Hunter that it's like your first child. They cannot let the conversation go there. And again, I think that this drop number 7 with Michael Schellenberger, I think the most intriguing tweet of this drop is number 7. I would absolutely love to see the 10 documents that Elvis Chan uploaded to their little fancy portal for Yoel to look at, because if that had anything, and I think this Twitter drop is a little bit of an unintentional kind of limited hangout, because if the 10 documents that Elvis uploaded on October 13th, 2020, and that email came through at 6:22, if somebody's looking at this thread right now, if that had anything to do with this cache of documents coming from the New York Post, that is effing insane, pardon my French. But if it doesn't, then I think the message is a little bit just coincidental that it came out the night before, the night before the New York Post story drops. I think another thing that's been lost in this is the email from George Masiris is alone a smoking gun. If we had a non-partial press in this country, Hunter's attorney emailing the laptop shop owner the night before the New York Post story runs is enough to say this demands further inquiry. And so I think that, our dossier talks about that, Kim, but that needs to be emphasized more, that Hunter's attorney knew all along this thing was real. And they were probably shitting their pants the night before the New York Post story runs. Ergo, you have him calling frantically the laptop shop owner.
Garrett, I'm pretty sure Tom Fitton is going to make all kinds of information requests to find out what these 10 documents were. I have no doubt about it. And by the way, for anyone here who wants to listen to a 3-hour space that I did with Garrett about everything to do with the Hunter Biden laptop, it is such an intriguing, wonderful piece of work. I really enjoyed that interview with you. You can find that on my timeline. It has been listened to, I think, 190,000 times now. So anyone who doesn't have the full
190,
context,
Kim.
So I'll go and Kim,
right?
Kim as well. Just want to go for everyone. The January 6th U.S. House Committee is holding a live public hearing now about the January 6th events. So I'm going to send the link. Dallas, if you can play it live. I was just talking to Ian behind the scenes. Ian, if you could request to speak Ian again, I can bring you up. I know it's glitching for you. I will have Dallas play it live for the audience. No. So not number 37. I'm going to send you a YouTube link right now and a link to my WhatsApp as well. So you can play the audio of that live video. I'm not sure if you got it. Did you get any DM from me yet? Can you check your Twitter?
Actually, I was going to ask you if that was a legit DM. I was like, what? It's got a little strange, but I'll
No, that's
I'll message back.
yes. It's my team. Yeah, message back. There's a YouTube link. I just want to stream it now for the audience just to cover that live as well. So I've just sent you through the YouTube link now, and I'll send you through the. You can message me on WhatsApp if you want, but otherwise I've sent you through a YouTube live comment on WhatsApp because I don't use Twitter DMs. I just use WhatsApp because I just get way too many Twitter DMs. But yeah, if you can play that stream live, can you plug it in and make sure the audio's clear?
You haven't been watching this the whole time, dude?
You've been watching it the whole time, Fidgetal?
Of course, I'm literally drafting legal documents. And
oh shit! Can you play the audio live right now and give us an overview since you've been watching it for a while? What's happened so far? And just play the live stream right now.
I can't play the live stream, unfortunately.
I'll get Dallas. So while Dallas is setting that up, what have we found out so far from the committee?
They're laying out the criminal referral for charges against Donald Trump. The second one is conspiracy to defraud the United States. The first conversations were about inciting insurrection. So they're basically, again, the Congress can't place charges themselves. So they're laying out the argument and referral that they would like, essentially, for the government to charge Donald Trump based on the last hearing date from the January 6th committee hearing.
And two questions I have for you. So how important is this, and what will be the next steps, and how long does it last?
I think the most interesting part about this entire thing, and it's funny how timely of congressional decision making and progress, right? So the democratically led investigation could have ended a while back before Congress now becomes a little tighter, right? So the question becomes, with the new shakeup of both the House and Congress, did they ever actually intend to charge him at all? And again, the point I was trying to bring earlier in terms of being a moderate voice is, like, we can just have honest conversations about things, right? Twitter fucked up, period.
And before we go back to Twitter, sorry, Fidget, and how long does this meeting or hearing by the U.S. committee, how long does it go on for? The one that's streaming right now?
This will probably be another hour or two.
Oh, the whole thing will be an hour or two?
Yeah, it's already been going on for about an hour.
Oh, okay. And I can see here there's a breaking. Pence says Department of Justice. So we're just going to share breaking news. So what you can do, Fidget, if you're watching it live, you can share with us information. I know that there's someone else here that's usually on the panels watching it live. So I'll just share in things as we find them out. Instead of streaming it all live, I think it's better we just share what we find out as we go through the drop. Breaking, Pence says, I'm just going to read out exactly what I read. Pence says Department of Justice charges against Trump for January 6th would be, quote, terribly divisive. Okay, the rest is their opinion on it. And then,
so what they're basically doing is what Marco was referring to earlier with regards to what Biden did with basically, in essence, accepting money from a foreign government and not disclosing, right? You build charges around like singular legal causes of action. So they're going around basically, if he did incite or assist or aid and abet the insurrection, what does that mean in terms of charges for him? So there would be the incitement process, there would be false informations, if there's financial stuff, there would be tax and wire fraud. So we're literally watching it happen right now from Mr. Raskin.
All right, perfect, mate. Just share with us. I've got a link there where there's anything important that's going to be mentioned. I can share it with the space with everyone here listening. Instead of listening to the entire stream, we'll just share the key points live with you guys. And Fidjil, you could do the same and just jump in whenever there's something important. Like you remember how chat used to do it, and you can share it with everybody.
Fidjil, I have a question, and maybe this is more for the audience because I know the answer. But if he gets charged, what does this mean for Donald Trump's bid for election in 2024? Does this mean that he can still run or no?
So you want the deeper stuff is if he's actually charged, yes, he could still run. I would, this is kind of undermining a left approach. If I were liberals or if I was a Democratic Party and I wanted to ensure that there was a Democratic win, I would probably not either go through with the charges and allow Trump to run to divide up the right between DeSantis and him, and possibly even encourage a Kanye run, because my guess is that the Republicans will win next election unless the left can divide them in multiple fractionalized ways. So I think this is all going to play out very, very, and this is me being honest, I think it's going to play out very, very, very selectively. Nothing will end up sticking, period. Nothing ever does stick with him. So this is about optics.
This is all about optics. And of course, the Biden DOJ is going to charge Donald Trump. And they are going to use it in the 2024 election to say, you know, I've been charged with these crimes. And then they're quoting from the indictment and reading out all the charges and basically creating optics that make him unsuitable as president. Look what he has done. It doesn't even matter if this ever goes to trial or if this is ever heard in any greater detail. Just to be able to throw these allegations at him in a let's say presidential campaign, if he wins the nomination, that is going to be something that Donald Trump will have to deal with.
Yeah, and further divides the Republicans as well, right? So unless they get him into prison, right, it's quite clear that it's going to be a divisive issue among the Republicans during the primaries. Now, if they get him into prison before that, DeSantis obviously wins, assuming he runs.
I'm surprised that like he can still run for president if he's.
Well, he's not guilty. He's not guilty.
Innocent
right?
until proven guilty, right? So,
and how long to get a verdict?
Well, first
years, because he'll appeal.
Case heard, but this is not what this is about, right? They don't care if this will ever be heard, if there's any actual judgment. All they care about, and this indictment is going to be juicy. There will be all kinds of charges in there that they can quote from the indictment. The opposition presidential candidate will hold it up in the camera and say, look, this guy is charged with serious crimes. You know, this is how they're going to play this in the 2024 election.
He's in much more risk from the SDNY, to be honest with you. The non-governmental or congressional charges are a far bigger risk to him because he can't control them as much.
I'm going to read out just some. There's a website that's summarizing important takeaways just for the audience. So 1 minute, it's 1 minute ago, 9 minutes ago. So there's a few of them just to catch up on it. So I'm going to read them out as they are. I haven't read them yet. Congressman Jamie Raskin has outlined the criminal charges that the committee will recommend against Trump for his effort to overturn the 2020 election and subsequent role in the January 6th riot. The charges are obstruction of an official proceeding, conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to make a false statement to the federal government, inciting, assisting, or aiding insurrection. Then we got 9 minutes ago. Trump summoned rioters, so summoned is in inverted commas, summoned rioters to Washington, D.C. Congresswoman, Democratic Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy, has highlighted Trump's role in inciting the riot by pushing to bring his supporters, who ended up attacking the Capitol, to Washington, D.C. last year. Quote, and he turned to his supporters, those who believed his lies about the stolen election. So that's the Congresswoman quoting this. He summoned the crowd to the nation's capital on January 6th, hoping that they would pressure Congress to do what he could not do on his own, said Murphy, referring to overturning the election.
Boy, that's called freedom. That's called petitioning the government under our First Amendment.
I'll go to 21 minutes ago. Kinzinger, one of the two Republicans on the panel, highlighted Trump's push to pressure the Justice Department to help overturn the election and validate his false fraud claims, and the resistance he met by top prosecutors. And they got some documents there. They were almost we're more than halfway. Schiff slams Trump.
They've approved. They've approved the actions. 9-0.
And 9-0. And what does that mean? Can you tell us more what that means?
That means that they're going to go ahead and send in the recommendations to the Department of Justice, and it's going to be up to the DOJ to decide if they want to charge Trump. So these are the recommendations, and they're very likely follow through because, I mean, it's 9-0, right? So yeah, there's no dissent.
And that was expected?
Yeah, the whole thing's expected.
It's a rump committee. There's no minority party representation on the committee. There are two nominal Republicans who were appointed by Pelosi, but the minority party was unable to appoint anyone. So this is an extraordinarily unusual witch hunt-like process, a rump committee of one party trying to jail the top opponent of the sitting president who dared to raise questions about the same president's reelection.
To be clear, Tom, there was an opportunity for the Republicans to nominate. The people they nominated were turned down, and they didn't opt to nominate other people. So let's just be even-handed.
So what's the difference between what I said? They refused to let the Republicans have their nominees, have their appointees on the committee. Thank you for further confirming that this is a rump committee that has no appointees of Republicans because Nancy Pelosi took off the top 2 or 3 Republicans that would have been there, such as Jim Jordan. I mean, this is extraordinary that we would consider this to be a legitimate process.
I didn't say that. I'm trying to have conversations of some sort of parity here where we can acknowledge, right? I'll sit here and acknowledge, yes, 7 very left-leaning Democrats, 2 left-leaning Republicans. Agreed. Can we also be honest about the fact that the Republicans had the opportunity? I'm not saying it's one way or the other. Let's give facts so that people are hearing facts so we can actually we're all humans, right? The fact is, there was nobody that was that balanced power in that decision making. Agreed. It is also honest and true that the Republicans did have the opportunity to put people on that committee, and they chose not to. Both are not okay.
They had no practical opportunity to do that. To say that you can't put on the people you want to put on, and therefore, you have to take it or leave it. That's not a meaningful opportunity to appoint anyone to the committee.
We're being honest, though. We know that they chose those people because they would be turned down, and they had the opportunity to put other people on.
That's just absurd. That's just absurd. That's not being honest. That's being political. In committees on the Hill, you put your strongest members, especially in sensitive committees like this, to advance your views. And Nancy Pelosi decided to take away that ability, that process right for the Republicans. Now that's the reality of it. So this is the process that's resulted in the Justice Department, of one-sided process that's resulted in this Star Chamber-like procedure that is now, again, taking the powers of Congress, abusing them, and hoping that the Justice Department further abuses Trump based on that.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong, and I'll if we can just logically walk through steps. And I'm happy to be wrong. In fact, I prefer to be wrong. It's the only way we learn. Did the Republicans submit people to be on the committee?
Yes.
Were they most likely if you were on the left, people that you would probably turn down?
No, because it just didn't. That doesn't click in the ordinary operations of Congress. It wouldn't have occurred to the majority party in most circumstances in modern memory to tell the minority party which representatives they couldn't have had on such a committee. That's not the way it's been done.
I got you. So
I'm
last
sure there's
question is
always
simply,
an example that proved the exception or exceptions that proved the rule here, but this is just extraordinary what happened. And
So I'm
as a
sitting here
result,
saying
the
it was a
committee is
farce.
nakedly partisan and political and has had no voice or no cross-examination or no even questions that were contrary to what Nancy Pelosi wanted done.
Tom, don't forget they would have let up Liz Cheney if she was an option. Hey, that's a Republican, right?
Well, that was not the appointee of the minority, though. She wasn't the appointee.
I'm being sarcastic. I'm just
Yeah,
pointing at the partisanship of they don't want any, like they'll tolerate some conservatives if they are establishment people who will go along with the game.
All right, I think we should make with the Twitter
the drop. Yeah. I was gonna say this. So number 35, in response to Roth, Baker repeatedly insists that the Hunter Biden materials were either faked or hacked. That was the last thing I read. And there's screenshots of that. I read 2 of them. Number 36, we're almost done. And yet it's inconceivable Baker believed the Hunter Biden emails were either fake or hacked. And I think we have on stage, we have Marco who said the same thing. The New York Post had included a picture of the receipt signed by Hunter Biden and an FBI subpoena showing that the agency had taken possession of the laptop in December. Out the tweet in the meantime. Likely would have taken a few hours for it to confirm that the laptop had belonged to Hunter Biden. Indeed, it took only a few days for journalist Peter Schreiser to prove it. And that's what we were talking about earlier. Dallas, do you got the video? No rush, man.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, cool, man. I'll let you play it. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. Here we go.
When the laptop dropped in 2020, I had no idea where it came from. I didn't know if it was real. But what I did was I took the files on the Hunter Biden laptop and I compared it to bodies of information that we knew were absolutely true. So, for example, the Secret Service, again at the request of the U.S. Senate Committee, had released Hunter Biden's travel records. So we were able to take the laptop and say, when he says he's in Dubai, does that correspond with the Secret Service travel records? If he's emailing somebody and saying, I'm in Hong Kong, does that line up? In each and every case, it lined up. Then we compared the laptop to the suspicious activity reports, the SARS reports. When the emails referenced $5 million being wired to Hunter Biden's business, does that correspond with the SARS? And again, it lined up completely. And the laptop really came out at about the same time as the Secret Service travel logs and the wire transfers. So it really would not have been possible for somebody to create thousands of emails simultaneously to demonstrate it. Then the final thing we did, Michael, is we looked at Hunter Biden's laptop emails and we compared them with a collection that we'd received from Hunter Biden's business partners, a guy named Bevan Cooney, who's in jail. He shared his Gmail account with us and we looked at it. The Hunter Biden laptops that have Bevan Cooney correspondence on them, do they actually line up with Bevan Cooney's Gmail account? And again, they did 100%. Now, I was able to do this in Florida with my researchers. The New York Times, the Washington Post, CBS News, ABC News could have done the same thing. But they were not interested in this story. They did not pursue this story. If you had told me that information would come forward that Jimmy Carter's family or Ronald Reagan's family was receiving tens of millions of dollars from Russian businesses that were linked to the KGB, it would have set off alarm bells, rightfully so, to all kinds of news outlets. That's really the equivalent of what we're talking about here. And yet the media somehow convinced themselves that this was not an important or an interesting story.
That's it. Wow. Yep.
I'll go to just breaking news as well. Sam Bankman-Fried waives his extradition hearing, so he's just going to be extradited to the US. I was talking to Kyle, ex-FBI, who's been on the show a few times. I'm going to read out what he said to me. He's on a plane, so he couldn't join. The fact that there is a BU to Twitter orientation sheet is kind of pathetic to me. One, most people who worked in senior government positions for 20 to 30 years aren't valuable employees for their skills. They get paid for their contracts. Number two, they don't even know enough about tech work to adapt to new words, names for things they're used to. So it's kind of talking about what Kim and Ed, or I think it was Kim and Ed that were debating earlier about the need to hire, and Sebastian, the need to hire executives from the FBI at these tech companies. It would make sense that BU, so BU, when he says BU, can anyone tell me what BU means? BU employees, ex-FBI, what does BU mean? Bureau. Does anyone know what BU means? Let me ask him. BU means what? Oh, let me ask what he means. For 2 to 3 decades are institutionalized to the point they need that. It's just petty and disappointing to me. So it's very, very shocked, very surprised by this drop. Number 25, then he comments on tweet number 25. I believe Chan, who's FBI, doesn't remember Baker, because we talked about earlier how Chan didn't remember Baker, how we found it a bit weird. Oh no, the journalist Michael thought it was a bit weird. Bureau, BU means bureau. All FBI employees are lazy and write bureau. Okay, so BU means bureau, the FBI. So I'll go back to in fact that there is an FBI to Twitter orientation sheet that we talked about earlier. It's pretty crazy to him. And he's also, he doesn't think that hiring that many ex-FBI people just makes sense for a tech company, just because they don't have the experience they need. And then it goes, it would make sense that the FBI employees for 3 decades are institutionalized to the point they need that. It's just petty and disappointing to me. Then I believe Chan doesn't remember Baker because he thinks of Baker as FBI DOJ, not a Twitter employee first. Okay, that's he's just speculating there, but it's a pretty big speculation to make. It's easy to forget someone who has been something so long you fail to connect with them at a new job. So what Chan, when he says doesn't remember, he doesn't remember Jim Baker. He doesn't remember that Jim Baker now works at Twitter. That's just Kyle, who's ex-FBI whistleblower. A lot of you know him. He's just speculating here. This makes a lot of sense, just observing human nature. It is a silly but authenticates the info to me. The FBI, aka the Bureau. Okay, so he's authenticating the information he just read. Whew. All right, just telling him thank you. All right, so I'm going to read out the rest of the thread just because to finish it off. There's like 41, we're up to 37. Thanks for playing the video, Dallas. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stage, Catherine. Been a while. Olivier as well. Good to have you guys. 38. By 10 a.m., Twitter executives had bought into a wild hack and dump story. Quote, the suggestion from experts, which rings true, is that there was a hack that happened separately, and they loaded the hack materials on the laptop that magically appeared at a repair shop in Delaware. And I spoke to people. So obviously there's 2 sides to this coin, two points to the story. And the other side would argue that this could still be, there's questions to be asked. The repair shop was not where Hunter lives. It was a place where he goes to sometimes. I can't remember Delaware. He doesn't live in Delaware. Number one. Number two, how convenient that there's no camera and the owner of the shop is legally blind. And they point to the fact that the Russian intelligence could have just planted the information in a laptop and dropped it at the repair shop. So that's kind of the story I was told as I try to look at both sides of the story. And it seems Twitter executives bought into the story, which Marco, I'd let you comment. I'd love Marco's thoughts on the story in a bit, Marco, if you don't mind. I'm genuinely curious to hear that. But before that, I'll just kind of finish off. I'll read out what the message says to Twitter executives. Hi, folks. Lots of good discussions of this case in the doc sharing a bit of additional context on why we're recommending this action. So, which is obviously suspending the story, censoring the story. The key factor informing our approach is consensus from experts monitoring election security and disinformation that this looks a lot like a hack and leak that learned from the 26 WikiLeaks approach and our policy changes. The suggestion from experts, which rings true, is that there was a hack that happened separately and they loaded the hacked materials on the laptop that magically appeared at a repair shop in Delaware, brackets, and was coincidentally reviewed in a very invasive way by someone who coincidentally then handed the materials to Rudy Giuliani. Given the severe risks we saw in this space in 2016, we're recommending a warning plus de-amplification pending further information. If additional information emerges that establishes the origins of the materials more conclusively, we could either reverse this action and remove the warnings, which I think is fair. I know a lot of you would hate this, just based on the amount of pressure and the amount of information and influence from the FBI, or escalate our enforcement should it cross the line fully into hacked materials. So like, hey, it looks like hacked materials. The FBI prepared us to this, but they warned us about this, which a lot of us are saying now was intentional because they knew about this since end of last year, end of 2019. But based on everything we've learned in the FBI's quote unquote influence, we're going to go like, hey, this looks like hacked material. Let's just be on the cautious side, de-amplify the content and do this as a temporary step as we get more information and put in a warning. And then we wait to see if it fully crosses the line. I'm curious to see how long this story was censored for. If anyone knows very briefly, how long, just very, very briefly before I continue reading, how long was the story censored for? Does anyone know?
I mean, it was pulled off a few days before the election. Technically, until a few weeks ago, until these Twitter files came out, none of the left-wing media actually published it.
Covered the story. Fair. Okay, so we
Exactly.
recognize that.
I mean, the New York Post had their account locked for what, 12 days at least?
Yes, it was over a week.
Which is more than de-amplification. I think it's too extreme of a step. When they're talking about de-amplification, de-amplification is not suspending an account. We recognize that the product experience of the warning label is less than ideal, and we'll surface that feedback with the experience team again as evidence for why we need more robust URL management options. Based on our discussion with Vijaya, we'll move forward with this action once we get sign-off from communications. There we go. That's when the decision was made. Let's continue reading because we're almost done. So it's number 38 for anyone keeping up. Number 39 at 3:38 p.m. that same day, October 14. Baker, the infamous Baker, arranges a phone conversation with Matthew J. Perry in the office of the General Counsel of the FBI. And there's an email with an attachment. And then we're up to, that's number 39. I think that's it. Number 40 and we're done. 40, 41, 42, 43 and we're done. 44, 45, 46, 47, 47. All right. Operation persuaded Twitter executives that the Hunter Biden laptop did not come from a whistleblower. One link to a Hill article based on a Washington Post article from October 15, which falsely suggested that Giuliani's leak of the laptop had something to do with Russia. And Michael is clearly saying here, like he's not implying it, he's just saying that this is false. Actually, before we continue, Marco, do you mind if you address the point I made before in the argument about this, the story of having that information, intelligence having that information put into a laptop to make it more realistic, and that laptop given to a repair shop. And then the question is, why would and I'm just asking the question, get your take on it. Why would the son of the president put a laptop in a repair shop in such a location, a repair shop doesn't even have a camera, and then forget about the laptop? I know that there's various theories around this, but I'd love your take about it, Marco.
Don't do drugs.
That is one theory, and I think it's not a bad one, considering that one aspect of this that I wasn't at the start of this call, but Hunter actually brought 3 laptops on April 12, 2019 to that repair shop. The repairman said one was beyond fixing. All 3 were water damaged, by the way. Another one was salvageable by giving Hunter an external keyboard, which, by the way, Hunter never returned, which, again, is just a funny thing. It's not like he's going to go sending him an invoice for $80 for an external keyboard. And then the third one was able to be salvaged, but he needed an external hard drive to put the data onto. And so Hunter actually came back April 17th, 2019. Again, these are not my opinions. This is taken directly from a civil case in the Southern District of Florida. The case number is 21 CV 20684. It's John Paul MacIsaac v. Twitter. And Hunter came back with an external hard drive because the laptop repair shop owner said, hey, I can do this, but go pick up something from Best Buy. And actually that the serial number for that external hard drive was subpoenaed as well by the FBI on December 9th, 2019. So everything I'm saying can be backed up by civil litigation. So
you, in terms of the various visits by Hunter to that repair shop, those are various visits confirmed by what exactly? Is confirmed? Are people questioning it? Would love more insight into this.
No, he made 2 separate trips to the repair shop, and it's confirmed because Hunter brought back that external hard drive from Best Buy, and that hard drive, that external hard drive, excuse me, has a serial number that comports with the basically the specifications of the product that MacIsaac says that when you search this serial number, and if somebody has the subpoena, they can go in and see the serial number. The serial number for the Western Digital external hard drive, again, is WX21A19ATFF3. And the reason why I'm belaboring that point and not just, trying to annoy you all is because there is zero evidence for Russian involvement in this. And the fact that we have serial numbers that the FBI agent who signed the subpoena had been out of the Wilmington resident agency of the Baltimore field office for years. And so everything clicks. Again, I understand being a devil's advocate, but when the serial numbers line up, when the FBI agents whose signatures appear on the documents line up, it could be very well true, and it is. And because this is such an unbelievable situation, like Mario alluded to, by unbelievable, I mean, you don't expect somebody from this scion of a political family to be this careless. And again, as another person said, if you're on crack cocaine, that does do things to the brain that make you less judicious about where you left stuff. And so I think with the subpoena and with the work authorization, because remember, look at the Twitter drop we just went through. Roth said that it was very that they went through the materials, very invasively. Where is he getting that? That he's just pulling that out of his ass. If he actually reads the repair authorization, which again was put in as document 44/17 in civil litigation, at the bottom of the page it says if after 90 days you do not pick this up, it becomes the property of the Mac shop. Meaning the reason why we put up all of Hunter Biden's emails at BidenLaptopEmails.com, all of the emails that I'm alluding to from this device are on the internet right now. The reason why we could do that is because it was abandoned property. Now, is that damaging to the Biden camp? Of course it is, but just because it's damaging to the Biden camp doesn't make it any less true. And so we are in this very bizarre situation where you have over 200 gigabytes from the American First family, and it's not stolen, it wasn't hacked, it was a case of abandonment. And because it's so damaging, they're just lashing out at anybody who comes into possession of this abandoned material. And I think that anybody who reads the lawsuit that I'm alluding to in the Southern District of Florida, even though MacIsaac lost it because he's been served by a stupid attorney for over 18 months, doesn't change the fact that we came into this legally. And remember, MacIsaac only went to the press after he thought a active cover-up was involved, which we just proved. So if the FBI had done its job, they would have picked it up on December 9th, 2019, and immediately started issuing new grand jury subpoenas and indicted people, right? But because they didn't do that, meaning it was a clear miscarriage of justice, only then did MacIsaac go to Rudy Giuliani's attorney. And everybody needs to realize that he went to those people very late. August 28th, and this is all laid out in our dossier's timeline. August 28th is the date he sent this via FedEx to Giuliani's attorney, Bob Costello. If he really was all about politics, if MacIsaac was just a political operative, he would have put this thing out there in the spring. And in fact, he tried to get it to certain outlets who didn't respond to him. I don't know if they didn't see the messages or whatever. But I think that this is an incredible situation where all of the standard excuses, this is hacked, this was not obtained legally, the metadata is forged, none of those have stuck, in part because none of them are true, and we already have all of the data to prove it. Unlike Elvis Chan and his involvement in the Seth Rich laptop. Again, I don't know if this was said previously, but Elvis Chan actually looked over the Seth Rich laptop. The Seth Rich laptop was sent to the San Francisco field office. He oversees that. This has all been released via FOIA. I'm not announcing anything new today, but Elvis
By
Chan
the
is
way,
deeply
the
involved, not
laptop
just
that
in
they
yeah.
it's a laptop that they want to keep locked up for
Yes.
75 years. A
Yes.
laptop from what they claim a victim of a robbery. Why do they need to keep that laptop locked up? And anyone should ask that question. It's pretty obvious.
Yes, I
So
just
there's
think it's an
there's a
incredible thing that Elvis is
Marco,
involved not only in the Biden laptop, but the Seth
Go
Rich
ahead,
laptop.
Fidgetal. Go ahead, Fidgetal.
there's a mischaracterization of the disposition of the lawsuit that I think is fundamental. You imply that the claims of fact were disputed, and then the court then confirmed that those facts were true. They were not. They were allegations of fact, and the substance of the lawsuit had nothing to do with the truth of the facts submitted. It had to do with whether Twitter could choose to suppress or not allow an account to release information. My bigger question is, why would he care so much to file a lawsuit against Twitter for them stopping the New York Times from delivering that information? My guess is, I guess this is not partisan, my guess is that was not his lawsuit. That was a lawsuit funded by people who wanted that information released. So again, it's important to note, the allegations of fact in the motion to dismiss the decision, I just looked it up, have nothing to do with the truth of the factual allegations. It has to do with whether Twitter has the right to suppress information that they choose to suppress. It was an anti-slap motion that was granted that dismissed his motion. Has nothing to do with the fact.
I understand that, and if you actually read the docket instead of just looking up the Cliff Notes version, you would see that the lawsuit was about claiming Mac Isaac to be a hacker because they invoked their hack materials policy. It was a defamation case. And again, I'm not saying that I agree with Mac Isaac's complete litigation strategy. I am just saying that the data that he put forward as exhibits is completely verifiable, and it hasn't been debunked yet. And again, I don't think that you're in the position to say who funded his lawsuit when in fact he's actually had to crowdsource the funds because he was required to pay Twitter's legal fees when he lost to the tune of $175,000.
I'm just going to
So
quickly,
again,
sorry, I'll let you finish, Marco, and I want to update the audience on a quick couple of points about the January 6th hearing, and then we'll go to Tom. But Marco, I'll let you finish your point quickly, Tom. Marco, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, and again, this is Garrett, that the reason why Mac Isaac, and I'm just taking it from his public statements, the reason why he filed that lawsuit in the Southern District of Florida was because the New York Post article that originally broke this, that was the large, that was the basis for a lot of these Twitter drops today, called him a hacker. It called because it identified his repair shop. And the New York Post, by the way, didn't do Mac Isaac any favors because they doxed him and they weren't supposed to. So they fucked up in that regard. But then Mac Isaac thought that Twitter was calling him a hacker because it identified where the files came from and that they were hacked. And so that's all I want to say about the lawsuit. It was a defamation case.
All right, so I'm going to read quick updates quickly, and I'll continue the thread and we'll go to Tom. So the just about the hearing earlier from Congressman Trump summoned rioters to Washington, D.C. Congresswoman Democratic Stephanie Murphy has highlighted Trump's role in inciting the riot, pushing to bring his supporters who ended up attacking. We read this already 1 minute ago. Panel unanimously vote. We read that. Okay, we now turn to criminal justice system, said Kinzinger. It will be up to the Justice Department whether to indict Trump, but this congressional investigation with its finding may help the case against the former president. Quote, we now turn to the criminal justice system to ensure justice under the law. The American people can ensure he's never elected again. End quote, Kinzinger wrote on Twitter.
By the way,
right, so
let me just quickly add some context with the name Kinzinger. Anyone may have heard about the NAFO bots that have been terrorizing people on Twitter if they had any kind of idea to ask for peace in Ukraine or questioned the war in Ukraine. And this entire project, the NAFO CIA bots, that's his baby. He introduced the law that allows this over 120 million budget, for this kind of disinformation campaign. And then his CIA people on the ground in Ukraine basically have this operation going where these bots attacked everyone, including myself and Elon Musk when he made a proposal for peace in Ukraine. So that is Mr. Kinzinger, just for background.
Catherine, anything to add before I read the thread? Good to have you back.
Well, if you want, I can go after you read the thread, if that's okay.
Sure. Tom, because I'm swallowing my croissant. I apologize, man.
Oh, okay. I think we go ahead, Catherine. Go ahead.
Oh, well, if the commentary is about the thread, I can talk about the thread. But if it's, but Tom, if you wanted to chime in on the last bit of what people were talking, then you go ahead.
You know, you can't really separate what we're seeing here from even this January 6th issue. You had confirmation in the Twitter files that these tweets, you know, by people who didn't like Trump and had an agenda, it's clear, against him. They despised him. That the tweets he made about January 6th were not incitement. And yet you had partisans in the House say the exact opposite, obviously undermining, you know, or highlighting the partisan political nature of what they're doing here. But, you know, I think this was a sad day for America because, you know, our republic relies on the idea that the rule of law is pursued, you know, for issues of justice, not to achieve political ends. That way lies dictatorships and authoritarian regimes, such as we're seeing, you know, in places that we're all supposed to hate. And here we have First Amendment protected activity, which is disputing an election that one side has decided they want to outlaw. And, you know, that's dangerous. And tens of millions of Americans have plausible and good faith questions about the way the 2020 election was conducted. We have evidence here. It was rigged by Twitter and the FBI. And what they're saying today is that if you question that, if you seek to petition your government, if you dispute an election, elections that, you know, Democrats evidently can dispute at will, but will jail you if you do that. And however unimportant these referrals may be in the ultimate disposition of what the Justice Department does, since they're so obviously partisan and hackish, recall the Justice Department right now is pursuing the same theory of the law, which is objecting to elections under state, federal, and constitutional precedent law. Makes you subject to criminal grand jury investigations at the federal level. These are dangerous times for our republic, and you know I keep on saying we're talking about Taylor Lorenz when people are fearing jail for raising questions about an election. We have 5 million people crossing the border, and we have a president who's been implicated in criminal activity by his son and his other family members' activities in places like Ukraine, Russia, and China all at once. But, you know, let's talk about whether the media is getting suspended on Twitter. It shows you how distorted and corrupted and decrepit this capital city is.
Catherine, Alexander, Fitzgerald, we would love your take on what Tom said. I think you'll have a bit of a different take. Alexander, Catherine, Fitzgerald, can you hear me, guys? Because I know you have your hand up.
Yeah, we can hear you. No, I mean, the thing is, I don't know if I have an entirely different take, because what I'm seeing is really everything is so one-sided. But it does kind of happen on both ends of it, because if it's, you know, if it's something that's being done wrong by the conservatives or the Republicans, or by the liberals, then, you know, the conservatives are all over the place, and then the liberal media is silent about it. But I don't necessarily see massive coverage by conservatives either, or the Republican whatever media, when you know, things are being done wrong by their own side. So I think this kind of idea of like not criticizing your own side is just prevalent everywhere. It's just that general discourse is much more dominated by, you know, in the mainstream media is much more left-leaning in general. So it's just the power dynamic is stronger on that end. So I think that is a really big issue, because really everybody should be just on the side of truth and should hold everybody's feet to the fire. But what I'm seeing is a reluctance to criticize people in power or anybody when they do something wrong, just because, you know, it's on your side, it's on your team. And when everybody gets a little bit of power, they kind of end up doing the exact same thing. So I see that as a universal problem.
So more of a human problem rather than a political ideology. Alexander and Fidget, I see you clapping. Alexander,
So I
anything
don't
to
think
add
that's entirely
quickly?
true to
Yeah,
say that
I
about
think
the
it's
conservative
great.
media. I mean, as a member of the conservative media, if you want to call us that, right? I don't think Rebel is conservative media necessarily, even though many of us are
It
conservatives.
is,
It's
Ian.
not. Well, here, look, in Canada, at least in Canada, right? Rebel media covers both the left and the right. So when Justin Trudeau does something really stupid, or he does something that needs to be called out, like for instance working with China, we call him out. But when the conservatives do the same thing, we call them out too. For instance, during the Freedom Convoy protests, it was there were premiers, right, conservative premiers in Canada, whom we called out because they initiated lockdowns. That is something that the conservative media does. You don't see, global, what would you call it? Not global news, sorry, the CBC calling out Justin Trudeau. That never happens, right? It rarely happens because it's a mouthpiece
It
for the
happens
liberal media.
occasionally. It happens occasionally, or it happens if,
Yeah, in a
like,
way
you know,
that
if
that
there was
only
an
sort of
MP,
like gives them some
Ian,
sort
if
of
there was
health.
an MP who is liberal and they were like anti-vaccine, they will get called out as well, right? Like, so these things do happen, but it's just on such a smaller scale.
Yeah,
There
they don't
is a
go after Justin
reluctance to
Trudeau, right?
criticize your own, how, you know.
And also, if we're going with American media, which is what I think most people in here can relate to, you can look at the Daily Wire calling out Donald Trump, right? You can look at Fox News calling out Donald Trump. Will you ever see an outlet like MSNBC calling out President Biden? Absolutely not. They don't talk
Can I
about the
jump
border
in?
crisis.
Can I jump in?
You go ahead,
Yeah,
Alexander.
go for it.
I do want to say good points. I was impressed with CNN calling out Joe Biden. It looked like they were writing about Trump. They actually did a piece saying, here are the lies Joe Biden is saying on his campaign trail. And they listed about 4 economic lies. So I do want to back up and agree with Catherine's point. Too much, we're so divided on the left and the right that when an issue comes out, people generally look to see what is the political, there's kind of the people that have already made up their mind on the issue based on whether it's a left issue, a right issue. If it's about Trump, there's, a significant camp that's like obsessively anti-Trump. So no matter what comes out, they're going to hate him. And there's like the Trump is Jesus crowd, right? And it's like, no matter what, he's good. There's no one like, let's inspect the information. Let's look at the data, whether it's Trump, Biden, Trudeau, Xi, Kim Jong-un, or, the CEO of NBC, right? Like, so I think there's not enough of that, inspecting the data, looking at both sides. And just a quick point on January 6th, if Trump did things that were illegal, we're never going to know, because you have a partisan, completely partisan side. The only people put in the committee were people that obsessively hate Trump. And you have in the Republicans, the ones that are out there, there's a lot of people that hate Trump that keep their mouths shut. The people that hate Trump and are speaking out generally are not doing it out of the goodness of their own heart. They're doing it because they've been promised or given, or they're part of a group that feels Trump is going to go down and they're going to be given an inordinate amount of power. Like Liz Cheney didn't do her campaign and spend all those millions and get her dad out of, wherever he's at, whatever ranch he is, because she loves the American people. They did it because they saw an opportunity to seize power. I think I would support an actual January 6th committee if they took either a bunch of independents or, split it evenly. If the Republicans were allowed to pick their people, it could have been impartial. I think it would need to look into also Nancy Pelosi's role in refusing security, into why AOC was in a different building at the time. It called out Ted Cruz trying to kill her being not in the location where the protesters were. Kind of strange that she knew to be in a different place at that time. Anyway, I just want to make
I'll go. I know there's a lot of different opinions on this. And before I go to Stephen, I just want to continue.
Let's continue.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna continue it because we're almost done, everyone. So the influence, and then we'll go to Stephen. The influence operation persuaded Twitter executives that the Hunter laptop did not come from a whistleblower. So we're up to 41 now. There is evidence that FBI agents have warned elected officials of foreign influence with the primary goal of leaking the information to the news media. This is a political dirty trick used to create the perception of impropriety. So I'm guessing it's improper
You got it right
behavior.
the second time. It's impropriety.
Impropriety, which means improper behavior, yeah?
Should we let Ian read those things?
Yeah, of course. Ian, we're up to 41.
Okay. Yeah, I'll read them. Okay, I'm scrolling through the thing. 41, yeah?
Yep.
This is a long drop. Holy
It is,
crap.
man, and he did it very slowly. Well,
Oh,
thanks for being
God.
here, man. I can finally eat my
Yeah,
brunch dinner, brunch, breakfast.
Okay. All right, 41. There is evidence that FBI agents have warned elected officials of foreign influence with the primary goal of leaking the information to the news media. This is a political dirty trick used to create the perception of impropriety. That's what Michael Schellenberger said. And then in 42, he follows up and he says, in 2020, the FBI gave a briefing to Senator Grassley and Johnson, claiming evidence of Russian interference into their investigation of Hunter Biden. This briefing angered the senators, who say it was done to discredit their investigation. And there's a link to Grassley's message, is his letter on this thing. And in number 43, quote, the unnecessary FBI briefing provided the Democrats and liberal media the vehicle to spread their false narrative that our work advanced Russian disinformation, end quote. This is part of the letter that was written by Chuck Grassley, a senator. Number 44. Notably, then FBI General Counsel Jim Baker was investigated twice in 2017 and in 2019 for leaking information to the news media. Quote, and this is from a hearing. You're saying he's under criminal investigation? Question mark. That's why you're not letting him answer? Question mark. And this is what Mark Meadows asked. And yes, that was the response. Number 45. In the end, the FBI's influence campaign aimed at executives at news media, Twitter, and other social media companies worked. They censored and discredited the Hunter Biden laptop story. By December of 2020, Baker and his colleagues even sent a note of thanks to the FBI for its work. And this is a letter from Jim Baker, and I shall read it. He says, thanks, Angela. I'll sign it as well with Scale, S-E-A-L-E. Please prepare a draft for Sean and me to look at, question mark. Also, we should be mindful that the letters could leak and be subject to FOIA. FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act. So we should prepare them with the expectation in mind. Thanks, Jim. So, like, these guys are obviously involved in the cover-up. They knew that everything they were writing was going to be unsealed at some point, right?
Yeah,
So
this is so important, Ian, because what this shows is that in their mind, it's clear that what they are doing is unlawful, and therefore they need to be careful about what they put into documents that could be in the reach of FOIA requests.
That's right. That's right. And then what's his face? Somebody at Twitter responds, thank you, Sean. Thank you so much, Sean. Please let me know if you would like me to draft a letter, if you'd like to draft it. I really appreciate this. Prayer hands. And then Sean Edgett at Twitter replies, hi, Angela. I'd be happy to. So he was responding to Angela. Interesting. So that name, even though it's like blanked out, we know it's Angela. And then Angela, I think, replies and says, Sean and Jim, I hope all is well. The election has taken up our lives most of this year, but certainly the past few months. Twitter was on the front line of protecting our users and the public at large from misinformation or disinformation campaigns that had the potential to negatively affect the fair election process. What is not as widely known is the role Twitter played in helping the FBI track and identify violent actors who wanted to perpetrate acts of domestic terrorism at polling stations and ballot counting facilities. Obviously, this work is close hold, and we will never get public credit. But I would like to thank our FBI counterparts who worked so well with us this election cycle. We had an unprecedented national security and law enforcement response that was the result of a tight, well-coordinated partnership with the FBI that was based on trust. Would you both consider signing a letter of thanks and for their willingness to partner on matters of election integrity and public safety? You know all of the work that was done related to China, Russia, and Iran. You might not be as familiar with the public safety work. Twitter provided information related to kidnapping plots of the Michigan and Virginia governors, as well as the QAnon members who drove to a ballot counting facility after making public threats of violence. We had to work real time with the FBI, and we were able to get them the necessary information that prevented harm. Here are the list of those we worked with, and this is the list of all the agents. Many of them are redacted, but we have Elvis Chan, Supervisory Special Agent of National Security at FITF. He's the FBI guy. Some guy whose name is blanked out is the FITF Russia unit. Laura Demlow, unit chief, FITF China unit. And then there's a bunch of others, including the supervisory special agent of the global unit, general counsel of the Russia unit, supervisory special agent, Russia unit, and 2 intelligence analysts at the Russia unit and 1 intelligence analyst at the criminal investigative division. Thank you. And number 46. The FBI's influence campaign may have been helped by the fact that it was paying Twitter millions of dollars for its staff time. This is the explosive one that I quote tweeted earlier. Quote, I'm happy to report that we have collected $3.415 million since October 2019, reports an associate of Jim Baker in 2021. So they got paid for this. Twitter actually got money for this, $3.4 million for helping with the FBI. That was a little payment. Number 47, and the pressure from the FBI on social media platforms continues. In August of 2022, Twitter executives prepared for a meeting with the FBI whose goal was to convince us to produce on more FBI EDRs. An EDR is an emergency disclosure request or a warrantless search. So Twitter was essentially working hand in glove with the FBI and doing so without any sort of warrant or anything like that. It was just doing it warrantless. FBI essentially ran Twitter. So this was what Elon Musk was alluding to the other day when he said that, the FBI was, the Twitter was like an arm of the FBI. So in response to the Twitter files revelation of high-level FBI agents at Twitter, Jim Jordan said, and this is a quote, this is a new article, I think, said, I have concerns about whether the government was running a misinformation operation or on we the people. Okay, that's a good quote from him. And this is the final tweet. Anyone who reads the Twitter files, regardless of their political orientation, should share those concerns. End.
And I want to add one more addition very quickly. So someone sent me a message. Zuckerberg was interviewed by Joe Rogan on 26th of August, and he said the following. Well, I'm not going to quote what he said, but essentially Mark Zuckerberg, that's an article by BBC. Mark Zuckerberg says Facebook restricting a story about Joe Biden's son during the 2020 election was based on FBI misinformation warnings. So that's Zuckerberg admitting to censoring the story and kind of implying the same thing or saying the same thing that we've seen in those reports, that the FBI played a key role in twisting their arm or influencing them to censor the story. So it's something worth mentioning.
What happened at Twitter will happen at Google, at Apple, at Facebook, at all the big tech companies. And now that we have the glimpse into how these communications took place,
even DuckDuckGo. Even DuckDuckGo was censored. Yeah.
Yeah. So now that we see how all of this evolved when they first got in touch and how they, prepared for the big hack censorship event, they have been doing that at all the big tech companies.
Yeah, and unlike Twitter, it's unclear what continues at Twitter, but it continues, we know, at Facebook and YouTube. And they, as been disclosed here, it helps that they're being told what to do. But on the other hand, after a while, they don't need to be told what to do. And the censorship, Twitter is a relatively small platform compared to the Google platform at YouTube, and obviously Meta's Facebook and Instagram platforms. And the censorship is real and ongoing there in dramatic ways. This is a glimpse into a scandal that is shocking at Twitter. But when you consider that it's exponentially greater in terms of its impact, in terms of the number of people impacted at Facebook and YouTube, it's just it's as I keep on calling it, we are in the midst of the Great Suppression, and the question is, what are the bounds? And I don't think we've reached those bounds because we don't know what they are yet.
Stephen?
Yeah, I think at this point, the term Russian disinformation is FBI corporate media code for holy shit, this is a bombshell. Please don't look into the story as it's very inconvenient to our objectives. We just had Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney called Trump unfit.
Did you just drop out, Stephen? Drop out? Yeah. You're back.
Yeah, you're picking up.
Am I back?
Unfit what, Stephen? Yeah, you're back.
Yes.
Unfit.
Yes. So we just had Liz Cheney call Trump unfit for any office at the latest January 6 meetings. This is the this is the daughter of Dick Cheney, who is arguably the architect for the biggest war crimes in modern American history. I mean, you could much more easily make the argument that Dick Cheney is unfit for any office. Firstly, I say this because there's so many overlapping commonalities on agenda objectives between neoconservative types and establishment progressives that I think this is really notable, and I think this is really important. Furthermore, there is plenty of critical thought within, for lack of a better term, right-wing circles between neoconservatism and more populist sentiments. So I do think it's a bit unfair to suggest that the right is shy of criticizing its own. And furthermore, I will say, I also think it's notable that the overwhelming majority of the corporate media leans left. Not to say that conservative news sources don't have an implicit bias and are very selective about the particular outrages they cover, particularly with Fox. I'm not going to run cover for Fox, but they're just that, though. I mean, Fox is one entity out of. I mean, they're what I'm saying is they're maybe they're just a fraction of the market. You know what I mean? And I don't know what it's like in Canada, but I do know enough to know that outlets like Rebel News are just a fraction of what's going on, a fraction of conservative sources there. So simply because the overwhelming majority of corporate press has both ideological and financial obligations to these sectors, to these entities, I don't know. I just all think that's pretty notable in a factor in the equation here.
Catherine, did you want to comment on what Stephen said, Catherine?
Yeah, sure. So I agree, Stephen, in terms of the disproportionate amount of media outlets, there's absolutely, there's no doubt that the representation is completely unbalanced, right? I would say conservative media outlets maybe make up in Canada, I would say, I don't know, maybe well, now we have less even media outlets in general. So in Canada, because all the independent stuff is shutting down. Like, I mean, the situation is in general is quite dire in the media landscape. So I would say, I don't know, 90% is probably left leaning, liberal leaning.
90%. 90%.
Yeah, maybe 85, but
right.
it's very, yeah. In the US, I imagine we have a little bit more, but I think it's still probably extremely left leaning. So there's a huge disbalance. So I agree with that. And that's maybe part of why, because those views are completely underrepresented. So I can see why there's a reluctance. I think with these drops, though, I don't know, Stephen, was there before I kind of continue? Is there anything else that you were wanting to say?
No, but I guess the last thing is I think well, I don't know if it was Ed or Fidgetal said earlier, bringing up some points of potential corruption with Jared Kushner. For the record, I've never run cover for Jared Kushner. Okay, I'm not a big fan of Jared Kushner, and I call it as I see it as well. So I do think that's a fair point to make. Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah. Well, in general, I kind of woke up late. I slept in for the first time in forever, and I saw that the drop has happened, and so I kind of read through them all, and I was pretty stunned, maybe because I saw them all laid out like this, just kind of how the FBI I think you really have to take the politics out of it. I mean, you can't, because it obviously plays a role in terms of the motivations of the FBI, but in terms of the story itself, and this is the problem again, I think, with the media coverage and why you're not seeing it, right? If it was any other story that was maybe touching sort of the liberal sensibilities, it would 100% be covered, but because it's Hunter Biden, it's kind of unflattering to the democratic institution. It's not being covered. But as that last tweet in the chain said, it doesn't matter which side you're on, and you should be concerned. And I am concerned because you have to kind of look at the whole thing. And you saw the resistance, to sort of Ross's credit, it clearly did try to resist the pressure, but the pressure was constant. And I don't know if anybody's touched on this much yet, because I wasn't in the space yet, but in the financial implications, because they were throwing money at the team to sort of investigate these things. And then
the team, hold on, was the money to the team or Twitter itself?
It was to the Twitter team to spend money time on these FBI requests. So it was over $3 million. That's not insignificant. So that's something that's quite important, I think, to note. So this is like, we're paying you for your time that you're spending on this, and this was noted in these discussions, right? So at least we've sort of they've sort of financially benefited from this. And I imagine the same thing with this other social media outlets. They suggested it in person meetings, which I imagine there's a possibility that those included flights. There's a lot of things that were probably going on there. And then the FBI was just the relentlessness of this and they were acting on information that they 100% knew was true, because they were in possession of these laptops. They had authenticated, they knew what the chain of evidence was. So it wasn't like they were trying to suppress something that they really genuinely suspected might be, disinformation from Russia. Like, they knew that this was real. So then that is clear political motivation. And to me, it doesn't matter if it came from, Biden administration, Trump administration, whoever. You should treat it exactly the same. You cannot suppress information in that way. So I would love, I hope whoever's is actually working on the story, which is sadly not many, but would love to see if, any FBI people from that team, from any whistleblowers, do come forward.
Yes, I have a quick message from the whistleblower. We usually bring Kyle. He did say the following regarding, he said a few things before you jumped in, Catherine, but he did say regarding deposition in 14. By the way, Mike Beans, you're saying you're requesting, man. I want to bring you up. I cannot see your request. So I've DM'd you an invite. I'll DM you again because I really want you on the stage. But Kyle said the following regarding deposition in 14. The FBI makes forecasts without facts. That's what intel work is about. Educated guesses. But when they are guessing something which they are also making an advocacy position about, it is troubling. The FBI had the laptop for a year. We have some excellent people and truly brilliant tech folks in all offices and some of the HQ units. It is too much of a coincidence to say they expected a hack/leak regarding Hunter Biden when they could authenticate the actual information, which was submitted as an allegation of federal crimes. And that was a point made by Garrett, Marco Polo, account of Marco Polo. Garrett made that point earlier. So yeah, just wanted to add on that point because you mentioned having a whistleblower's opinion.
Well, I hope that whistleblowers who actually worked on this case come forward, because I think if you're working at the FBI, I mean, I know people bash the FBI, but there's a lot of really, truly, I know a lot of people who work at the FBI and the CIA, and they're like lovely, wonderful people who joined because they did believe in the truth and defending country, and lots of, are principled individuals. And I might actually talk to some of these people and see what they think of the Twitter files. But yeah,
I did bring Mike to the stage. I know you've been waiting for a while, Mike. I sent your thread to Ian as well, who had a look at it. And so would love your what you've been waiting for a couple of hours to share with us.
Sure. Well, I don't want to hijack the vibe of this, but from when I was listening, what we're talking about here is just the tip of a much, much more comprehensive iceberg of federal government involvement in the censorship industry than what we're talking about here with some of this. And I don't mean this judgmentally, but I consider a lot of these disclosures to be very surface level about what's happening with the Hunter Biden laptop. And I hope that I can connect some of the dots between some of these disclosures that have come out with some of the what I consider to be vastly more significant instances of federal censorship, which feature a lot of these same characters who are being mentioned in these drops, but I think is not being well understood publicly because a lot of folks don't know what they're looking at. So let me just introduce myself, I guess, to everyone. My name is Mike Benz. I am the former head of the cyber division at the State Department. I was the cyber DAS, or Deputy Assistant Secretary. I ran 3 divisions there on cyber, one on security for low Earth satellites and subsea cables, one on the bilateral relations for U.S. tech policy vis-a-vis other countries on a one-on-one basis, and then I ran the multilateral stakeholder group, which involved U.S. foreign policy on big tech with respect to everything from the United Nations to multilateral institutions to actual private sector stakeholders, like dealing with Google lobbyists. So I sort of come from the belly of the beast of dealing with the censorship industry and started a foundation called the Foundation for Freedom Online, which I'm currently the executive director of. And our mission is basically to tackle this exact issue of restoring the golden age of the internet, a free and open internet, and taking on the censorship industry and how it's being spearheaded in many respects by various agencies of the federal government. And we've been talking here about the role of the FBI, and it is significant, but the role of DHS here is actually much more nasty and pervasive than the FBI level issues. And I think that we can talk about the FBI levels issues in the context of what's happening at DHS, because there's overlap there, and their evolutions happened in tandem with how they got into the censorship industry. So I can pause there and just say, is this something that the group would like me to sort of continue talking about, or do you want me to answer specific questions, or I want to try to be responsive to what you guys want to hear?
Garrett?
Absolutely, Mike. I think that this is essential, and if to the degree you can touch on Laura Dimlow and other characters beyond just Elvis Chan, meaning specific people, specific names, that the better. The more specific, the better. And you're the guy to talk about it.
Sure. Well, if we want to just talk specifics rather than sort of conceptual level stuff, some of the stuff that came out in this drop in terms of specific names and whatnot, I consider to be fairly interesting. For example, we've been talking about Jim Baker and his role here. One of the things that's lesser known about Jim Baker, other than his time as counsel at the FBI and then at Twitter, is that at the same time in the summer of 2020, he was one of the leading members of what was called the National Task Force on Election Crises. The National Task Force on Election Crises was a sister organization to the Transition Integrity Project. Now, folks remember the Transition Integrity Project. This was a group of about 60-some very senior national security officials, spanning military to intelligence to the diplomatic spheres, as well as high-level political operatives such as John Podesta, who was role-playing for the Transition Integrity Project the role of Joe Biden in war game simulations for how to overturn the results of the 2020 election. In fact, if you go to and I've got all this on my Twitter timeline for source documents if you want to see, or you can just look up the Transition Integrity Project as it was reported by I believe the Boston Herald, but they published their simulation analysis, and they ran 4 simulations of the 2020 election. In simulation 3, it was a simulation of what would happen if Trump won the 2020 election, which was then 5 months away because this was in June. If Trump won the election within a clear electoral victory, how could they still have Joe Biden end up being president? And they proposed a variety of actions to destabilize the country and induce election crises, such as using racial justice activists from Black Lives Matter as street muscle to shut down infrastructure and transportation, having the Democrat electors not ratify the vote on the January 6th bicameral meeting, and then having blue states like California, Oregon, and Washington threaten to secede unless Trump stepped aside. And John Podesta literally role played the role of Biden there, and of course Podesta is now running this $360 billion climate slush fund. So the National Task Force on Election Crises that Jim Baker was running with Michael Chertoff was the comm side of the Transition Integrity Project. While TIP, by the way, is not divorced from the national security state and its role there. Rosa Brooks, who was the head of it, if you look on her Twitter bio, you're going to see that she's a Georgetown law professor, but she's a former high-ranking Pentagon official, and she had a CIA blue badge, according to her own book that she published in 2016. So, meanwhile, the National Task Force on Election Crises that Jim Baker was running with Michael Chertoff was doing the comm side of the election crisis scenarios that TIP was running. They were using the clout of the national security state, of the FBI, of the DHS, of the CIA, of the DOD, to put pressure on journalists and news media organizations to coerce them into reporting about the election and to meet national security state talking points, and to put secondary pressure on the tech companies. So one of the things that I put in Foundation for Freedom Online articles that you can read just on our website. I've done extensive reporting on this. I did a 10,000-word report on exactly this issue last month. But there's a live stream discussion that you can see. It's still up on YouTube, where Michael Chertoff, who Jim Baker was partnered with for this, is leading an hour-and-a-half discussion with a group of hundreds of journalists in order to train them to reframe news stories that happened during the 2020 election cycle in order to coerce tech censorship. For example, they would say, the questions, the instructions to journalists were, if Donald Trump makes a statement that is egregious or grotesque or offensive, don't report the headline as Trump said this. Report the headline as Facebook irresponsible for allowing the platforming of Trump's statement that X. And so the whole thing was designed for what they called creating media escalations, which was this concept that the trust and safety team is hit with these takedown requests, and then they escalate it up the ladder to the C-suite or to the lieutenant level of the tech platforms, and from there it's almost assured to get censored in order to stave off civil society encirclement boycotts and getting hauled in front of Congress or angering the national security agencies. And so you had Jim Baker, while he was actually at Twitter, was working with the national security state in a side shadow group in order to put pressure on Twitter to censor even more. And again, using his clout with his, with the whole cast of characters that were associated with that, who I just rattled off. And by the way, there's so another thing that just came out in this drop is it looks like the FBI's analysis about the role of about the determination of Russian disinformation with the Hunter Biden laptop story came from Graphica. That's in one of the emails. It's like tweet 20 something. I can pull it up. I just had it open. But I'll just put everything that I talk about just on a running tweet thread on my own timeline so that folks can go back and corroborate and fact check everything that I'm saying here. But so Graphica is cited in one of those emails from this Twitter 7 drop just now. And this is very significant because Graphica is a Pentagon-funded social media analytics firm that has been responsible for one op after another by the national security state to inflate the concept of Russian hacking, of Russian infiltration of social media. They are a Pentagon-funded Department of Dirty Tricks that initially received Pentagon funding in 2013 through 2016 to help the Pentagon do analysis of insurgency groups and conflict zones that the Pentagon was operating in. That way, the Pentagon could do sort of deep political movement radar systems about what ISIS people were talking about when in their own Facebook and Twitter communications, back when they were still fairly prevalent on those platforms. And then after the 2016 election, Graphica was repurposed to focus inward and target populist groups. And they got funding for that, both to target American populist groups and Brexit supporters in the UK. And then it stretched all over the EU, where they went after Marine Le Pen supporters in France, Matteo Salvini supporters in Italy, Vox Party supporters in Spain. They were repurposed from terrorism to populism. Now, Graphica would then come back into the story in a big way on the DHS side of election censorship, because Graphica was one of the 4 entities that comprised the Election Integrity Partnership. Now, the election integrity, by the way, I can pause here and answer questions along the way, because I did a 7-hour stream on this yesterday, and we only got through a surface level of that. So I don't want to hijack this whole thing, but
this is phenomenal. This is what the people
Could I
need.
make a comment?
Yeah, of
Mike,
course.
Mario, thanks. This is incredible. I tell you, I was reluctant, as much as this is a great space, I was reluctant to jump in and be viewed as some sort of right-wing, conspiracy theorist. But I want to say, the more I'm hearing you talk, and the whole spaces, but especially you, the less I'm convinced that there are these like kind of bad players in the left doing all these bad things, the more I'm convinced that this is a psyop, and people on the right and the left are being duped, and they're being used as pawns in a game. And again, more reaffirmed to why we need to ask questions, have more dialogue, and open up, free speech. So anyway, thank you for what you're doing. This is fantastic.
Well, I was just going to say, to supplement that, if anybody thinks that, Mike's nonprofit and our nonprofit won't attack people on the right or won't expose people on the right, remember that Michael Chertoff was the DHS secretary under W43. And he wrote the Patriot Act. He co-wrote the USA Patriot Act. So I think that this is a uniparty versus people discussion, not just this sort of bird brain take that Dems are bad or Dems run the media. It's a uniparty problem.
Yeah,
I just want to echo the same remarks, because it's like, look, I think a lot of us here had no idea who Jim Baker was, and I think that was news to Elon as well, right? He was surprised when he found out about all this stuff, and that's why he fired the guy immediately. But I mean, hearing that he was part of he was like one of the leaders of a group that was essentially designed to undermine the results of the election. I mean, that is insane. I know they were like, doing war games, right? I mean, their whole purpose is to basically prevent that from happening. But the fact that they were doing that, and the fact that, everything that they had plotted, which, involves Black Lives Matter and the social justice protests, as well as all the way that they control social media and the way they're embedded into social media, that should be everybody's concern. And the fact that they're going after populists, and this is no surprise, right? Populism is a threat to the establishment, whether it's in America, whether it's in Brazil, or whether it's in Italy. And Italy recently won, which is great, but every other country has this issue where, and we're just talking about one group here. Imagine what else like Twitter worldwide was working with. I mean, Twitter in Brazil, for instance, is working hand in glove again with the Brazilian Supreme Court, and they're, you could say they're an established organization that's opposed to populism, and this should be everybody's concern. The fact that we're able to have these discussions here right now openly without fear of censorship, I mean, it's a testament to how powerful Twitter is as a platform, and be a real shame if Elon had to, shut it down or something.
Well, I wonder how much other regimes are putting pressure, like Ian, that was a fantastic point. Like, I wonder if other regimes, like in Iran, for example, right, or other countries with much more oppressive versions of
Canada.
their FBI.
I'd love to see the Canadian files with the suppression of the Freedom Convoy protests. I mean, that was happening. We saw that happening.
That's probably coming, but other countries where it's just much more blatantly obvious, like human rights violations as well. I mean, not that these aren't in some ways, but I think more universally, I think, accepted as human rights violations by everyone.
Just to add super quick to you guys, and Mike made some awesome points. Thanks for joining us, Mike. Wish you were here earlier. So I would love to know if anybody knows, like, how many former or current, like, FBI, CIA people are employed at, like, CNN, NBC, Fox, and CBS. Like, we've seen some of those numbers.
We're getting, we have someone that's gave us, the same person gave us Meta and Twitter, is giving us the same information for other news outlets and social media platforms. So I'll be sharing those numbers as I get them.
Awesome. Yeah, and just real quick to Alexander's point, people being scared of being called a conspiracy theorist or whatever for discussing info that is true, that has data, that has facts associated with it, is part of the psyop itself, is to make people scared of discussing some of these things in public. And I think it ultimately just comes down to like what I think the game that they've been playing for a long time was, like prior to social media, right? You just basically had big media, and that was a few channels owned by a few different groups, and there's been operations and different things all over the decades that have been designed to intentionally either disseminate info through those platforms or get people in positions who could then help you do that for you. And it comes down to what topics are and aren't off limits, basically. And like the sad part is we can't even really have this conversation the same way on YouTube, where it would be massively dethrottled, or you'd get a strike on your channel or banned. And so I think that's just so glaring of
Dallas,
the current state of things.
We streamed this exact show on YouTube, and we've had a strike on a video
Oh,
where we
really?
were just and we're always pretty balanced one way or another. We try to be as balanced as possible, and we were just debating a point, like not even making claims, just debating a point. But because we mentioned it, I guess the algorithm caught it and gave us I don't know if it gave us a strike, but the
Wow.
video's off. So it was interesting to see. But we do know, like, to their defense, we do know that other social media platforms are watching the quote-unquote experiment that Elon's running. Mark Andreessen was telling us this on this space in one of the interviews. They're watching this experiment with an open mind, like they're not against it, and they like what they're seeing. And we saw Mark Zuckerberg admitting, I know people love to hate Mark, but he did admit in a Joe Rogan interview, that was before this Twitter file drop, that he was pressured, Facebook was pressured by the FBI, or at least was given misinformation regarding the Hunter Biden laptop that led to the censorship. So just kudos.
No,
Where's
that's
deserved.
awesome. Well, but that's the thing. I mean, you just need and the hard part is like whenever you're in like all throughout history, like society's found itself in these like dire situations where, somebody's got to be the one that has to bust through, right? And in some ways, Trump was that for certain things, but again, he's not the ideal messenger for some people, yada yada. Some people like him, some people don't. And Elon is essentially having to do that as well. And when people do that, and they're the ones who bust through the door, it's inspiring to others who never would have really had the courage to do that kind of stuff before. So I think it's encouraging and should be a white pill moment for people, hopefully.
I just want to say one other thing. Sorry, very
Guys,
fast. A TV show that executes this perfectly of how the intelligence are trained to manipulate people down to the depths of their personal lives is Quantico, where they're literally training the agents in the CIA how to manipulate someone to the point where they will break up with their spouse or get married to someone, literally to have them completely under their control as an operative. It reminds me of what they're doing to Yale Roth, etc.
all right. So I would like to bring up a point that we haven't talked about yet. And we're talking about the FBI, we're talking about Twitter, we're talking about the intelligence community and how they have all colluded with other big tech and media to do all of this. But it's not like this is their idea. It's not like they are the ones doing this themselves. There is a collusion here with the leadership at the Democratic Party. There's the Biden team that benefits from it and obviously is involved in this. I'm sure there are other leaders at the DNC that enabled all of this, these partnerships with the deep state, that allows them to basically manipulate an election outcome. That is the topic. That is really what matters here. All of these organizations are instruments for those who are actually in power now. And being instrumentalized like this is a very alarming thing for the American people, because it means you no longer live in a democracy. You are now living in a country that breaks the law, ignores the Constitution, ignores your rights, and to win elections. This is an election war that two parties are fighting, and the interests of the American people are left on the side of the road. So when you really look at all of this and what this all means, it means that these institutions have been politicized, weaponized, and are being used to undermine democracy. And anyone who doesn't get this and the greater implications of this, because if nothing is done about this, what this is ultimately going to do, it will lead to civil war, because the right is not going to sit there and accept this forever without any consequence. People are going to get really angry that they don't have any fair elections anymore, that this is all manipulated, and they are going to take matters in their own hands. And that is what people should be really concerned about, because the anger that I see in America, the disunity, the problems between the left and the right, they're all pointing at one direction, and that is a major escalation in the future.
I'll go back to Mike and Tom because I had the hand up.
A question here, or a quick point, if you don't mind, Mario. Yeah,
always, man.
This is important points Mike has raised. Judicial Watch uncovered that they had this outside group that the federal government was using to censor people as a result of a FOIA to the California Secretary of State's office. And then the issue that I think is exceedingly important, one that I had tried to raise prior to the election on 2020, which is what Mike talked about, which is the plan for a civil war scenario by the Biden team, or Mike, John Podesta playing Biden in this high-level war game before the election. So this took place in 2020. And where did I read about it? I read about it in Ben Smith's newspaper article in the New York Times in 2020. So here you have the New York Times in the first part of the campaign reporting that the Biden team was planning on civil war scenarios to overturn an election result. And what do we get today? Targeting of President Trump on those very same charges. I mean, if you want to see the how dishonest and politicized our law enforcement system is, that Trump is being investigated for the very charges that the Biden operation was planning to implement, or the very scheme that the Biden administration was planning to implement, and we're so proud of that they leaked it to the New York Times. We're going to put the country in a situation of civil war over an electoral college fight, reported in the New York Times. Now, my guess is there's not a listener here who knows about that. But, it's in the New York Times if you want to look it up. Don't believe Mike. You can look at my Twitter feed and find out more about it. But, my gosh. And so when Kim starts talking about civil war, the left has been wargaming it for 2-3 years. It's crazy.
I want to, so the Civil War one is obviously taking it. I see Dallas agreeing as well. Mike, I want to go back to you. How influenced are these institutions like the FBI and others by the leadership? Like, how independent are they? Could it be like, let's say that we have a Republican House later on in whatever number of years and a Republican president. What happens then? And let's say we have that Republican influence within the government. Do we see those institutions, and Brian, welcome back. Do we see those institutions kind of going back to supporting the right potentially? Like, I just want to know, how independent are they?
Well, it depends on what you mean by Republican. I don't consider the censorship here to be a Democrat versus Republican issue. The issue is all about the rising tide of populism and how that challenged essentially the foreign policy establishment. So let's rewind the clock a while back, and just, if you give me some space to sort of present a little history and theory to you guys, and then you can, this may help elucidate some of the issues that we're currently in. So you had this analog era before the internet, where you had basically all of the early media and opinion gatekeeping institutions of America and of the British Empire in the run up to the World Wars being marshaled for war mobilization purposes in World War I, World War II. World War II, basically all of American media gets consolidated as part of the Office of War Information, the OWI, out of OWI comes broadcast media like NBC, like CNBC, and with legacy relationships with everyone from the Sulzberger family to the Washington Post empire to Time Life magazine, and from basically the creation of the national security state with the National Security Act in 1947 up until 2007, we had this analog era where mainstream media always had that sort of legacy association with the War Department, with the national security state, and there were backdoors, circuit breakers to be able to kill stories, the relationships between the editorial desks and institutions of the American permanent government. And what happened with the dawn of social media was there was a 10-year period, basically, where that gatekeeper relationship was severed. So you had Twitter, you had Facebook come out in 2004, you had YouTube in 2005, Twitter in 2006, the iPhone in 2007. From 2006 to 2016 was that, basically period without gatekeepers. Now, we've been talking, I've heard lots of references to, Google would not let me say this on YouTube, or I would get a strike if I put this on Facebook. There is no dividing line between the big tech companies and the national security state itself. And this is deliberate. So one of the things that I've written extensively about at my foundation, Foundation for Freedom Online, and on streams all this week, is the story of how the U.S. government got involved in social media in the first place. In 2007, there was a young kid named Jared Cohen. He was about 24 years old. He was one of the youngest members of the Office of Policy Coordination at the State Department, which is that intermediary group between the overt and covert sides of U.S. diplomacy, with the overt side being the State Department and the covert side being the CIA. Now,
Sir, I'm not here to talk about the laptop. I'm here to talk about the FBI cyber program.
You are the assistant director of FBI cyber. I want to know where Hunter Biden's laptop is. Where is it?
Sir, I don't know that answer.
That is astonishing to me. Has FBI cyber assessed whether or not Hunter Biden's laptop could be a point of vulnerability, allowing America's enemies to hurt our country?
Sir, the FBI cyber program is based off of what's codified in Title 18, or Title 18, Section 1030, a code which talks about computer intrusions, right, using nefarious intent network.
But you've talked about passwords here. I mean, Hunter Biden's password on his laptop was Hunter02. He drops it off at a repair store. I'm holding the receipt from Max Computer Repair, where in December 2019, they turned over this laptop to the FBI. And what now you're telling me right here is that as the assistant director of FBI cyber, you don't know where this is after it was turned over to you 3 years ago.
Yes, sir, that's an accurate statement.
How are Americans supposed to trust that you can protect us from the next colonial pipeline if it seems that you can't locate a laptop that was given to you 3 years ago from the first family, potentially creating vulnerabilities for our country?
Sir, it's not in the purview of my investigative responsibilities.
But that is shocking that you wouldn't, as the assistant director of cyber, know whether or not there are international business deals, kickbacks, shakedowns that are on this laptop that would make the first family suspect to some sort of compromise. Mr. Assistant Director, have you assessed whether or not the first family is compromised as a result of the Hunter Biden laptop?
Sir, as a representative of the FBI cyber program, it is not in the realm of my responsibilities to deal with the questions that you're asking me.
Has anyone at FBI cyber been asked to make assessments whether or not the laptop creates a point of vulnerability?
Sir, we have multiple lines of investigative responsibility in the FBI. They're all available in public source.
Well, I would think you'd know this one. I mean, I would think that if the president's son, who does international business deals, referencing the now president with the Chinese, with Ukrainians, I mean, have you assessed whether or not the Hunter Biden laptop gives Russia the ability to harm our country?
Sir, again, we can do this back and forth for the next couple of minutes. I don't have any information about the Hunter Biden laptop or the investigation.
But should you? I mean, you're the assistant director of FBI cyber.
By the block and line chart, no, sir, I should not.
Who should we put in that chair to ask questions about this laptop that FBI has had for 3 years?
Sir, I'm not in a position to make a recommendation who should say.
So you don't have it, you don't know who has it, you don't know where it is, you're the assistant director. You know, earlier you talked about whether or not you were the Grant Hill or the Christian Laettner. It sounds like you're the Chris Webber trying to call a timeout when you don't have one. So I mean, who is it? Do you even know who has it? Do you know who we should put in that chair to ask these questions to?
No, sir, I don't know who has it.
Well, could you find out and tell us? You're going to have to give us briefings, thanks to Mr. Liu and Mr. Massey's question about whether or not the FBI was taking a $5 million test drive on the Pegasus system that was being used to target people in politics, people in government, people in the media, people in American life. So will you commit to give us a briefing as the Assistant Director of FBI Cyber as to where the laptop is, whether or not it's a point of vulnerability, whether or not the American people should wonder whether or not the First Family is compromised?
Sir, I'd be happy to take your request back to our office.
Gosh, I mean, will you advocate for that briefing? As in, you will?
I will be happy to take your request back to FBI headquarters.
Well, do you believe that that is a briefing that the Congress is worthy of having, I guess?
Sir, I'm not going to answer that question. Right? I'm here to talk. The
Is that
invitation,
time
sir,
out?
the invitation says oversight of the FBI's cyber division. It does not say anything.
Well,
about
right,
the
but I mean,
top
this is a cyber asset. This
It's
is a
not a
point of
cyber asset.
vulnerability. If there are passwords, if there are business deals, if there are references to things that could harm our country, like you can't even sit here right now and say that you know that there's not a point of vulnerability. Maybe there are other crimes, maybe there are tax issues or whatever, but as it relates to our, I mean, is the First Family sufficient cyber infrastructure to protect? You don't even know if they're compromised. Tell you what, Mr. Chairman.
Now, when he was at the Office of Policy Coordination, he came to the world he came there and saw a bunch of fuddy-duddies who were doing international diplomacy and influence operations out of analog instruments of statecraft through the State Department, through embassies and consulates, or on the covert action side through CIA station houses. And he said, why are we doing it this way? All of the groups we want to talk to, political dissident groups, paramilitary groups, industry liaisons, they're all of the groups we want to mobilize are all on Facebook. They're all on Twitter. They're all listening to influencers on YouTube. Why don't we do social mobilization? Why don't we compete in the domain of hearts and minds for political influence around the world by applying what he called digital statecraft? It was his doctrine of digital statecraft. It was also called Statecraft 2.0. Condoleezza Rice, as Secretary of State under the Bush administration, became enamored with it. And then when Obama won the election in 2008, in 2009, Hillary Clinton kept on Jared Cohen, even though he was a political appointee at the time. He was a Republican, and this is very rare in Washington. I'll tell you, as a former political appointee, it's very rare to have cross-party retention of a political appointee from the other party. But Jared Cohen's work in fusing the national security state with the overt and covert sides of U.S. foreign policy diplomacy with the big tech companies was considered so vital that Hillary Clinton put him on and made him basically the star of the OPC. And that culminated in the Arab Spring, essentially. You know, Tunisia, Egypt, one by one, all of these states getting knocked down. And then at that point, Jared Cohen moved over to Google. Google at the time was only number 120 by market cap. And of all the, it was not the number 3 or 4 that it is now. It was a mid-cap company. And at the time, Jared Cohen was ranked by Time Magazine at the age of like 27 as one of the 100 most powerful people in Washington. But he got poached by Google to sit at a one-person think tank that they created called Google Ideas, which was a non-profit one-person think tank. And again, Google has to maximize shareholder value, but they created this to solve complex geopolitical problems using Google's proprietary data and resources. So this was the moment that Julian Assange writes that Jared Cohen basically created the Google's shadow state. Sorry, I'll pause here.
Yeah, Mike. I think what we need to do, in my opinion, is because you go really in depth into this and you just got so much information. So I'm gonna message you to prep to do like a special space covering this to kind of debrief the audience in advance, to do a full full discussion on this, because I think, as you said, you did like a 10-hour presentation on this or something. So we obviously don't have 10 hours. We've already been doing this for since 8, and now it's 1 a.m. my time. 5 hours almost. So I think it's a good discussion. So maybe like wrap it up, just like leave them with one thing in like 30 to 60 seconds. I know it's a very short time. What would you say to them?
If I only have one thing to say, I would just do a quick hit on the other topic, which is that the DHS side of this is much more involved on censorship than the FBI is, because the DHS is a very unique relationship with its
and that's censorship related to social platforms and media outlets.
Yes.
You're mainly focused on social media platforms. Is there one more than the other? Like how we know Twitter, now we got the leak. Facebook, we just saw hints here and there, and Mark Zuckerberg's interview with Joe Rogan and some of the Twitter
Mario,
files.
the way I see it, it doesn't matter FBI, DHS, any kind of 3-letter agency name. They are all organized under this one thing that we call the deep state.
Deep state, I understand, yeah.
And they are all working together for a common goal. And here's another thing I would like you guys to consider. Now that we know all of this, can you imagine how worried the perpetrators of this fraud are about Trump winning the presidency and taking all of this knowledge, all of these documents, and taking all these people to court and potentially bringing criminal proceedings against them? That's a real possibility that these people are facing. So you can be sure that they will do everything and anything they have to do to stop that from happening.
I'll go to Brian, Ian, Catherine, Stephen as well. Just give us their final thoughts. Brian, I just jumped in. Any final thoughts? Because it's been a pretty full-on discussion about so many topics.
Yeah. So I missed probably the last hour or so because I was doing some other things. But yeah, I think it's important to understand that there is no hard evidence of any crimes by the U.S. Government, by DHS, by the FBI. There can be theories that are created, and we can say, hey, this looks fishy, and maybe something was going on here that isn't kosher. But I think it's a little bit too early and irresponsible to make claims that fraud was taking place or that the FBI is involved in some conspiracy to push elections towards a certain individual. I think it's too early for that. Let's wait for more facts to come out. And I think we need to see all of the Twitter documents. I think that's important as well, to see just how one-sided things were. Right now, these threads are mostly about Hunter Biden and mostly about the New York Post story and the banning of conservatives, which I agree. I think
and the Trump election as well.
Yeah, and I think that conservatives were definitely banned more than those on the left. But there might be reasons for that. There might be reasons why conservatives were banned, because maybe they were participating in things that were against Twitter's terms of service. They were participating in things that the FBI kind of let Twitter know was possibly illegal. I think that we have to see more facts before we really say, hey, something crazy's going on.
Thanks, man. Ian, final thoughts on the...
You need to see more facts than the 7 releases of Twitter files that we've seen so far to understand what's going on.
Which showed nothing illegal, though. What evidence?
What do you mean it's not illegal?
We'll wrap it up. Ian,
what do you mean it's not illegal?
No. This is of course illegal, right? Because this is election interference and manipulation. That's against the law. That's illegal.
Ian, I think Ian will make that point as well. Ian, as you wrap up the final points, you can respond to Brian.
With Kim.com here, because as we've spoken to Thomas Massie, what they did was potentially illegal, and this is up to Congress to figure out. I mean, we can't say it's not illegal just because they worked hand in glove with them. No, there was collusion here, clear collusion to manipulate the election, whether, it was through nudging or whether it was through censorship. This is something that is very clear, that we've all seen this. We saw this in this, in the Twitter drop. So like denying that has happened is ridiculous. Of course it happened. We know it happened. Now it's up to Congress to take these powers that be, and hold them accountable.
And I think your key word there is potentially illegal. I agree, it's potentially illegal, but we have to see more evidence from both sides of the story.
Stephen,
That's up to Congress.
More
Stephen,
evidence? How much more evidence do you need, dude?
But
That's funny.
evidence relies on facts, and
And we've
evidence
got the
needs to
facts.
point
We've
to
got
a
the
Yeah,
crime.
but you've got so many facts.
Yeah,
We'll
we've
go.
got, just because you don't like the facts doesn't mean they're not facts. You know, facts don't care about your feelings.
Stephen.
To quote a famous
Stephen and
Okay.
Catherine, go ahead, guys.
Thank
Final
you.
thoughts?
So, yeah, basically what this drop confirmed is that what we are looking at, again, is a very deliberate, heavy-handed bullying campaign that was executed by the FBI to control and dictate the narrative around the Hunter laptop story leading up to the election. It's also very notable for all listeners to know that the FBI had the laptop since 2019. So again, that was plenty amount of time for them to thoroughly review every nook and cranny of these materials. So the FBI is absolutely complicit in covering up an absolute bombshell of a story that they that they were well aware of the materials on. So that's my takeaway from it. Thanks.
I appreciate it, Steve. Catherine, final takeaway from the discussion?
Yeah, I think Stephen used the right words, bullying. I don't know whether this is a crime or not. This is up to the legislative bodies. They'll determine. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But bullying is exactly right, I think, and that is my concern with that, is because I care about freedom of speech at the end of the day. And I don't think that any information should be suppressed. And in this case, that it is clear that there was a very serious pressure coming from a governmental institution to suppress information. And I do wonder how much information and what gets suppressed. So if people are okay with this particular thing being suppressed because it benefits their sort of agenda, and I don't have any horses in this race. It's you have to wonder what else is suppressed. Like maybe it's something that you very deeply care about, and so if you want to live in a world where that doesn't happen, that needs to not happen, and there needs to be maybe legislation that makes sure that that does not happen in the future.
Tara?
I was going to say, do you think that there was also pressure for over 98% of the staff at Twitter to donate to the Democratic Party? I mean, I think that it's pretty obvious
There's a
that
bias, Tara. I agree.
we can't just blame pressure, because there's no pressure to do that. That's a decision and a clear, definite bias.
But you're gonna have Tara. Sorry, go ahead. No, I don't mean to interrupt you. Go on.
It's okay. It's okay. I was just going to follow up and just say on what you just said in regard to important topics that need to be brought to light. I think all of us can admit that we've been affected one way or another, whether we're vaccinated or a family member is, that we've been affected directly by the vaccine and by the information that was withheld from us by, for example, doctors who were suspended for raising questions, valid questions that needed to be asked, and bringing topics to light. They were suspended, their voices were shut down along with so many other people. But I think that is an important topic that does need to be brought to light. I think that it's really awful the way things have gone down in that regard. And for me personally, it's affected my family on a very personal level. So I cannot wait for Mario to do that space and for all of that stuff to just be brought to the surface and brought to light. And like Elon Musk said, sunshine is the best disinfectant. And I just want to thank you again, Mario, for holding these spaces down so well. As soon as the files drop, no matter what time of day it is for you, you're always here, you're always on the ball. And I'm glad that you're not quitting on us, because we need you. So, and thank you everyone who comes up. I just enjoyed wrapping presents for my family and listening to you all, and so many wise, amazing people who step up on this stage and have so many wonderful things to say. So it's easy to just sit back and listen and learn. Thank you.
Thanks, Tara. Dallas, Millie, final thoughts on the discussion?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so
Yeah,
much,
Millie.
Mario.
Go ahead, Millie.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Mario, for giving me an opportunity to speak. Mike Benz, actually, in his thread on number 31, he mentions that the Election Integrity Project and CISA had a list of the top censored narratives for the 2020 election cycle. And I find this just amazing to see. But on it says the Sunrise Zoom calls. Now, the Sunrise Zoom calls was actually an investigative report that I had put out where we actually went undercover inside some of these left-wing affinity groups and actually caught on Zoom video, like actual on video verified government employees, DHS, CISA employees, and senior executive officials conspiring and talking about wanting to subvert the election as well as subvert President Trump by any means necessary. And this was in October of 2020. And so I actually was put into communication with DHS, CISA, to coordinate and communicate the information I had about one of their employees who was working with a whole group, from what she said, inside DHS to undermine Trump and the election. And so I find this just mind-blowing to see that, DHS was taking this information seriously. But then on the other hand, apparently, according to this document, it seems like they were actually sending information about the Sunrise Zoom calls to Twitter to try to get it to be censored and suppressed. So to me, it seems mind-blowing, and I really would like to have heard more from Mike Benz and actually, to be able to ask him more questions about the documents that he has in his thread. So I just wanted to share that, yes, there's corruption inside the DHS. It's verifiable. My tweet is pinned at the top of my Twitter page with the Sunrise Zoom calls, so you guys can still watch it if you want to. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you so much, Mario.
Thank you. Fidgetal, final thoughts, and then go to Dallas to wrap it up.
Yeah, totally. Hopefully the microphone is good.
It's good, man. Yeah.
Cool. I just want to take this opportunity to hopefully give voice to things that are now facts and obvious, and commend the fact that we now have a more open and honest and objective conversation opportunity in these spaces and in general. And I hope that we can all kind of meet each other in the middle and be honest about what we actually care about. I think that's the main point of what Elon's trying to do here, is not lean one way or the other. We can all have our opinions and we can talk about them, and we can be open to information and listen and learn. That's what I'm doing.
Thanks, man. Dallas, thanks for joining us for the first time. Final thoughts, man?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys all for having me. This has been super fun. Hopefully to join again. These are becoming, I think, the most important spaces on Twitter. So thanks. Just really quickly. There are things that we've learned through all these Twitter files that are probably illegal. There's countless things that we've learned that are definitely unethical and shouldn't be happening. And I think the real win would be to have the majority of us agree on, the second one for sure, because that's in our control. Now, I think that, the tough part in all this is that, a lot of these things have been happening, but what's really happening is there's pockets of the government that are running operations to control narrative and dialogue. And these things many times are, the antithesis of what the truth is and even what people want. And if they're happening, they should be known that they're happening so that we can identify and kind of stop these things from happening, because people should be able to speak freely. And these spaces are, I think, the best example of that. Hearing people from all sides, getting to the truth. It's been great. Thank you guys so much.
Appreciate it, man. I think it's a good discussion, guys. I am dead. Kim, thanks a lot for joining really early to cover this. I know a lot of panelists came earlier and couldn't stay for the whole thing. Tara, Brian, Ian, Fidgetal, Stephen, Catherine, and Dallas. Thanks for staying throughout the whole thing. Millie, thanks for jumping in. I appreciate you all. It was a great. I think this is probably the most one of the most important drops we've seen yet, because we just saw the influence by the FBI, very systematic, premeditated influence for a certain agenda. And I'm trying to give thoughts without including any opinion. That's just really the kind of the sense that I got. And it's hard to question it. Now, how much of it was, the decision was made by Twitter. How much of it was due to the influence? How much of it was due to the bias? It seems like it was a mix of both. But today definitely showed that influence played a bigger role than we initially thought, because in the first couple of drops we were very critical, and Ian was leading those discussions, if you remember, and we all agreed that we were critical about the bias by Twitter. And then now, and goes back to Brian's point, like it's good to keep getting more and more drops to give us the full picture as we come to conclusions, because now we saw that influence actually played a bigger role. Now, how big, again, that's a whole other discussion. We need to see more drops, and we saw a bit of pushback from Yol. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on it. I think we got the committee hearing as well, but that's just not too big a news, something that we expected. So we'll wait till the next drop. The COVID debate that was meant to happen today obviously is going to be rescheduled again because of this breaking news. So we'll see you again whenever that happens. And hopefully no more breaking news today so we can all take a break. Appreciate you all for this marathon space again. Thank you so much. And I will see you on the next one. Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much.
Woo, Mario, you're the best.
Kim, you're the best too, Kim. You're the best too.
Don't you have a space, Mario? Don't you have a space later today?
No, I had the COVID one like a few hours ago, but like we had it scheduled at 9. But doctors will not be able to like, hey, can you come back in an hour? They're like, hey, 9 p.m. As soon as we reschedule, like, hey, can it be an hour late? And that became 5 hours. They're like, look, we have to reschedule. Doctors are so hard to get them to even accept doing a space and use space to use the app. So it's gonna probably take us another while to get the other space organized. So people that keep getting annoyed about rescheduling, we really have no choice because getting them all to agree at a certain time is difficult.
Let's do it tomorrow morning because they asked me to do the space, and we should do it together. So if you have time tomorrow morning, what was the time that they proposed? 9 a.m. New Zealand time, which is 3 hours later than we started the space today.
Yeah, sure. I'll ping you on Signal now. Let's jump on a call. All right, everyone. Thank you so much.
Maybe we'll get another drop. COVID
hopefully,
drop.
hopefully not. Hopefully not the Fauci files. All right. I'll see you all now. Kim, I'll just hit you up on Signal.
See you guys later.
Bye, everyone. Thanks, Ian.
All right.
Thanks,
Hey, before you end,
Thanks, everyone.
before you end, everyone use your hearts. Everyone for Mario.
Kim, that's just cheesy. Kim, you're just probably sitting on your chair outside with a beautiful view.